Chapter 1063. In the vast starry sky, a silver blue star was emitting a bright light. It wasn't dazzling, and the light wasn't blazing hot. When it shone on the body, it felt warm, like a small stove in the cold winter. It couldn't make people feel hot, but it could make people feel the right amount of warmth. To be honest, I envy them. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and stared at the silver blue star in front of him with a wry smile. Being able to leave behind the fire of the sound strings proves that they have succeeded. Even if they have to pay a heavy price for it, and have to circulate in the eternal cycle of reincarnation for thousands of generations or even billions of generations, in the end they may not necessarily be able to return, and in the end, they may not necessarily be able to step into the cycle of reincarnation. But in some ways this is also a path, isn't it? A special path that belongs to them. Yun Nuoshing sighed. He slowly closed his eyes and shook his head. Little White came back to her senses from his slightly heavy voice. She keenly sensed that something was not quite right. You mean them? Not them? It's not a problem with the statement? Oh, there's no problem with that. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and pointed at the silver-blue fireball with a diameter of 10,000 miles. That thing is the condensation of all the Shin musicians who have taken that step, and the horror of their life's work, all the Shin musicians from ancient times to the present, all of them. Yun Nuoshing emphasized again. There was only one fire of the sound strings, and it wouldn't dissipate. From ancient times to the present, only one would be born, and it would continue to grow stronger and stronger. Every Shin musician who had broken through the shackles and released the limit of their divine right would leave behind a fire of the sound strings. No matter how far away they were, no matter how far away they were in the void, they would gather together. Hearing this abnormal way of becoming stronger, Lan Xian's pretty face twitched. If that's the case, then can't the fire of the sound strings be mass-produced? How is that possible? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. Even if the peak of the divine realm can be mass-produced, the number of people who can take that step is really very small. Moreover, among so many cultivation paths, music is only one of them, and it is also an inconspicuous path. The number of people who choose this path is as few as the morning stars. Under the heavy restrictions, it is already quite good for 1 in 10,000 divine realm to appear to practice music. Since ancient times, there have been very few Shin musicians, and those who can ascend to the divine realm are more than 90% of them. Among the remaining 10,000 people, there is almost one who can take that step with the attitude of risking their life, leaving behind a fire of sound strings. To sum up, the probability of a person who practices music being able to take that step, well, there is nothing absolute in this world. I can only say that it is really very small. Then, Little White and Lan Xian didn't say anything. Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at the silver-blue star with a strange expression. If it hasn't been destroyed along the way, then this is the spark that has been passed down from ancient times. To be honest, I haven't seen it before. Its level of mystery is very high on the list. Moreover, in ancient times, I haven't heard of anyone who could subdue the fire of the sound strings. Little White was just about to say that he didn't pay attention to what was happening outside, when Yun Nuoshing continued, perhaps the power and function of the divine flame are not enough. Even divine realm cultivators rarely put in great effort to subdue the divine flame. Most of the time, it's up to fate. If you see one, you will fight for it unless you are an alchemist. However, an alchemist may not necessarily choose the divine flame. In this world, there are many things that can enhance the ability of alchemy, such as the yin and yang qi that I mentioned before. There are many other things that can enhance the ability of alchemy. Little White and Lan Xian looked at each other and didn't say anything. Suddenly, they felt a little sorry for the 150 divine flames on the divine flame list. The divine items of heaven and earth had so many flaws in his words. Yun Nuoshing glanced at the two of them. Their strange expressions made him understand what they were thinking. He helplessly spread out his hands. There's nothing we can do. What are heavenly gods? They are creatures beyond the norm of creation. When we reach the heavenly God realm, we are almost self-sufficient in everything. We don't pursue many functional divine items. After all, many things that are born naturally are not satisfactory. What we create or modify ourselves, although it takes a lot of effort, it can perfectly match what we want the most. Compared to fighting with a group of people for something, we prefer to stay in the temple and study our own path. Even if we really pursue something, it is because those things are too special and have rules that can't be replicated at all, or it is to be stored away in case we need it. It sounds like we are plowing a field and needing mud. Little White's cheeks twitched. Yun Nuashing twitched and almost fell off the fire phoenix's back. Yun Nuashing fiercely rolled his eyes and said, "Anyway, that's how it is. As for finding the wrong person or whatever." He pondered for a while and controlled the fire phoenix to approach carefully. He even moved a little to the side. When they were 1,000,000 miles away, they saw what might be the most bizarre scene they had ever seen in their lives. The crimson fireball had waves of fire that were tens of thousands of feet high on its surface. It was smaller than the silver-blue fireball. The two fireballs faced each other and stood still in the air. One side of the silver-blue fireball was bulging like a balloon. The protruding side of the fireball reached straight into the crimson fireball. There was a physical contact. The crimson fireball's energy seemed to be slowly devoured by the crimson fireball. Damn, why did the two fireballs collide here? No matter how calm Yun Nuashing was, he could not help but exclaim when he saw this scene. The crimson fireball was naturally the red lotus hellfire that he had been looking for. However, he had never expected that the two fireballs would collide here. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the red lotus hellfire was slowly devouring the sound string fire. This process had been going on for many years. Yun Nuashing took out the book of the epic and shook it. His expression changed slightly. He was somewhat distressed. This is bad. These two divine flames, this have mutated. The red lotus hellfire and the sound string fire have fused more than 1/3 of their original power. These two flames contain extremely powerful power of rules. One is the red lotus hellfire, which is equivalent to the incarnation of the laws of heaven and earth of the ancient deity realm. The other is the sound string fire, which has fused with the authority of countless Shen musicians to sublimate themselves to the limit. Yun Nuashing's expression was somewhat distorted. These two flames contained extremely powerful power of rules. At this moment, they were playing a twin-person rotation. The might caused by the fusion couldn't be seen on the surface, but he could feel that the laws and order of this place, the stable state formed by the factor of origin, was about to collapse. Fortunately, these two things are playing a twin-person rotation within the order barrier of the first great deity. If they were thrown into another world, even 1,000,000 worlds wouldn't be enough to destroy them. Yun Nuashing's voice sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. He finally understood why this place hadn't collapsed yet. It was because of that layer of order barrier. That layer of order barrier was hanging in this space, preventing it from collapsing in a chain. Of course, this wasn't the reason why he was gnashing his teeth. What made him feel helpless and want to stomp his feet was that these two terrifying things had gone through more than 20 epochs to fuse 1/3 of their original power. Now that he wanted to subdue these two things, what should he do? Back then, when I was at my peak, I subdued the red lotus hellfire. Although I don't remember what happened in the middle, it probably didn't go that smoothly. I seem to have been in seclusion for a full 1,000 years. Although I hadn't reached the peak of the deity realm at that time. I'm about a finger's distance away from the deity realm now. Yun Nuashing used his index finger and thumb to indicate a finger's distance away. In the middle there was actually a dark space. Little White glanced at it and the corner of his eyes twitched. I see a void between your fingers. It was probably the difference of the beginning of the world? That's the difference of a great origin realm. Yun Nuoxing's voice was somewhat flustered and exasperated. There weren't many things that could make him so angry. If it was only the Red Lotus Hellfire originally, because I've already subdued it once, there's a little way to take it back again. Although the process was like eating something that he had spat out, it wasn't actually that disgusting. If he had to describe it, it was like picking up the trash that he had thrown away. Now that he had mixed it with the fire of sound strings, it instantly turned into a pile of trash, and it was basically impossible to tell which part of it belonged to him. Then what should we do? Give up? In any case, no one should care if we throw it here. Since no one has taken it back after fusing with it for 20 epochs, we can probably continue to fuse with it. Little White advised. Now, this space was in an extremely fragile state of equilibrium. The might of the two giants cancelled each other out, and no one had the time to care about these three fellows who were so close to each other. If this state of equilibrium was broken, it wouldn't even be enough to say that the heavens and earth would collapse. The instant the state of equilibrium is broken, with the protection of the first-generation great deity, the laws and order won't collapse. However, a huge energy shock wave is absolutely unavoidable. Roughly how strong is the energy shock wave? Little White swallowed a mouthful of saliva. We don't need this world and the void that it's in. The myriad God realm can be preserved. After all, there's the protection of the pillar of creation. Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. It's too difficult. Little White's face was filled with black lines. This was no longer a question of whether it was difficult or not. This was a matter of whether they wanted their lives or not. No matter what they did, the state of equilibrium would definitely be broken when they tried to take in the two divine flames. The energy that would erupt in that instant would be able to cleanse the surface of the myriad God realm 10 or 20 times over. At the peak of the myriad God realm, there were two great weapons close to each other. The two of them kept each other in check. No one was suppressing the other, and their powers were canceling each other out. However, they could still feel an extremely violent energy from the two huge fireballs. They had never calmed down, but they were forced to rein in the reins. They didn't have the time to pay attention to the three small things that were approaching them. The Red Lotus Hellfire and the Fire of Sound Strings were trapped in this whirlpool of death. No matter what, their fates were already sealed. As I said earlier, the Red Lotus Hellfire was once ranked 4th, but it was excluded from the top 10 due to its nature. As for the Fire of Sound Strings, it may appear more like a flame. The power of the rules is also extremely large in its composition. However, a larger part of it is formed by many divine musicians who have taken that step. The former is more like the embodiment of the power of the rules. There is no point in investigating who came up with this ranking, but it is already so. The power of the Red Lotus Hellfire is purer than that of the Fire of Sound Strings, and it is comparable to the power of the 4th. Therefore, in this tug-of-war, it has the upper hand. Even though it didn't have much power at the beginning, it is slowly recovering with the help of the power of the rules in the myriad God realm. It is also constantly stealing energy from the Fire of Sound Strings. A third of them have already fused. Yun Nuoxing looked at the two huge fireballs that were not very eye-catching and frowned. According to the deduction of the Book of Epochs, there is a 50% chance that the Red Lotus Hellfire will completely devour the Fire of Sound Strings. At the same time, there is also a 50% chance that it will undergo a different evolution. The two divine flames will basically not fuse. This is the conclusion that Zai came up with. I am not too clear about the restrictions. I am not a divine flame, and Zai can't express it very well. The few divine flames in my body have been put together using a special method. The Red Lotus Hellfire is currently only extracting the almost infinite energy contained in the Fire of Sound Strings. It has not extracted too much of the latter's original flame, only about a third of it. But once this process is halfway through, what will happen halfway through? Little White asked nervously. Isn't there a 50% chance? This 50% chance will happen halfway through the process. At that time, the Red Lotus Hellfire's energy will be almost equal to that of the Fire of Sound Strings. It will be able to devour the latter in one gulp. If it can't, they will still trigger an extremely intense energy explosion. When that happens, the explosion will be even more exaggerated. I have no doubt that it will completely blow up the important gathering point of the Eight Elements realm. Little White and Lon Xian's faces turned pale in an instant. But don't worry. That will only happen after at least 12 eras, Yun Nuoshing sighed. There was a hint of fatigue on his face. Using the Book of Epochs at such a high intensity made him feel a little powerless. Originally, the Book of Epochs did not consume much energy. It was connected to the level of rules, and he used it as an encyclopedia between the great Yuan realms. Moreover, it was easy to carry around and not easy to lose. He only needed to use the strength of flipping through the book to learn a lot. However, it was different now. These two divine flames were ranked too high, and the energy they contained was too powerful. Although there was no barrier to stop him, if he still wanted to use the Book of Epochs to analyze it, he would need to use more energy. Dying early or dying late is still the same. Moreover, whether the realm of the gods will still exist after 12 eras is a problem. Little White shook her head helplessly. In less than a year, that world fragment would collide with them. In less than an era, the great samsara would occur. At that time, there would be nothing left in the great Yuan realm. The realm of the gods, which had lost the protection of the ultimate barrier of the Pillar of Creation, would probably also be destroyed by the great samsara. As for after 12 eras, there would be nothing left of the realm of the gods. However, this place still had that barrier left behind by the first great deity. It should still be able to protect these two divine flames. At that time, it would depend on who would be lucky enough to barge into this place and see if these two divine flames would explode or not. Half a month later, it was still the same starry sky. Tens of thousands of starlight descended. Yun Nuoshing's body was constantly surging with starlight. Thousands of fist-sized stars were like illusory shadows, with him as the center of everything, slowly revolving around him. Starlight filled his entire body, causing him to be in peak condition at all times. His 2-meter-long hair was spread out like a colorful ribbon, fluttering along with the energy overflowing from his body. The lack of gravity caused his long hair to sway lazily. His thick long hair was stained with starlight, making him look unprecedentedly bright, even illuminating the surrounding dark space. He sat upright on the fire phoenix, and strange changes appeared in his two eyeballs. His left eye was a fireball burning with silver-blue flames, while his right eye was burning with a dark red flame that made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if the two huge fireballs in front of him had become his eyes. And behind him, 5 extremely dim black divine rings were slowly revolving. They would disappear every 10 seconds, and slowly reappear every 4 or 5 seconds. This kept repeating, and that strange energy was also intermittent. Lon Xian carefully walked behind him and knelt down. Her lily-white hand held a comb, and the other hand held his ridiculously long colorful hair, combing it up and down. Actually, this action was not very useful, as it would not be maintained for long before it would fall apart again. She glanced at Yun Nuoshing, who was still immersed in that strange state, and stopped what she was doing. After hesitating for a while, she softly called out, "Brother Nuoshing." She knew that he could hear her, but he had just entered a strange state and would not be interrupted. Yun Nuoshing gently nodded as a response. After a few seconds he said, "It's about time. The general situation is not very different from what we initially understood. If we want to solve this problem, the difficulty is still very high. It is not inferior to fighting with a heavenly god expert in our current state. The success rate is less than 10%. There is a special method that can increase the success rate to 40%, but I am still thinking about it. Lan Xian bit her lips. Mei Mao had a strong sense of worry in her eyes. She leaned forward and leaned on his back. Her lily-white arms wrapped around his neck, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Brother Nuoshing, I don't want to persuade you, and I don't think you will listen to me, but… I know, Xen. Yun Nuoshing smiled helplessly. He put his hand behind his back and gently rubbed her head. This is a very dangerous thing. It is even more dangerous than walking on a tightrope. If I say that I don't like to take risks, you probably won't believe me. Lan Xian and Little White nodded. This guy had been taking risks all this time. He had been competing with probability. Not to mention now, even in the primordial age, he had been taking risks all this time. Yun Nuoshing knew what they were thinking. He shook his head helplessly. He was not sure, and he did not have much confidence. His heart was empty, and he struggled. He did not dare to face that moment directly. However, no matter how long he struggled, he still had to plunge into that kind of place. If he could not avoid it, he could only be prepared. He could only force himself to have a little bit of confidence and break through it. Every step he took in the ancient era was extremely difficult. When he advanced from the demon tier to the demigod tier, because of the primal chaos element, he failed 6 times. Every time he failed, he would be so upset that he would smash the floor. However, after a long time, he could only grit his teeth and continue to persevere. When he advanced from the demigod tier to the initial celestial tier, because of the primal chaos element, his life form had changed. The great calamity he encountered was much stronger than anyone in the same realm. He narrowly escaped death, but he still managed to break through it. Those calamities almost destroyed his soul. He was crazy, violent, and temperamental. The path he walked on was more difficult than anyone else. All the disasters in the world fell on him at the same time. Those who had to rely on themselves to advance had not suffered more than him. At least, they could advance smoothly. However, he did not have such good luck. Every time he advanced, he was risking his life. Every time he advanced, the disasters he had to bear would increase. He could only force himself to become crazy because his path forward was always dark. Every foothold, every path he could set foot on, had to be opened up with his own blood bit by bit. However, for others, the path ahead of them was at least a little bit brighter. It was a path that could be seen, a path that could be hoped for. In the end, he was already used to it. Risking his life was not something worth mentioning. He did not like risking his life. He was just used to it. This was an instinct. In his most difficult times, he felt that the probability of success was already too high. He could only gamble with himself. If he failed once, he would be covered in wounds. If he failed twice, his bones would be broken. Even if he had to sacrifice his entire soul, as long as there was a slight possibility that he could calculate that he could succeed, he would give it his all. I'm just used to it. In the end, he did not listen to their advice. All right, he had said that the divine flame was not necessary. He had said that the divine flame was not necessary. He had said that the divine flame was not necessary for the heavenly gods. However, in the end, he still needed that crimson divine flame. Whether it was for his strange physique or to protect the great formation. In short, there were many reasons that made it almost necessary for him to have it. Otherwise, he would not have had such an awareness. There is still a remnant imprint in the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. I used the power of the divine right to sense it. It was indeed left behind by me. This is the karmic fire of the Red Lotus from back then. It has never dissipated. It is just that it was too heavily injured and has not recovered yet. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. He could only try to take in both divine flames. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus was easy to deal with, but as for the string fire of the sound string, he pressed his palm against his heart. A 7-foot-long silver-blue guqin appeared in front of him. However, as soon as it appeared, it produced a faint resonance with the soundlessly drifting music in this space. Strands of immortal music of the great Tao flowed in this space. The swirling guqin. He still needed this kind of heaven-defying weapon to assist him. Chapter 1064. A palace appeared in the starry sky, stretching for thousands of miles. It was majestic and exuded an aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was like a crouching wild beast. Thousands of starlights fell on the huge palace, but they were subconsciously deflected. It was as if the starlights were afraid of the palace. The palace was kept in the star pearl between Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows. He had not taken it out since he kept it. He did not know who gave it to him. At least, he did not recognize the ball of light. However, it seemed that Xian Yi knew it. The palace complex was hidden within a gigantic magic formation, so no one would be able to spy on the situation here. Furthermore, at the summit of the myriad god realm, it was likely that no one would purposely extend their soul perception to such a place. Therefore, no one would know that there was a gigantic treasure hanging at the top of the sky. He took it out only to move the people in his soul world out. This was an extremely dangerous journey, and his soul world was no longer safe. He had to evacuate the others first, so that they would not be caught in the calamity. Only Ziyi and Feng Er's egg accompanied him. The latter had the authority to control flames, so she could be of some help. Furthermore, she had volunteered to stay behind, so there was nothing he could do about it. Yun Nuoxing stood at the entrance of the palace, looking at the two huge fireballs that were still trapped in the dance of death. Her eyes flashed with a strange light. Lan Xian was standing one step behind her. Xian and Ming, who she had hurriedly woken up, were also there. She had thought that waking them up would make them forget about the danger. However, the two of them just reminded her to be careful and stood aside without saying anything. If she could not see the worry and uneasiness in Xian and Ming Er's eyes, Lan Xian would have thought that they did not care about Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing stood still for a long time. Then, she turned around and looked at the three women. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Xian and Ming also wanted to say something, but they could not. They let the starlight gather around them. The air was still and slightly heavy. They hated that it was too quiet at this time. It was so quiet that they could not say anything. Ming squeezed Xian's hand tightly. As an energy life form, her palms were sweating. Mei Mao stared at him without blinking. The four of them looked at each other for a long time. Yun Nuoxing closed her eyes and sighed softly. With a wave of her hand, she took out a golden bead and the darkness origin bead. The two beads were exactly the same size, but the color and the energy they emitted were different. Yun Nuoxing stepped forward and placed the dark pearl and the time pearl in Lan Xian's hands. She looked at her and said softly, "The dark pearl and the time pearl are Godhead weapons at the level of Divine God. Using them will not consume much of your own energy. They will draw energy from the world. All you need to do is to control them. The time pearl can control the time of an area. The dark pearl can strengthen the effect of the time pearl's control. Once I enter, you will activate the time pearl and the darkness origin bead to completely seal off this area and speed up time. They will take care of the rest. I have already set it up." Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at the two big stars. She said, "I will try my best to come out within a month of the present realm. However, under the control of the time pearl, I may have to spend a long time inside. The time pearl could distort this part of time. Originally, it could control the timeline of an entire world, but when it was compressed to this area, its power would be completely concentrated in this area. It could speed up the flow of time to its limit. Although it would probably cause a great deal of damage to its vitality and might even cause damage, it was something that could not be helped. At this time, he did not have so much time to waste. He could only use this method to squeeze out time." Lan Xian bit her lip and reluctantly accepted the two round pearls. She nodded vigorously. She did not want to see him put himself in such a dangerous situation. However, if he asked her to do something, she would do her best. She would not say a single word of discouragement. Later, I may be able to return to the state of a peak divine god in 1 or 2 minutes. I will borrow the power of the realm of the gods to temporarily recover. There will not be any side effects. I have also set up a powerful barrier in this place. No one will be able to detect it. Do not walk out of the palace. Otherwise, you will be hurt by my aura. Patting Lan Xan's head, Yun Nuoshing raised her head and looked at Xian and the others. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. We have been like this for so many years. This time will not be an exception." Xian also smiled sweetly. She was bright and beautiful. She nodded vigorously and said, "We will wait for you to come back." Yun Nuoshing nodded. She walked forward and pinched Ming's face. Among the 3 of them, she was the only one who expressed her worries and uneasiness. She bent down and kissed Ming's forehead. She smiled and stroked her long silver hair. She looked at Xian and said, "I will be back soon." "Okay." Xian responded softly. Her beautiful face became slightly serious. Refining 2 types of dangerous divine flames at the same time was something that even he could not be 100% sure of in the past. However, there was nothing she could do to help. She could only pray silently. This was the only thing they could do. Yun Nuoshing had already figured out the risk. He was well aware of the success rate of this trip. The limit was no more than 40%. However, for the hardships he had suffered in the past, 40% was already extremely high. If it had been him in the past, it would have been a symbol of success. He let out a long breath. Without hesitation, he turned around and stepped out of the palace. At the same time, his body began to shine with dazzling light. The 5 black divine rings appeared one after another behind him. They were not as dim as before. They were very solid, as if they were real divine rings. Buzz! A purplish-red diamond-shaped pendant floated out from his chest. It swayed violently against the energy storm that swept up from his body. The 2 crystals at the top of the pendant went from dim to bright. A formless wave was released into the void. Above the celestial realm, the many white pillars trembled and paused for a moment. Then, huge pillars of white light shot up into the sky, carrying an unimaginably huge amount of energy. Those light pillars were so huge that they were about to condense into solid light pillars. All of them rushed up to the top of the celestial realm. Those pillars of light illuminated the Black Star region, making it extremely dazzling. After a moment, those pillars of light bent at 1/3 of the top and all of them gathered towards Yun Nua planet. Black mist rose from his body. His colorful hair gradually lost its luster. The dazzling colors were taken over by a surging black demonic cloud. The black mist condensed into a black armor on his body. The entire armor was covered with mysterious and evil demonic patterns. A layer of light armor that curved like wings overlapped the armor on his shoulders. The black cloak and shoulder armor dragged behind him. It was like the armor of a demonic god. Chaotic and violent energy was constantly released from his body, causing the world to distort. The starlight dimmed. The starlight scattered from countless distances away became chaotic. The concepts of space and laws became tangled and complicated in this area. The aura that rose to the peak caused the star field to tremble faintly. It was as if millions of galaxies were about to collapse. Boom! The 5 divine halos behind him exuded an unprecedentedly intense light. A dark purple energy screen appeared at the center of the divine halos. Huge spell formations appeared in the star field. 2 pillars of black energy violently blasted upward and downward with him as the center. He was like an exploding black sun, releasing chaotic and disorderly black energy. This energy eroded all energy that it came into contact with. With him as the center, the entire area was dyed with a violent black color. This extremely terrifying aura was enough to make the world submit to him. No, this power could only destroy. Could make everything fall into disorder. Everything that one knew would collapse in the face of this power. On the dragon head peak, Liuli's jade-like hands trembled. She raised her head in astonishment. Others couldn't feel this energy, but she could clearly feel it. That chaotic and berserk energy, that extreme power that could make the world lose its order. Brother Yu? Her voice trembled slightly. This was the violent energy that belonged to the heavenly god of chaos, and it had actually awakened at this moment. His 6 black wings reflected the mysterious colors of the star field. He was like a demon king, a powerful demon king that had slowly walked over the river of time from ancient times. He was so powerful that he struck despair into one's heart. Even the 2 massive fireballs in front of him trembled slightly. The silver-blue fireballs trembled slightly, and energy leaked out from them. The balance of energy was on the verge of being broken. Yun Nuoxing's eyes were filled with indifference. A dark red aura radiated from his body, and the dark red fireballs also exuded rings of weak energy ripples. The 2 of them resonated with each other, and there was actually a weak connection between them. The remnant energy imprint within the karmic flames of the Red Lotus was still reacting to his aura. This was still within his expectations, and it wasn't completely unacceptable. As such, he only needed to use 20% of his power to deal with the karmic flames of the Red Lotus. The remaining 80% of his power would be used to deal with the karmic flames of the Red Lotus. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Yun Nuoxing said coldly. This was the maximum time that he could maintain his body as a god. If he exceeded this time limit, he would have to pay an unbearable price. He did not waste any time. With a wave of his hand, the swirling zither floated beside him. He had already ripped open the seal, and the energy that was released with his current power was so powerful that it shocked even him. This was the natal divine power weapon of an expert above the heavenly god level. A single note could create a dazzling world, and a single note could cause extreme destruction. It was unimaginably powerful, and it was not something that a peak god like him could match up to. Now was not the time to sigh. He was only stunned for half a second. When he returned to his senses, his body flickered, and he arrived before the 2 massive fireballs with the swirling zither in his arms. Compared to their enormous sizes, his figure seemed like a grain of rice. He did not attract any attention, but the aura that he released caused the 2 fireballs to tremble in fear. Fire origin bead, Yun Nuoxing murmured. With a wave of his hand, a crimson bead with an orange-yellow flame in its center appeared in his palm. He pushed it forward without even looking at it. The crimson bead disappeared in a flash and crashed into the Red Lotus hellfire. It was as if the bead had crashed into the ocean, causing huge waves of fire to splash out. The moment the fire origin bead fell into the Red Lotus hellfire, the entire galaxy suddenly trembled. An energy that could destroy the balance was slowly being born. The huge fireball formed by the Red Lotus hellfire, and the sound string fire gradually became brighter. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and pushed the swirling zither, throwing it into the center of the fire origin bead. Ding! A zither note that contained boundless will reverberated in the star domain. Sound should not have appeared in the starry sky, but the power of the zither note, the power of the swirling zither was enough to create an extremely stable law circuit in a short period of time. Following his will, it created an absolutely stable law domain. The zither note instantly enveloped an area of 10,000 miles, and the star domain that was about to go berserk immediately regained its calm. This was only the first step. He had to cut off all connections between this space and the outside space, forming a self-stabilizing absolute law space. The law space created by the whirlpool zither could even find 3 stable elements of origin in this space. This was already another space, a space completely different from this world. Ding! The second sound of the zither rang out. The resplendent fire origin bead immediately dimmed. The silver-blue star with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers let out a popping sound like a balloon leaking air in this nomological domain. Following that, it suddenly expanded and shrank until it was only a third of its original size. Cracks appeared on the surface of the shrunken silver-blue fireball as bright light leaked out. Upon closer inspection, it was actually flowing silver-blue flames. As the sound string fire was suppressed, the red lotus karmic fire gradually dimmed. The energies released by the swirling zither and the fire origin bead temporarily suppressed the two types of flames that were about to explode. At this moment, the sound string fire was still slightly stronger. Furthermore, it was a melody. Therefore, with the swirling zither suppressing it, the red lotus karmic fire, which was already slightly weaker, was suppressed by the fire origin bead. Yun Nuoshing raised his hand as his spiritual energy and soul surged. In a split second, numerous huge magic formations appeared in the space around him, each of which was tens of thousands of miles wide. They aimed at the two huge fireballs in the center from all directions and formed an irregular circle. Additionally, two colorful magic formations appeared above and below the two fireballs. Countless colorful light beams flashed out of the two colorful magic formations and connected with the two fireballs. 9 Heavens Soul-Concealing Formation. Yun Nuoshing let out a long breath. She hadn't used the natal formation of the soul-concealing divine body for a long time. Now that she had used it with the help of the divine power, it was many times more powerful than before. It was no longer the same formation. Upon closer inspection, there were still a few divine flames flickering in the two formations. Power surged into the two divine flames through the thousands of strands. Most of it came into contact with the fire origin bead. At this moment, a few divine flames were flickering. If a gust of wind blew past them, the flames flickered and flickered. Whether it was the fire origin bead or the fire of the red lotus, they were both ranked at the top. Compared to the divine flames that she had subdued, they were all superior. They were suppressed by the two kings of fire. Even the purple night flame, which was supported by the Godhead, was struggling. Clearly, even she couldn't fight against the two divine flames head-on. Even with the support of my divine power, the suppression from the superior divine flames is too strong. I still can't fight them? Yun Nuoshing looked at the divine flames and understood many things. 30 more seconds. Yun Nuoshing exhaled a scorching breath. The light of the divine armor on her body dimmed for a moment. In an instant, an extremely deep black light exploded. Terrifying power surged out wildly. There wasn't much time left. He couldn't hesitate any longer. The current situation had reached the stage that he had expected. Next, he could only fight them head-on. Xn. He turned around and shouted at Lon Xn. Then, his 6 wings suddenly expanded. The pitch-black power condensed on his 6 wings and turned into 6 huge curtains that were large enough to envelop 2 balls of flames at the same time. Streaks of colorful threads of energy surged rapidly on his 6 wings. The colorful divine glyphs of spiritual reception and the black chaotic demonic glyphs surged rapidly all over his body. They combined with the colorful threads of energy that were quickly condensing. Circles appeared on his body. He was about to condense a gigantic cocoon of light the size of a planet. When Lon Xian heard that shout, her body trembled slightly. She gritted her teeth fiercely. She knew that this was not the time to hesitate. She raised the Darkness Source Pearl and Time Source Pearl in her hands and squeezed them tightly. The 2 pearls lit up at the same time. Circles of energy ripples spread rapidly into the void. Then, all the energy rushed in the same direction in the next second. They surrounded the cocoon of light that was about to take shape. The powerful rules of the Darkness Source Pearl merged with the rules of the Whirlpool Zither. The power of the Time Source Pearl affected the space of rules that was about to take shape. Buzz! The 2 beads glowed brightly, and a second later, with a clear humming sound, the light suddenly disappeared. The cocoon of light that had just taken shape was now completely formed. It was covered in dense divine patterns and demonic patterns, and no one could see what was happening inside. A special domain had been formed there, and no one could see what was happening inside. Even heavenly gods could not pry into it. When the special territory was formed, Ziyen and Lan Xien realized that the aura of the Yun Noa star had completely disappeared. It was as if the earth-shattering aura had never existed. They were slightly shocked. However, the soul tablet was still fine. He was fine, but he couldn't sense it anymore. The thin barrier divided the two territories. They were so close to each other, but it seemed like there was an impenetrable barrier between them. He was inside and they were outside. They were so close to each other, but they couldn't sense it. It was only a distance of 10 to 20,000 miles. For them, it was just a short distance, but they couldn't sense it. "Oh, little star has gone in." A faint voice came from behind them. The three of them turned around and saw Yuan Shi poking his head out from behind the palace gate. He saw the huge cocoon of light on the planet and suddenly jumped out. A group of people also came out behind him. "Weren't you in seclusion?" Xian was stunned. It seemed that only Shi and Ming had been awakened. Boss's explosion was too loud. We could feel it even if we were separated by 100 layers of barriers. Nightmare spread his hands helplessly. After they came out, Kai Xia and Little Qing told them what had just happened. "Fortunately, we didn't miss it. Boss's divine body is really amazing." To be honest, the title of ancient taboo heavenly god did not feel real when it was placed in front of them, and they knew that it belonged to the person beside them. The title was too frightening. It sounded too powerful. Moreover, no matter how powerful these things were, no matter how exaggerated Yun Nuoxing's identity was, it was not as interesting as where he was going to take them to play. After all, this primal chaos heavenly god's daily life was too normal. It did not feel like it had anything to do with taboo or chaos. "Where's little purple soul?" Ming Ming turned around to take a look. Little Qing was pulling Shi Chen and Shi Yun along. Yi Shi couldn't run away by herself, and little Huan was still fooling around with Xiao Xian day after day. However, there was still a little one missing. Everyone turned their heads to look around and shook their heads, indicating that they didn't see the little girl. Maybe she ran into the palace to play? Yi Shi shrugged. Everyone nodded in agreement. The little girl often ran around. However, it was better to look for her in the palace. It would not be good if she ran into some dangerous place. At this moment, in the light cocoon that was as huge as a planet, Yun Nuoxing's divine body was removed when there were only 10 seconds left. However, it was not a big problem. He had used 1 minute and 50 seconds to set up many methods to suppress the divine flames and perform the divine ascension transformation. Even if he did not have the divine body now, it was not the time to absorb the divine flames. He had to wear down the energy of the two divine flames to a certain extent. This process would take a long time. Even if the speed was many times faster, it would still take a long time. None of this was a problem. Time was not a big problem. However, the problem at this moment was giving Yun Nuoxing a headache. He sat cross-legged in the air. His body was entwined with thousands of colorful threads. His long hair had returned to its original color. His armor had also disappeared. In front of him, a little girl with long purple hair was sitting obediently in front of him. She was staring at him with big eyes. Little purple soul. This little girl came and went like a ghost. He did not know how she got in here. "I say, little girl, how did you get in here?" Yun Nuoxing crossed his arms, his head full of confusion, his face full of confusion, a face full of confusion. "I came in by hanging on Big Brother's hair." The little girl happily raised her hands and answered with a grin. Her body was also entangled with some colorful thread. She had also been passively wrapped up by the heaven's emergence art. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. Did this little girl know where she had run into? "You're messing around. It's fine if you're usually naughty, but now I can be of help to Big Brother." Little Purple Soul's words made Yun Nuashing speechless. He could not understand how this little girl could be of help. But, anyway, Big Brother can't throw me out now, Little Purple Soul said with a grin. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Yun Nuashing beat his chest and stomped his feet. Yun Nuashing pulled his long hair anxiously. Little Purple Soul saw this and ran over to help. What a lively little girl. She was so lively that it gave him a headache. Did this little girl know what was going on? Chapter 1065. The silver blue and crimson flames danced together, causing weak explosions in this huge space from time to time. Silent sparks filled the sky. The power of each explosion was not greater than the explosion of a firecracker, but the scale was quite large. Every small explosion caused by the fusion of the two flames covered an area of dozens of miles. The small balls of sparks were gradually melted dark purple, and their color was like molten lava. Layers of waves seemed to be flowing, and it was very beautiful. This space of flames was surrounded by hundreds of millions of threads that were only 1 millimeter wide. The threads that connected the two huge fireballs were filled with a weak light, and they were constantly devouring the energy. Then, the energy was transferred to Yun Nuashing through the threads, and he threw it into the alternate space stored in his body. The capacity of the alternate space was almost limitless. The energy stored in the alternate space would remain in a frozen state and would not weaken with time. Other than the fact that it could not generate energy on its own, it was almost a perfect alternate space. At this time, Yun Nuashing was sitting cross-legged in midair with his arms crossed. His colorful eyes showed fatigue and the vicissitudes of life that he usually hid. He was so tired that he almost vomited out his 3 souls and 6 spirit. Of course, subduing the divine flames would not make him feel tired. He was so tired that he felt like he had aged tens of thousands of years, and it was all because of a little girl running around in this space. Little Purple Soul was running around in this space. The inside of the light cocoon was still in the state of the galactic space, and there was no gravity. However, she ran around as if she was walking on flat ground, chasing after the dark purple rain of fire that fell from various places. She reached out her small hands and caught the dark purple sparks that should have dissipated quickly, but they suddenly turned into small flames. Yun Nuashing was stunned and could not help but shiver. The dark purple flames were the product of the fusion of the red lotus fire and the loose sound string fire. It could not be maintained for long. Ziyi had said that the fusion of the divine flames lacked a condition. He had also deduced that it was very difficult to truly fuse the divine flames. He could not figure out what the condition was. In short, he was missing a very important factor, so the divine flames could not fuse, or at least, they could not maintain their fused state. It was still possible to forcefully fuse the sparks together with a burst of energy, but it would dissipate very quickly. Then, the little purple soul did not know anything. She grabbed a dark purple flame, as if she was holding a torch, and swung it around. She was very happy when she saw the flame fluttering in the wind as she ran. She threw it out from time to time. The dark purple flame that left her control would instantly turn into a ball. It lasted for a minute before it dissipated into a ball of energy and followed the energy threads into the other space in Yun Nuashing's body. What is this little girl? Yun Nuashing was stunned when he saw this. This was the space of the star field. Even if he created this self-contained space of rules, he did not make such complicated changes to the environmental rules. He only changed the rules of this place and some of the rules of the outside world, making this place an independent space of rules. As for the environmental state that occupied a large part of the space of rules, he was too lazy to change it. This place still followed the space rules of the star field. The flames would be circular, which was a fireball, just like the 2 huge fireballs in front of him. Little Purple Soul grabbed the exploding fireballs, and the scattered flames turned into flames as if they had left the galactic space. They would even sway as she ran, as if they were really being blown by the wind. The flames that Little Purple Soul controls seemed to follow other rules. Yun Nuashing muttered. He turned to Violet Night, who was in a semi-merged state with him, and said, Violet Night, can you see anything? You are a celestial flame. You have a better understanding of celestial flames than I do. Violet Night could see the flames that little purple soul controlled through his eyes. However, after a few minutes, she sighed and said, I can't see anything. The nature of the flames did not change at all. The size of the energy did not change. The only thing that changed was the form of the flames. The flames in the galactic space are round, but when the little girl touched them, they turned into a normal space. Maybe the little girl herself. Yun Nuashing frowned when Violet Night did not say anything. He called out to Little Purple Soul, who was not far away. The little girl, who was having fun by herself, skipped over to him and threw herself into his arms. Yun Nuashing rubbed her little head. His eyes were filled with affection. Little Purple Soul's threads. She seems to be absorbing the energy of the celestial flames faster than you. Violet Night noticed something and immediately changed the topic. Yes, I know. I noticed it just now. Yun Nuashing nodded. He then cupped Little Purple Soul's face and rubbed it. He smiled and said, Little girl, where did you hide the energy? Energy? Little Purple Soul tilted her head and repeated in a very young voice. She was a little confused. However, when she saw Yun Nuashing tugging at the colorful threads wrapped around her body, the little girl immediately understood. She giggled and said, I ate it. Ate. Yun Nuashing opened his mouth. He had a strange look on his face and said, Don't you feel uncomfortable? I don't feel anything. It's just, like, I ate too much. Violet Night face-bombed speechlessly. Couldn't this guy come up with a better description? Little girl, you don't know so much. That's the most direct way to ask, Yun Nuashing said calmly. No, it's not tasty. It's bland and it's not enough, Little Purple Soul mumbled as she lowered her head. Her little body twisted around in Yun Nuashing's arms. Violet Night was speechless. As long as you guys are happy. I'm going to speed up the refinement. Be careful. Your power is being suppressed by 2 celestial flames. Yun Nuashing nodded. Violet Night's power was equivalent to around 20 on the celestial flames ranking. However, she had an even more mysterious attribute than the other celestial flames. She had a celestial body, a real person with flesh and blood. As long as her celestial flames were allowed, their power could grow without limit. The other celestial flames couldn't do the same. It was as if they were following the rules. The celestial flames were a type of supernatural energy. Normally, the celestial flames that appeared on the surface weren't as terrifying as when they were actually subdued. The energy they released was several times more powerful than when they were subdued. This was why some experts who found celestial flames of the corresponding realm were killed even if they were well prepared when subduing them. Yun Nua Planet's pursuit of the divine flame was average, but he had good luck. It didn't seem to be luck. The Purple Night Dark Flame was something he had left behind. When he was still weak in this life, he had a small fight with the Gold God King and the others. That was not just a hair's hair, it was like stepping on air. Fortunately, there were many experts who diverted her attention, and there was also the Whirlpool Zither, which allowed him to successfully subdue her. Now that he thought about it, when Violet Night said she was looking for someone, she was probably looking for him. However, why didn't she remember his soul? She probably forgot. That's right, he felt that she had probably forgotten. After all, she had been sealed for more than 60 eras. She had repeated the steps of sleeping, waking up, and sleeping again. Something must have gone wrong with her brain. I keep feeling like you're thinking of something that's very rude to me. Violet Night's voice faintly sounded in his mind. Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly thought of the first time I met you in this life. Yun Nuashing spread out his hands and said calmly. Of course, he didn't say the last part. If he did, he would be pressed to the ground and beaten up. Hearing him mention this, Violet Night looked at him with some hidden bitterness. She puffed her cheeks and seemed a little depressed. She had listened to the Shadow Emperor's dying wish to search for that person, but in the end it was arranged for her. She didn't expect that it would be tied to her for 2 lifetimes. Although there was some faint resentment, it wasn't heavy. She was the one who gave her this body. Even if she had forgotten what happened in the past, she wouldn't forget this point. Yes, she more or less had some hidden bitterness, such as the seal that had lasted for more than 60 eras. Alright. Take your time to think about it. Anyway, I've already sold myself for 2 lifetimes. What a heartless boss. He's squeezing his employees dry. Even after 2 lifetimes, he still won't let me go. Violet Knight sighed softly. You can leave. I'm not restricting you. You're free. You're a mysterious life form, and I'm just your nonsense. Violet Knight cut him off angrily. That's not what I meant. Yeah, I know. Yun Nuashing smiled helplessly. What an awkward girl. Violet Knight looked at him quietly. The flames in her spiritual world surged like a huge wave for a moment, but soon calmed down. Yun Nuashing stared at her and stuck his tongue out from time to time. Sigh, it's tied to you anyway. Are you satisfied now? Violet Knight couldn't hold it in anymore and sighed. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and didn't answer her. He looked outside and glanced at Little Purple Soul, who was crawling all over him. He reached out and hugged the little girl in his arms and stared into her eyes. Little Purple Soul was impatient and liked to move around. After staring at him for about 10 seconds, she couldn't help but pinch his nose with a smile. Yun Nuashing's nose twitched. He leaned back and broke free from the little girl's hand. He looked at the fairy-like girl and sighed. Little Purple Soul, just... who are you? Me? Little Purple Soul was stunned for a moment. After a while, she happily opened her little arms and laughed. My name is Little Purple Soul. I'm Big Brother's little sister. Yun Nuashing and Violet Knight were speechless. They shouldn't have expected any special response from the little girl in the first place. Why don't you take a look? Violet Knight looked at him and said, after you recover your memory, you can take a look at the Book of Epochs. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and laughed dryly. That's right. How should I put it? Maybe I can spy on her past or something. Forget it. Who doesn't know that you care a lot about this little girl? If you didn't know that Little Purple Soul was adopted, Xian and the others would treat her as your illegitimate daughter. They would treat her like their own daughter and raise her until she's plump and fair. Do you believe me? Violet Knight rolled her eyes at him. Yun Nuashing was speechless. He was very sure that something like that would happen. Little Purple Soul, why don't you sleep? Yun Nuashing blinked and said to the little girl in his arms. Little Purple Soul mumbled, as if she didn't want to sleep. However, when she saw his doting eyes, she struggled for a while and nodded gloomily. She lay in his arms and wriggled for a minute or 2 before slowly falling asleep. Yun Nuashing waited for about 10 minutes. He shook the little girl who was fast asleep like an obedient baby. After confirming that she was asleep, he freed one of his hands and took out the Book of Epochs. Then, he placed it in front of Little Purple Soul's forehead and gently shook it twice. Violet Knight and Yun Nuashing both gulped and stared at the Book of Epochs nervously. Then the two of them almost fell asleep. Isn't there nothing here? Violet Knight rubbed her eyes and said in confusion, It's blank. The Book of Epochs hasn't changed. Is this little girl that mysterious? Even the Book of Epochs can't detect anything? Yun Nuashing was also puzzled. This situation was like seeing a ghost. The Book of Epoch didn't move at all. If there was an interference that couldn't be detected, there would be visible changes. However, in this situation, there was no movement at all. Can't detect it. TSK. This little girl can't be a big shot of that level, right? That's not possible. Yun Nuashing was shocked by his own thoughts and took a deep breath. The Book of Epochs was completely undetectable. So far, it had only happened in the following situations, and they were all tested by him in this life. First, the Book of Epochs didn't respond when he glanced at the dead man who had once stood above the divine realm. Second, the Book of Epochs didn't respond when he looked at the altar that had appeared in the mysterious void coordinate. However, there was still some movement when he used it to detect the divine realm. Therefore, he guessed that the mysterious altar might be related to the realm above the divine realm. It was a realm that he couldn't detect for the time being. Now that this situation had happened to Little Purple Soul, he couldn't help but wonder if this little girl actually had a very big background. After explaining the situation to Violet Knight, her eyes widened and her expression became even more strange. This little girl had a big background and whatnot. It was very difficult to connect her with the words above the divine realm. Moreover, it wasn't just her. Even Xian and the others probably couldn't connect this little girl with those mysteries. Then, she glanced at the frowning Yun Nuoshing and her long, shapely eyebrows immediately relaxed. This girl didn't look like a divine realm at all. Suddenly, she felt that it wasn't strange at all. Forget it. Let's not think too much about these complicated things. In this world, there are still many things that I can't detect. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. There was no disappointment on her pretty face. Back in the primordial age, when he was still at the peak of the heavenly god realm, he already knew that there were many shocking secrets hidden in this world. However, many of them were hidden very deeply and could not be discovered by anyone. As a peak of the heavenly god realm, even if he stood at that level, he was still chased by something for an era and killed by it. Those hidden secrets, any one of them was incredible and involved many things. Violet Knight nodded. He turned to look at the two giant fireballs and suddenly felt a headache coming on. When will these two be drained of their energy? The original plan was to use the swirling zither and the fire origin orb to suppress the two divine flames with the help of the divine realm's power. The two weapons could extract all the energy in this world to suppress the divine flames. There was no shortage of energy in this place. Then, when the energy of the two divine flames dropped to a certain level, mainly to reduce the energy of the sound string fire to its lowest level, he could begin to devour the origin flames. Furthermore, 1/3 of the origin flames of the two divine flames were already entangled with the sound string fire. At the same time, he could also use the karmic fire of the Red Lotus to suppress the sound string fire. Be patient, Violet Knight. Yun Nuoshing shook her head helplessly. This is a big project. It will take at least. He counted with his fingers and pondered for a moment. According to my calculations, the energy extraction stage will take at least 1,000,000 years. However, Little Purple Soul came over, Feng, also used her weak consciousness to help me, and you are also helping. This time, it will take at least 1,000 years. 1,000 years. That's not too long. Violet Knight's pupils shrank slightly. After a moment, she nodded. It was not impossible to endure such a short amount of time. They had also endured more than 60 years in the past. A little bit of time was nothing. It would pass as they endured. However, she said, 1,000 years have passed, and the realm of the gods. Oh, I forgot about the backup plan you just set up. Yun Nuoshing looked at her helplessly and nodded. In this independent space of laws, time was accelerated by a lot. Even if they could not feel it, the speed of the outside world was slowed down relative to them. Moreover, this speed was so subtle that it was as if there was no limit to it. However, there was a limit to it. 100 billion years. The maximum amount of time that this space allows is 100 billion years. Whether it is removed before that or 100 billion years have passed, it is equivalent to only 1 month in the outside world. However, stealing time like this comes at a price. Moreover, this method is not suitable for the later stages of the divine realm. The divine realm's laws are so powerful that they cannot use too much of the power of time on each other. In the later stages of the divine realm, the power of time is quite limited. Yun Nuoshing sighed. When he activated the time acceleration, he instantly made his celestial body disappear. It was a loophole. However, it was not a big deal. When he maintained his celestial body, the time acceleration in this area was not very effective. However, as long as he removed the time acceleration, there would be no problem. Price? What price? Violet Knight frowned. Nothing much. The price of distorting the laws of this world. The laws of a part of the area will be completely destroyed, and that part of the power of the laws will disappear completely. Yun Nuashing shrugged and continued, I sacrificed a huge area of this world, estimated to be the size of 2 galaxies, in exchange for the time of this place. Violet Knight was stunned. Yun Nuashing was afraid that she would misunderstand, so he quickly waved his hand and said, It just so happens that a part of this world has already been destroyed. It is the fragment of the world. I used the power of the laws of the space that was about to be destroyed on its way forward. The time orb has the ability to distort the time of a world, but that requires the sacrifice of another world, and also a part of the void. Violet Knight's cheeks twitched. You celestial gods always like to do such dangerous things. Yun Nuashing stuck out her tongue. Time is a very mysterious, very precise, and very fragile element of the world. If you want to use it for something, and don't want the laws of the world to collapse, then you naturally have to sacrifice a part of it. Yun Nuashing and Zai used their own consciousness to continuously extract the energy from the 2 divine flames. This time was rather long, and after extracting the energy, they still needed to refine it. That was also a rather long time, but fortunately they were not impatient people. Although Zai would grumble a little, in the end, she would still quietly help him. As for time, it would pass as they endured. It was just that there was little Zihan, who knew if this girl could endure this 1,000 years of loneliness. Chapter 1066. 1,000 years was an extremely long period of time for those who had not experienced the passage of time. Just hearing about it would make one feel incredulous. Day after day, spring went by and autumn came. Even if one wasted 1,000 years, it was not something that could be spent as one wished. More than 4 digits of time were basically left for the gods to spend. Mortals only lived for a little more than 200 years. In 1,000 years, there would be tens or hundreds of generations of mortals. However, such a period of time was just a short period of time for Yun Nuashing and the others, who had lived through eras as a unit of measurement. They had already worn away all their restlessness with time and quietly watched time pass by. 1,000 years was just a moment of waiting. This should have been the case, but Yun Nuashing did not directly enter a deep state of seclusion. Little Purple Soul ran around in the light cocoon every day, waving the drifting flames around like a toy. She was very happy to see the flames exploding in the distance and turning into a rain of fire. It seemed that she would never get tired of playing with them, even though Yun Nuashing did not quite understand why the little girl was so happy. He did not leave Little Purple Soul aside and hastily entered a deep state of seclusion. He watched the little girl run around every day to amuse himself. It was also a way to pass time. After all, the little girl would get tired of playing with him. When she got tired of playing with him, he could calm down a little and enter a deep state of seclusion. He would feel that time passed much faster. After all, the gods could see the rotation of all things with a single glance. People at their level had their own ways to make time pass faster and not let themselves feel bored, even if it was just a method of deceiving oneself. So, what kind of method is seclusion? Purple Knight asked. It is to hide and seal the soul, spirit, and consciousness. Ah, right, at this time, I should get a tree of God to prevent my body from being stiff when I wake up. Yun Nuashing said as she tapped her palm. She paused for a moment and continued, a god's cultivation time is very, very long. Whether you spend every day fully or every day in vain, 1,000 years or 10,000 years is actually quite a long time. A day can pass in the blink of an eye, or a few 100,000 times, right? Purple Knight was speechless for a moment. So, the purpose of seclusion is to maintain the state of cultivation at this time, and hide the soul, spirit, and consciousness. The main purpose is to hide the consciousness so that one's senses of the outside world can be concealed. The main purpose is to feel the passage of time. Yun Nuoshing nodded and tilted his head to look at the little girl who was running around madly in the huge space. He sighed. But little purple soul has come in, so we can't just seal it off. After completely sealing it off, we won't be able to feel the flow of time. Once we close our eyes and open them again, it might really be thousands of years. What if one day the little girl comes over and shakes me for half a day and I don't wake up? I'm going to cry myself to death if I stay here all alone. Although that little fellow doesn't usually show anything, but in her heart, she is rather afraid of loneliness. Experience as a loner? Zai shrugged. No one had calculated how long he had been alone in the cycle of reincarnation. However, even in the primordial age, he had once been alone. The Shadow Emperor seemed to be the same. He had always been alone, walking on his path alone. He didn't care if there were others beside him. He was very clear on this point. He was very clear on whether others would feel fear because of loneliness. However, when refining the origin flame, the heaven's emergence must enter a state of absolute calm. At that time, the little girl will be forced to calm down. For now, let's accompany the little girl first. There's no rush, Yun Nuoshing said softly. Well, before that. Yun Nuoshing suddenly smiled strangely. She waved her hand, and a huge scarlet-pink cocoon of light appeared in front of her. The flames outside the cocoon of light had completely subsided, and the light was dim. It was as if all the light had been gathered at the center of the cocoon of light. I say, little Feng, we have been in this place for a year. 3 days ago, I felt that you had already completed the little nirvana. Why haven't you come out yet? She reached out and patted the scarlet-pink cocoon of light, and said with a grin, Pada. Just as she finished speaking, a series of sounds came from the scarlet-pink cocoon of light. A crack that was only as thick as a thread quickly appeared on the top of the cocoon of light, and then quickly spread throughout the entire cocoon of light. Accompanied by a slight cracking sound, the cocoon of light began to disintegrate from the top. Large pieces of shell fell off, and the condensed shell shape dissipated, turning into a ball of pure scarlet-pink light. The scarlet-pink light became denser as the shell of the cocoon fell off and the light gathered together. Its volume also became bigger and bigger. In the end, when it reached a limit, the light spread out and turned into a phoenix with a wingspan of 6 meters. Even though it was just a condensed form of light, it looked incomparably beautiful. Then, the condensed phoenix of light swooped down and rushed into the half-shattered cocoon of light. A scarlet-pink light suddenly rushed upwards, and the dazzling light made Yun Nuoshing tilt her head slightly. The light only lasted for a few dozen seconds before dissipating. Yun Nuoshing blinked and looked at the place where the cocoon of light originally was. There was only a divine pattern that contained energy that was gradually dissipating, but there was no one there. This made both her and Ziyi stunned. Where was she? It can't have failed, right? Ziye's eyes widened in astonishment. How could the nirvana of a phoenix fail? Wasn't that the same as that nonsense? Yun Nuoshing was also at a loss. She looked around, and just as she was about to stand up, she suddenly noticed that there was a ball of scarlet-pink light wrapped around her body, which made her slightly stunned. She waved her hand, and the scarlet-pink light swayed along with her arm. Hee hee. A crisp laughter that sounded like a silver bell echoed in her ears, and it made Yun Nuoshing stunned. The voice seemed to be near and far at the same time, as if it was right beside her ear, but also as if it came from a very far place. At the same time, the scarlet-pink light wrapped around her body slowly gathered and condensed into a human figure. In less than a dozen seconds, it turned into a charming young girl. She had a tall and slender figure, a face that was as beautiful as a fairy, and a faintly discernible, noble, and godlike temperament. The young girl that suddenly appeared in her arms was wearing a soft red dress, and she had a warm and sacred aura. Her scarlet-pink eyes couldn't hide the joy and gentleness in her scarlet-pink eyes. Her long black hair was scattered behind her, and it was so thick that it almost wrapped around the two of them, entangling with Yun Nuoxing's colorful hair. As soon as Feng Er appeared, she threw herself into Yun Nuoxing's arms and pushed him down. Her two arms tightly wrapped around his neck, and her lively Mei Mao was filled with a mysterious color. They had not seen each other for a long time, and they were especially excited to see each other again. At this time, they should give each other a deep and lingering kiss, and in fact, Feng Er did exactly that. This made Yun Nuoxing's body stiffen, and it took him a while to recover. The warmth on his lips and the softness on his body made his heart beat slightly faster for the first time in this way. After he recovered his memory, even if Xian and Ming did that to him, he didn't feel his heart beat so fast. His pretty face flushed, and he felt his body heat up. The kind of heat that made him dizzy. The absolute calmness that he once had, and he would never panic, all exploded at this moment. From the first second of contact, he couldn't even control his own heartbeat, let alone calm down. He had never felt his mind so chaotic before. Their intertwined fingers and long hair were intimately intertwined, and it was difficult to separate them. The young girl gently twisted her body, trying her best to get closer to her lover. Her pair of lively and pure eyes gazed at his slightly trembling, colorful eyes. His deep and gentle gaze was like a clear spring and also like a calm sea. Looking directly at him at such a close distance, she felt like she was going to be trapped forever. Those beautiful eyes could almost hook her soul. "Ah, Sister Feng Er." A sudden voice filled with surprise came at just the right time. When Feng Er heard the voice, her pretty face blushed, and she suddenly jumped up. Not far away, she saw little Purple Soul holding a ball of flame that was about 10 feet in size, waving her little hands and running towards them. Feng Er hurriedly got up and helped Yun Nuoxing, who had lost all control of himself, up. Seeing his unfocused eyes, she was also shocked. Her pretty face blushed slightly, and she asked, "Xingxing, are you okay?" Yun Nuoxing swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His trembling hand covered his face that couldn't be any redder. His other hand was still entangled with Feng Er's fingers. He didn't think of breaking free. He just murmured absent-mindedly, "I want to let my heart beat, this damn heart, calm down, that's right." So what if he hadn't been in love before? It didn't matter if he had lived for 8 or 9 eras in the ancient times, or if he had lived for several eras as the Shadow Emperor, or if he had reincarnated for dozens of eras. So what if he hadn't been in love before? So what if he was in the Ichu department? He really didn't have much experience being treated like this by his sweetheart. If it was just Yun Nuoxing, maybe he would have calmed down immediately. But this was his true self, which included Quarter Moon and Yun Nuoxing. This was his true self. He had never been treated like this in the past. When the little girl threw herself at him, she was quickly suppressed by him, mainly because Feng Er and the others were smart. Ah, Big Brother's face is so red. What happened? Little Purple Soul ran up to them and waved her hand to disperse the huge flame. She looked up at Yun Nuoxing and asked innocently and curiously. Her words made Yun Nuoxing and Feng Er blush even more. Feng Er shook her feet a little uneasily. She had just come out and was so excited to reunite with her sweetheart after a long separation that she didn't notice Little Purple Soul in the distance. Feng Er smiled awkwardly and picked up Little Purple Soul. She chatted intimately with her for a while before sending the little girl away to play. Fortunately, the little girl was a little simple-minded. She didn't ask what happened here and ran away to play by herself. Only then did she turn around and look at Yun Nuoxing, who had calmed down a little. She threw a bright and charming smile at her, which instantly made the light here pale in comparison. "Little star." Feng Er called out softly, which made Yun Nuoxing come back to his senses stiffly. He saw a pair of big pink eyes appear in front of him, and he was thrown into a soft embrace. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. The two of them hugged and kissed in this place where the flames were flying, as if they wanted to express their feelings after not seeing each other for a few years. Until now, Yun Nuoshing suddenly realized that their relationship had reached such a level. He was not an ordinary person. This kind of extremely charming action, if it was another girl he didn't know, no matter how beautiful she was, his next action would be to raise his hand and suppress her, and he would definitely be very calm. Unless the other party's strength was far beyond his, and he couldn't move at all, then it would be a different matter. It was precisely because of these feelings that he couldn't do anything. He couldn't bear to do anything, and he didn't want to do anything. Even though he used to think of these feelings as a burden, the chains of his heart existed because of them. However, no matter how much he resisted them, he was calmer than he thought when the chains of his heart suddenly appeared. It turned out that he didn't hate the appearance of these feelings that much after all, little star. Do you want to continue? Feng Er's face turned red. She said this in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. However, she regretted it as soon as she said it. Little Purple Soul was still playing over there. She only said this because she felt like it. It seemed that Yun Nuoshing wasn't the only one whose brain short-circuited. She was also a little dizzy. But when he came back to his senses, nothing happened. Everything happened naturally, and it also stopped naturally. Yun Nuoshing still felt a little uncomfortable. Maybe it was a weak resistance, but there were many other reasons as well. Furthermore, Feng Er was prepared, but he wasn't at all mentally prepared. Therefore, this matter was delayed again. Little Purple Soul's presence was only the most important reason. In any case, he still stopped at the last moment. In the Chongling tomb of the Lair of Beasts, there are the inheritances of the four gods. There are also many other inheritances of the sacred beast. However, I have put them aside. We, the four gods, don't need them. The inheritances of the four gods are left behind by us for the future, which is to say, our future selves can use them. It's just a backup plan, and it won't leave behind any memories. Perhaps to us, we have been reborn one life after another. After sending everything away, there's nothing worth remembering in our previous life. That's why we don't even leave behind any memories. It's a little regrettable. If only we had the memories of the ancient era. The two of them took half an hour to calm down. Yun Nuoshing casually sat on the ground. Feng Er snuggled in his arms and softly told him what happened in the past. Yun Nuoshing thought about it for a moment. He probably understood why she felt regretful that she didn't have the memories of the ancient era. Although she had been sleeping in his soul, she could still understand what happened during that period. She had also heard about how they met in the ancient era, but she didn't have that part of the memories. The Chongling tomb has part of the power of inheritance, leaving behind a considerable amount of energy. It's just enough for me to undergo a little nirvana. Originally, it was supposed to be over in 2 years, but Xingxing gave me that flame feather and many other fairy things, so I slept for a while longer. Feng Er stuck out her little tongue and breathed in Yun Nuoshing's ear. I originally planned to sleep a little longer, because I heard from Xingxing that we'll be staying here for a long time. Feng Er said softly, if Xingxing didn't call me, I planned to wait until the day Xingxing came out of seclusion to wake up. Yun Nuoshing smiled and rubbed her head with his palm. Little lazy bug, you've been sleeping for so many years. If you don't wake up soon, I'll forget about you. How's your body condition? I stuffed a strange thing into your body to nurture it. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? If you feel uncomfortable, take it out. Yun Nuoshing said with concern. The demon imprisoning flame was stuffed into Feng Er's cocoon, so it should have fused into her body now. Although Little Qing said that there wouldn't be a problem, he was still a little worried. In fact, according to the book of the epic, there shouldn't be a problem, but it was related to Feng Er, so he was more concerned. Feng Er smiled and stretched out her jade-like hand. A wisp of dark blue flame rose from her palm. It was naturally the demon imprisoning flame, But compared to its weak appearance when it was stuffed into her body that day, the demon imprisoning flame had recovered to a certain extent. The thin and weak demon king's shadow was gradually becoming stronger. "Leave the demon imprisoning flame with me, and it will recover in the next nirvana," Feng said with a frown. As Feng spoke, she frowned slightly. "However, this divine flame seems to have mutated a little. It contains a lot of other kinds of energy, including the power of divine power. Moreover, there are hundreds of them, and they have all fused together. I can't separate them from the flame, which might cause the mutation of the demon imprisoning flame. This is also within my expectations." Yun Nuoshing nodded. The demon imprisoning flame was almost destroyed in the Star Palace. Beside it were many damaged Godhead weapons and weapons of the divine right. Those weapons that didn't die instantly still had energy left. Those energies were scattered in the sealed space, and in the end, they were gradually absorbed by the demon imprisoning flame that was still alive. It was also the energy of those weapons that kept the demon imprisoning flame hanging on for dozens of epochs, and didn't completely dissipate. Although if the demon imprisoning flame had directly dissipated back then, it would definitely have condensed again by now. However, it would probably take some time for him to subdue the mature demon imprisoning flame, but it wouldn't be as difficult as dealing with two divine flames at once. The end of Feng Er's nirvana was just a small interlude here. However, thanks to her, Yun Nuoshing was much closer to getting rid of the two divine flames. But no matter how much the time was shortened, the time still had to pass. He had already done what he could. Even if the time was compressed to the limit, it wouldn't be earlier than 100 years. But now it seemed that it would still take a few hundred years. However, after Feng came out of seclusion, Yun Nuoshing didn't feel so bored. The little girl seemed to be very interested. Yun Nuoshing and Feng were also happy to accompany the little girl to play here. The little girl held Yun Nuoshing's left hand and Feng right hand. Playing in this spacious space, they really looked like a family of three. When this thought flashed through their minds, Yun Nuoshing and Feng faces turned slightly red. However, Feng had already accepted everything calmly. She only blushed slightly and then returned to normal. On the other hand, he was still competing with himself. The huge silver-blue fireball and the crimson fireball had shrunk several times in size. Under Yun Nuoshing and the other two's persistent extraction and suppression, the energy of the sound string fire and the hellfire of the red lotus were basically equal. At this time, even if he took back the swirling zither and the fire origin bead, the balance would not be broken. However, for safety's sake, he still didn't take back the two divine artifacts. He continued to suppress the two divine flames and extract their energy bit by bit. Although this would slow down the extraction speed, it was safer. Time flew by. The time in the outside world was frozen at the limit of 1 month. The people inside couldn't see what was going on outside, and the people outside couldn't see in either. No one knew what was going on inside. The time inside the light cocoon had already flowed for more than 10 years. The crazy little girl finally got tired of playing and fell asleep in Yun Nuoshing and Feng arms. This little girl is really naughty. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. This little girl's interest was really strange. She actually continued playing for more than 10 years. In the past 10 years, they had explored every inch of this place dozens of times. Thinking of this, he thought of Yor. It seemed that the little fairies were each crazier than the other. Fortunately, Little Moon was there to calm these two crazy fairies down a little. Feng smiled and gently tapped Little Purple Soul's head. Then, she raised her head and looked at Yun Nuoshing. There was unconcealable love in her eyes. She reached out and hugged Yun Nuoshing and Little Purple Soul. She looked straight into his eyes and said, "Xing Xing." Yun Nuoshing nodded and took a deep breath. "Yes, we need to seal ourselves in a deeper level. There won't be any problems if we follow the settings. I left a small energy loop in our souls to ensure that we wake up together. The set time should be just right for me to safely refine the two divine flames. We need to sleep for a while, Feng mumbled. She slept and only woke up more than 10 years ago. I slept for more than 60 years. I didn't even speak, Ziyi mumbled. Ziyi muttered to herself. If she sealed herself, she would also fall into a deep sleep with Yun Nuoxing. Right now, she was still sensitive to the word sleep. Yun Nuoxing shook his head and smiled helplessly. He held Feng Er's hand and placed it on little purple soul, who was sleeping between them. He looked at each other and whispered, "Sweet dreams, Feng Er." Feng Er smiled and nodded. Both of them closed their eyes at the same time. Then, they felt as if they were sinking into the sea. Their bodies were suspended in the air, and their consciousness disappeared. They sank to the bottom of the sea. They both knew that they would sink for hundreds of years. Chapter 1067. Time would always quietly disappear without anyone noticing. The long river of time would never stop. Sometimes it would go forward, sometimes it would go backward, sometimes it would go forward, sometimes it would go back, and sometimes it would go to an independent place. It would flow fast, closed, and lonely. To the outside world, not much time had passed in this world, but in that independent place, time had already decayed. In this sealed region, there were only two gigantic fireballs that were thousands of feet wide. One was silver blue, and the other was dark red. The flames covered the area in layers. In the swaying sea of fire, three figures hugged each other and slept. Gigantic colorful wings enveloped the three of them. They could not feel the flow of time. The three pairs of eyes had already been tightly shut for a long time. Even though the sea of fire raged to the heavens, there was no movement. It was as though they would sleep forever. Hum! A dark red circle of light spread out from the dark red fireball. It rapidly spread to the end of this space and touched Yun Nuoxing. It caused a layer of dark red light to splash out from his body. It resonated and unconsciously responded. Hum! The dark red fireball would spread out a circle of light every few hours. A black mark hidden in the depths of the fireball would faintly appear and resonate with Yun Nuoxing's soul. In his soul, there was a golden circle of light that was only the size of a pinky finger. It had the aura of time. This tiny circle of light had existed long before they had fallen asleep. At that time, it was as thick as an arm and constantly burned. Now there was only a tiny bit left. The golden flames continued to rise, causing the circle of light to become smaller and smaller. It would not be long before it burned out completely. Time passed, and the frequency of the dark red circle of light became more frequent. The degree of resonance also became stronger. At first, Yun Nuoxing's body only lit up with a layer of dark red light that was a few inches thick. It would only last for a while before disappearing. Now, the layer of dark red light on his body was no longer extinguished. The light dyed the colorful threads wrapped around his body red. The two gigantic fireballs were only a few 100 feet wide. As time passed, Yun Nuoxing and the others had drained most of their energy. In the silver-blue fireball, a 7-foot-long zither could occasionally be seen floating up and down. It hummed in the flames. The golden circle of light in his soul was only as thick as a strand of hair. In the burning golden flames, a mysterious golden river could be seen flowing through the void. Its source could not be seen, and its end could not be seen. It was ancient, eternal, glorious, and dim. Many auras were entangled in it. The sea of time witnessed everything, but no one could see anything from it. In the depths of the vast sea, a slender object floated on the surface of the sea. It drifted further away along the huge waves of time. It was just a drifting object on the sea. No one would notice it, and no one could notice it. The slender object floated along with the waves of time. At a certain moment, it suddenly lit up with a golden light, causing the sea of time to stop. The huge golden wall that rolled up stopped. A deep darkness appeared in the distant space. The object stiffly changed its direction and floated toward the deep space. The slender tip easily drilled out of the barrier of time and cut through space. It fell from the void into the space of the present world. What greeted it was a huge black barrier. The black barrier was engraved with strange patterns that were hard to understand. The colors seemed to have a life of their own as they flowed on the barrier. Chi! The slender object retracted all its light and easily cut through the black barrier. It fell into it. No one could discover what was happening here. Pa! The energy circle of time shattered with a slight cracking sound. The set time was up. In the light cocoon, the three people opened their eyes almost at the same time. However, they were three pairs of extremely dim eyes without any color. It seemed that their souls had been annihilated, leaving behind a lifeless body. However, this only lasted for a short while. In the depths of the three bodies, a light began to shine. Within 10 seconds, the light gradually grew larger, and soon, it filled the entire body. The lifeless and empty eyes gradually regained their color. 3 beams of energy shot out from the eyes, causing monstrous waves to rise in the area where the flames lingered. Ugh! A dry sound came from her throat. It seemed that her vocal cords had decayed. Feng Er's eyes were still a little dazed. Her body was stiff and did not listen to her. Only her eyes could still move. Even when she saw the colorful eyes in front of her, she did not react for a long time. Yun Nuoxing was also in a daze. His eyes were blurry, as if he had just woken up. However, he had experienced countless times after all. His soul had already adapted to this weak aftereffect. In just a minute, his stiff body moved. Just as he was about to straighten his bent hand and slowly straighten it, a ray of light suddenly flashed across his chest. Yeah, wake up, yeah. The little girl with gorgeous purple gold hair was like a little fairy. She was running around recklessly while stepping on the flames, waving her slender arms. She was very lively. After sleeping for such a long period of time, she had almost suffocated to death. Now that she had finally woken up, she felt that she had fallen into a deep sleep if she didn't run a few steps. She still couldn't make a sound. She was like an ordinary child who hadn't even reached the age of 1. She was just learning how to speak with her mouth open. However, the way she ran was unlike a child of that age. Seeing the little girl running around with all her strength, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. After the first time he sealed himself and came back, his body would be very stiff. It would take some time for his soul to regain control of his sleeping body. He was used to it, so he could regain control of his body in a minute. Feng Er was still lying beside him. Why did this little girl run out as if she was not asleep at all? At a time like this, I really need a god's soul tree. Yun Nuoxing grinned and slowly moved his stiff body. He tilted his head and looked at Feng Er. The little girl was still unable to move. She could only stare at him with her bright eyes. She would blink cutely from time to time. Her lips were stiffly curled into a stiff smile. She wanted to open her mouth, but her red lips were trembling, just like the mouth when it was cold. She could not open her mouth for a long time. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and sat for another minute. When he felt it was about time, he moved towards Feng Er and held her in his arms. The power of the stars that had been dormant for hundreds of years gradually lit up and flowed into Feng Er's body through his palms. Her stiff body gradually came alive. At this time, the little purple soul had already run around this place a few times. Looking around, he could not see the passage of time in this place. He could not see any traces of time flowing in any place. He did not plan to find any traces of time flowing in this huge cocoon of light. He just looked around out of habit, then took out the Book of Epic. He knew how much time had passed just by looking inside. 1,400 years. That's strange. Why is it so late? Yun Nuoxing opened his mouth stiffly. His voice still had a hint of decay and an ancient aura. Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly and took a deep breath. When he opened his mouth again, his soft and crisp voice was that of a girl. Phew. It seems like something is interfering with the flow of time in this place. It's affecting the energy rings left in our souls and forcibly extending time by 600 years. Yun Nuoshing did not retract the 6 wings on his back. At this moment, he raised them up high as if he was stretching. Feng Er's beautiful eyes blinked. Her feeble fingers circled his thigh a few times, which made him shiver. He hurriedly lowered his head and saw her sparkling eyes blinking at him. Then, she used her eyes to point at the 2 fireballs in the distance, which were only a few hundred feet wide. Yun Nuoshing nodded and followed her gaze. The 2 fireballs were still in a balanced state. After thousands of years, the energy of the hellfire of the Red Lotus was equal to that of the fire of the sound strings. It had successfully suppressed the latter. Moreover, resonance. Ah, that mark is still there. I see it. Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes and saw a black mark flashing in the dark red fireball. It was a mark left behind by the elements of chaos. It resonated with his soul and made him feel a sense of familiarity. It was like the familiarity of meeting an old friend. This made him feel a little surprised. The spirituality and weak divinity in the hellfire of the Red Lotus had not been destroyed. Back then, when he sacrificed it to the Guardian formation, he thought that it would be completely destroyed. He did not expect that there were still remnants and that it still recognized him as the person who destroyed it. It sounded a little unbelievable, but that was the truth. However, he was prepared to have a fierce fight with the hellfire of the Red Lotus. Its actions made him a little confused. Feng Er, take a rest first. I'll go and take a look. Yun Nuoshing rubbed Feng Er's hair and said softly. Feng Er blinked and nodded obediently. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound, so she could only make some words. Yun Nuoshing understood that she was saying be careful, and couldn't help but smile. After putting Feng Er down, he came to the hellfire of the Red Lotus in a flash. The 2 huge fireballs that appeared in this space were the only original flames left after the extra energy was extracted. The flames that leaked out formed 2 huge seas of fire. Moreover, these 2 seas were unbelievably calm. At the intersection of the 2 seas, there was a thin dark purple boundary less than a foot wide. Yun Nuoshing raised his head and looked at the 2 huge balls of flames. At this time, he could clearly see that the silver-blue fireball had a bulge on the side of the crimson fireball. The silver-blue flames were constantly peeling off from it, and then they were swallowed by the crimson fireball. Moreover, they did not directly surge into the latter's body. When they were about 10 feet away from the crimson fireball, they converged with a cluster of crimson flames that surged out, forming a drop of dark purple flames. The energy was stripped into pure energy, and the origin fire was constantly compressed into the drop of dark purple flames. In this form, the hellfire of the Red Lotus is still constantly stripping and weakening the energy of the fire of the sound strings. Although it is originally the 4th flame, the suppression it has on the 5th flame is too strong. Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes. He could see that if he allowed these 2 flames to continue fusing, they might forcefully fuse in less than 1,000,000 years. Perhaps a miracle would happen. As for why the time had been shortened from 20 eras to 1,000,000 years, it was because he had stripped away the majestic energy layer formed by the 2 divine flames, leaving only the original flame and the original flame. Unfortunately, this miracle was going to be broken by him. He did not want to wait another 1,000,000 years to witness this miracle. Moreover, if the 2 divine flames were to fuse, his mark would probably be broken, and then his success rate would be even lower. The success rate is still only 40%. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head in distress. He thought that after sleeping for 600 years and accidentally seeing that the hellfire of the Red Lotus was still weakening the fire of the sound strings, the success rate would be higher. He did not expect it to still be only 40%. Well, there is not much time left. If we delay any longer, the success rate will only decrease further. Yun Nuoshing sighed. The hellfire of the Red Lotus was constantly stripping away the energy of the fire of the sound strings. When it reached a certain limit, the latter would definitely instinctively resist. When that happened, his success rate might not even be 20%. Although the drop of dark purple flame was only the size of a fist, it was the place where the two divine flames perfectly fused. The power of law was entangled with each other. He watched the reaction inside and saw how the two completely different powers of law fused perfectly. In the end, they formed a brand new law system. Moreover, it was a law system that only applied to them. It was the same as this sealed space that formed its own law, except that the dark purple flame's law was more perfect and had a higher priority. Fortunately, it did not explode. Otherwise, this space would not be calm. When that happened, he would have to spend a lot of effort to stabilize this space. There are so many hidden dangers in this space. Yun Nuoxing could not help but laugh bitterly. The dark purple flame contained about half of the origin of the fire of the sound strings and 1/3 of the origin of the hellfire of the red lotus. He thought for a moment and walked in front of the hellfire of the red lotus. He looked at the magnificent dark red fireball. The bright light made him squint his eyes. He slowly stretched out his finger. When he was a few inches away from the dark red fireball, he paused. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, he gently touched it and quickly retracted his finger. The karmic fire of the red lotus emitted a gentle glow, and the black mark also glowed faintly. A message entered his mind, and he suddenly realized that the mark he had left behind was not destroyed during the sacrifice. After dozens of eras, it had completely merged with the karmic fire of the red lotus, which was why the karmic fire of the red lotus was so docile. Well, although it is a good thing, it will not affect the success rate. Yun Nuoxing shrugged helplessly. However, this eliminated the hidden danger. He was worried that the hellfire of the red lotus would backfire during the refining process. Now, it seemed that he did not have to worry about that. Fortunately, he did not completely sacrifice the hellfire of the red lotus back then. It was also fortunate that such a powerful divine item could not develop intelligence because it was too powerful. If these two conditions were not present, the situation would be different now. God knows how he managed to meet these conditions at the same time. After knowing that another hidden danger had disappeared, Yun Nuoxing was obviously relieved. However, he did not immediately go forward to refine the hellfire of the red lotus. Once the process began, it would not end until the two divine flames were refined at the same time. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to maintain the refining speed of the two divine flames at the same time. At this time, Yun Nuoxing had just woken up from a long slumber. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he focused on recovering for a period of time. When Feng Er also recovered, he would be able to make some preparations. Little Purple Soul rejected their suggestion of watching from the sidelines on the spot. She was very excited that she could be of great help. Yun Nuoxing and Feng Er looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. This little girl was indeed very mysterious. They did not know where she came from. Even the energy of the divine flames could not affect her. Moreover, she had absorbed a large part of the energy, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all. Yun Nuoxing was a little distressed. He did not know how many years it would take to gather such a large amount of energy. However, it was all eaten by this little girl just like that. She did not even have a burp. Xing, we are ready. How are things on your side? Feng Er sat kneeling 10 feet in front of the hellfire of the red lotus. She stretched her body and looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was slowly standing up beside her. She smiled sweetly. Oh, I think it's all done. Zai, how are things on your side? Yun Nuoxing nodded and asked Zai who had fused with her. She did not stop when she asked. She waved her hand, and a series of formations appeared in this space. They were the formations that she had cast when she first recovered her divine body. They did not disappear even after she took the form of heaven ascension. They had been hiding in this space all this time. Now that they appeared again, there were also 2 ninth heaven soul-lurking formations. The suppressive force came from above and below, causing the fire of sound strings and the hellfire of the red lotus to tremble slightly. Little Purple Soul is ready too. Little Purple Soul tied herself to Yun Nuoxing's long hair. She raised her hand and smiled sweetly. Zai saw the situation outside through Yun Nuoxing's eyes. Her hands trembled slightly, but she still took a deep breath and forced herself to be alert. She nodded solemnly and said, "It's good here. If anything happens, I will transform into the origin flame to protect you. Just take care of yourself. I'll be fine." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. She turned to Feng Er and said, "Feng Er, you and Zai will suppress the fire of sound strings later. During the refining process, the whirlpool zither's energy will slowly weaken. I will use the fire origin orb to suppress it. However, the fire origin orb alone is not enough to suppress the fifth divine flame. Try to keep the two divine flames in a balanced state. It doesn't matter how slow the refining process is. Time. We don't lack time here." Feng Er and Zai both nodded when they heard that. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. She looked at the two fireballs in front of her and said with a serious expression, "Then, I'll start now." "Okay." Feng Er's beautiful face also became very serious. Her body flashed, and she entered his body, becoming one with him. Among the 6 wings that he opened, one pair turned into a pair of translucent, crimson-pink wings. His eyes also lit up with a beautiful pink light. Yun Nuoxing waved her hands. The 2 9 heavens spirit concealment formations started to rotate slowly, approaching the 2 fireballs. The hundreds of formations around them also gradually moved closer. The light cocoon formed by Yu Huihua also extended countless colorful threads. Most of them approached the 2 fireballs. Gradually, a smaller light cocoon was formed in the center of the light cocoon, enveloping the 2 divine flames and Yun Nuoxing. The colorful threads connecting the 2 divine flames increased in number. The dense threads were about to fill up the smaller light cocoon, leaving not much space. The energy in the formations also gradually increased. Yun Nuoxing's mind moved, and 5 divine halos appeared behind him. A weak godly power leaked out. He stepped lightly and came to the center of the 2 divine flames. The fire of musical strings and the fire of karma of the red lotus seemed to be able to sense what was going to happen next. The fire of musical strings flickered uneasily, and its light flickered. The fire of karma of the red lotus released an extremely bright light. It seemed to be telling him that it was ready. "Eternal lock!" Yun Nuoxing shouted. Suddenly, countless colorful threads appeared inside and outside the smaller light cocoon. They were about to fill up the entire space of the planet. At that moment, Yun Nuoxing spread his 6 wings and connected with the threads. The 5 divine halos expanded and flew in several directions. They enveloped the 2 divine flames, and then disappeared with the 2 divine flames in a flash. Boom! The divine flames that had disappeared reappeared in his body in the next instant. The small silver-blue flame felt uneasy in that instant. It expanded violently and turned into a monstrous fire. It surged wildly in his body, and a terrifying temperature suddenly erupted. The fire of musical strings erupted the moment it did. It exploded and expanded at an even faster speed. However, the energy released was not directed at Yun Nuoxing. Instead, it was aimed at the former. The dark red flame turned into a monstrous wave that covered the silver-blue flame. However, the terrifying temperature released by the entanglement of the 2 flames still made Yun Nuoxing groan. The light cocoon was completely submerged by the threads the moment the 2 divine flames erupted. The formations also swarmed forward and surrounded the smaller light cocoon. They released their energy at the same time. As Yun Nuoxing moved to the next step, the place fell silent again. This time, the silence was not shorter than the previous time. What awaited them was still the eternally flowing river of time. Chapter 1068. In the crimson sky, the shattered fragments of space turned into inextinguishable flames. An endless ocean fell from the sky, and the entire world seemed to be on fire. The pendulum of the clock kept swinging in the void, and the sound of the clock manifested the path to eternity, whose silent prayer had triggered the murmur of the void. Everything collapsed, and the sound of the burning flames reverberated in every corner of the void. An era had come to an end, everyone knew this, and those who were lucky enough to survive understood this. They stood in the center of this hell, watching the flames of hell burn their world inch by inch. They were at a loss. There were no more stars, no more sun, moon, day, or night. Time returned to chaos, and all the rules and restrictions returned to formlessness. Everything returned to chaos. Ugh! Flickering thoughts jumped back from the distant time, and Yun Nuoshing suddenly came back to his senses. His eyes were slightly dazed. He had touched the mark, and his consciousness had jumped into the sea of memories, into the scene that had happened in the past. He raised his hands, and the left half of his body was wrapped in silver-blue flames. It was incomparably hot, and had a huge destructive power. The right half of his body was wrapped in a crimson flame. It was a warm flame, but in order to resist the fire of the sound strings, it had no choice but to release an equally powerful energy. The two of them used him as the arena, and engaged in a fierce battle. The threads that were wrapped around his body were burned off, and then reappeared, wrapping around his body continuously. A monstrous energy filled every inch of his body, and even his soul was filled to the brim. The heat and the power of the rules that could burn everything surged wildly in his body. His left hand was already black-red, but he could not feel any pain. He had suffered pain tens of thousands of times worse than this, but it was only burning his body and soul. Being burned by the flames of the rules like this, ordinary people would have been burned to ashes long ago. Even if they could withstand it, they would have lost their minds from the pain. The flames of the rules contained a powerful power of the rules, and it was equivalent to the fourth and fifth flames. Its power of the rules was so strong that even the gods could not underestimate it. Its power could distort the rules, and it was not as simple as just burning. The power of the rules was disintegrating his body at every moment, changing his life form, and destroying the order and rules that existed in his body. His hands were no longer pure hands, and his heart was no longer a complete heart. Even his liver had mutated. The power of the rules wanted to completely destroy him from the level of the rules, and the pain was unimaginable. Even the gods who were known as the embodiment of the rules would not dare to let such a powerful power of the rules enter their body. It would cause them to collapse. Even though the hellfire of the Red Lotus had a close connection with him, it had no choice but to release an even more powerful energy in order to suppress the fire of the sound strings that was raging in his body. Two completely different powers of the rules surged violently in his body, and his entire body was divided into two halves, becoming the battlefield for the two divine flames. How long had it been? He was a little lost, and his body was hollow. The loss of the rules had caused him to lose part of his body. As for what he had lost, he was not too sure. Perhaps it was a liver, or perhaps half of his heart. His brain might have changed, or perhaps he had lost half of his skeleton. Who knew? He could not feel it, and this kind of injury was probably nothing to him. Yes, he was no longer human. His life form had changed since the day the elements of chaos returned, and he was changing every moment. He was no longer human. The distorted life form had changed him greatly, and although it could not be seen from the outside, he was no longer the same life form on the inside. It did not matter even if he had lost his heart, as that was no longer an important organ that maintained his life. Losing his brain was not too scary either, as long as his spirit and divine soul still existed. These two powers could maintain the existence of this broken body. What was he? At this time, even he himself could not figure out what he was. His body was still in a material state, but it was obviously not a pure material state anymore. Half of his organs were missing and his bones were melted. If he were a high-level god, he would have been severely injured, and he would not be able to move if he did not lie in bed for a year or so. Therefore, he might still be in a form of energy or maybe in an elemental state. His life form had been distorted by the elements of chaos, and it had been distorted to a state of equilibrium. In turn, it had also maintained this state of equilibrium. The two powerful rules of the fire of the sound strings and the fire of the red lotus of the red lotus of the red lotus of the red lotus of the fire of the sound strings could not distort him again. Every time he was distorted, the elements of chaos would twist it back. There was no air in the star region, so the sound of the fire exploding directly shook the soul. The cocoon of light wrapped the entire sea of fire and sealed it in layers with an undying spirit. The rate of energy extraction had reached an unprecedented speed. At this time, there was no longer any fear of the state of equilibrium, because the state of equilibrium had long been broken. The two divine flames had already picked up a brick and smashed it on each other's face. At the same time, the other divine flames who were watching by the side were so scared that they could not stop trembling. They tried hard to re-establish the state of equilibrium, but the process was as difficult as ascending to the sky. It was impossible to put the reins on a runaway horse. A sea of energy crashed into the other dimension. Yun Nuoshing was relieved that the other dimension had an unlimited capacity. Otherwise, this level of energy would have been stuffed to death. However, he had only extracted a portion of the energy, about 20% of the total. The rest was shared by Little Purple Soul, Violet Knight, and the others, especially Little Purple Soul. That girl alone supported 60% of the energy, and she did not do anything at all. He was relieved, but at the same time it was a bit of a waste. If all the energy was given to him, he might be able to become an Empyrean god in one go. Wishful thinking. However, there should be no problem for him to break through to the third major realm of post-celestial. However, when he thought about the fact that he now had the divine body of a receiver of souls, and the capacity of the energy carrier was several times higher than before, he could not remain calm. He might not even be able to break through to the second major realm. The difference in capacity between post-celestial and post-celestial was calculated in multiples. Just thinking about it was scary. After ending the series of chaotic thoughts, Yun Nuoshing shook his head and tried to recall what happened before he fainted. However, he could not remember much, only one or two scenes. He rushed forward and used his divine halo to devour the divine flame. Then two flames lit up in his eyes, and he could not feel anything after that. He could still see the situation of the magic circle floating in this dimension. The colorful threads that had been burned countless times by the two divine flames were still moving forward. It was fortunate that the light cocoon had not been forcefully broken yet. The recovery speed of the light cocoon was just a little faster than the speed of destruction. However, the center of this small light cocoon, which was about 10 feet from where he was surrounded by the divine flames. The threads were relatively sparse, only binding half of his body. The threads that tried to break through this 10 feet radius were all burned by the divine flames. The threads were slowly moving toward him, and he did not know when they would be able to wrap him in. This was probably the reason why the eternal lock had lost its effect. He actually woke up in the middle of the light transformation. How many years has it been? Yun Nuoshing's weak voice quietly reverberated. Of course, it came from his soul, and it was just a soliloquy. He guessed that Ziyi and Feng Er had fallen asleep a long time ago, and he did not expect them to answer. Many of the steps were handed over to the light transformation and many magic circles. For example, the adjustment of the energy, the recovery of the body, the protection of the soul and spirit, and even the speed of the refinement were not their responsibility. Long before the refinement began, he knew that he would be knocked unconscious by the energy. Even if he did not faint, he could not be responsible for everything when he fell into a deep sleep. Thus, he could only let some external energy take care of it. The light transformation and those magic circles were used for this purpose, to prevent problems from occurring during his cultivation when he woke up. It has been more than 1,000 years, right? 1,320? Or 1,350? I don't really remember. A faint sigh came from his soul, startling him. He was just talking to himself, and he did not expect that someone would really answer. This was Ziye's voice, and it also sounded weak. Are you all right? Are you not in a deep sleep? Yun Nuoshing blinked. Although the eye of the ocean was present, and his eyes were not damaged, the high temperature outside made him uncomfortable, so he still closed his eyes. Furthermore, half of his body was in a miserable state, and his face that could topple the world had become extremely ugly. Coupled with the way he was entangled by the silk threads, he looked like a sinner that was hung up to suffer the burning of 10,000 flames. He was not in the mood to look at it. I'm not very good. I'm tightly suppressed by the 2 divine flames, and I'm half awake. I can't enter the deeper levels. The refinement speed can't be increased. Furthermore, after 300 years, I finally established a 3-way connection with the Red Lotus Hellfire and Sound String Fire with much difficulty. Just as my affinity with the Red Lotus Hellfire and Sound String Fire improved a little, your body was destroyed. Ziye's voice was low and weak. That's not quite right. I should say that you're almost destroyed. Only your heart and head are left. The divine patterns on the divine body of the spiritual reception divine body have been melted by the flames of the rules until only a flower is left. The light transformation has been constantly repairing your body, but it has been destroyed many times. Hearing Ziye's voice, Yun Nuoshing nodded silently. That's expected. The light transformation and the many formations could ensure that his soul and mind would last forever, but his body might not be preserved. Currently, he still had a complete body, but it was almost half destroyed. The inside of his body was also very empty. Clearly, this was the result of the light transformation's continuous repair. Furthermore, it was still being destroyed. You, on the other hand, are you all right? Your body has been destroyed more than 10,000 times. It wasn't easy to stabilize it. Ziye's voice was low, and it was not difficult to hear the worry in his voice. Yun Nuoshing was silent for a while. Just as she was worried that something was wrong with him, he sighed faintly. It hurts, and it's so hot. It's so uncomfortable. Ziye almost vomited blood when he heard this. Didn't you say that you didn't care about these tribulations? What do you mean by I've experienced pain tens of thousands of times worse than this? Why are you complaining about the pain now? Because, in the past, no one could know. Yun Nuoshing moved his arm slightly. He felt the pain seep into his bone marrow. Every cell in his body was twitching. In the past, I endured it all by myself every time. I didn't need to tell anyone what I went through. I didn't need anyone to know what I went through. I didn't need anyone to know how much pain I went through, but now there are a few idiots who can't hide it anymore. They feel that there's no harm in talking about it. After all, even if they know, they'll forget about it soon enough. Ziye was speechless for a while. He sniffled lightly. His calm tone made her feel suffocated. It wasn't that he liked to hide things, but that he was already used to it. Even if they knew about the pain he went through, they could only sigh and feel sorry for him for a while. In the end, the most important thing was that he was fine as long as he was fine. This was the truth. It wasn't that there was nothing wrong with this feeling, because he was already lucky to have such a feeling. Being alive was more important than anything else. If he didn't feel the pain he went through immediately, it would be useless no matter how much he talked about it. He knew that, so he didn't like to talk about it. As long as they knew that he was still alive, it was fine. There was no need to talk about what happened behind his back. Gradually, he stopped talking about it and silently licked the scars left behind by the dangerous situation he was in. There's a part of your soul that's damaged. Ziye quickly changed the topic and used her soul energy to point at a certain spot. Don't, it hurts. Yun Nuoshing grinned. When he said that, His tone was still calm. That scar was left behind on your soul. It's fine, it will heal itself. You can continue to refine it. By the way, how is Feng? That girl is doing very well. You used yourself as a shield in front of me and her. How can she not be good? Ziyi sighed softly. Yun Nuoshing sighed silently. In the scorching space, he could see the pitch-black void or the golden sea of time from time to time. The flames were like a mirror that allowed him to see his own appearance. With just a blur, the mirror image disappeared. He also remembered his current appearance. Silver blue and crimson flames covered his entire face. His hair was disheveled, but his eyes still retained their beautiful colors. However, it made him look even more eerie and terrifying. He looked like a demon king who had crawled out of hell. Just this face alone was enough to stop children from crying at night. If a normal person wasn't careful enough, they would probably be scared to death, especially in the middle of the night. So ugly. Yun Nuoshing helplessly muttered to herself. But it's still all right. It's a bit better than last time. At least there's still an outline. Last time, it had already melted. When Zai heard this, he felt goosebumps all over his body. How did his face melt into a molten state? Why did this guy's words make one's hair stand on end? The refinement of the two origin flames is still in the early stages. Once the affinity is improved and the energy is weakened, the refinement will speed up. You'll feel better then. Ziyi hurriedly changed the topic and pondered for a while. However, if the two origin flames are refined like this, they can be preserved and their power won't be affected. It's just that the dark purple origin flame that has already fused together will disappear, but there's no way. Fusing the divine flames is very difficult. It's missing a crucial factor. Didn't you say that before? Yun Nuoshing said. Yes. That's right. Then what do you think? Ziyi laughed bitterly. There are two ways. The first is naturally to not do it. After all, there won't be much of an impact even if we don't do it. The divine flames in heaven and earth might be able to fuse successfully, but they've already been refined. Even if they're still in the process of fusing, it's unlikely that they'll succeed. The second way is to use the laws to cut them apart. If we can form a self-stabilizing law space, we might be able to preserve the dark purple origin flame. Perhaps we can learn how to refine the divine flames, Yun Nuoshing said. Even in such a situation, he was still calm. He was absolutely calm. Pain and whatnot were no obstacles. Once this stable state was maintained, as long as nothing went wrong in the process, it would basically be announced that this life-risking refinement was a success. What made him different from others was that he could ignore or, to a large extent, ignore the life-threatening pain and remain absolutely calm. Moreover, he had already made a lot of preparations beforehand. There were more than 100 layers of formations and all kinds of situations taken into consideration. There was probably no one else who could make such preparations beforehand. After all, the probability of success was less than 40%, so he had to make ample preparations. He wasn't someone who would risk his life recklessly. If he couldn't even see the slightest sign of hope even after risking his life, he wouldn't choose to refine the divine flames. He wouldn't hold on to the mentality that a miracle would happen. You can choose one of the two methods. Choose the one that's easier. Well, although this is nonsense, if it's not too troublesome, you can consider it. In short, you have to make up your mind. Yun Nuoshing said in a low voice. His eyelids trembled. His soul and spirit were abnormally weak, hanging on the edge of being extinguished. His voice was like that of a dying man who was about to fall asleep again. You are the divine flame, you decide, and… Before Zai could reply, she felt that Guy's soul and spirit shook for a moment. He maintained his extreme state of being on the verge of dissipating and fell into a deep sleep. Zai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but at the same time she felt her heart ache. She didn't know what had happened in her previous life, but this was the first time she had seen him in such a miserable state. His body had been destroyed more than 10,000 times, and his soul and spirit were in turmoil. Half of his body, no, only a strand of hair was hanging in the world of the living. If it was anyone else, they would have died long ago. I know, stupid little star. Zai shook his head helplessly. He took a deep breath and forced himself to be alert. He had given his life to her. It wasn't that he was irresponsible or that he didn't care. He had done what he could, and the rest could only be left to them. This was a kind of trust, a trust that he had given his soul to. How could she not respond to this kind of trust? The two huge fireballs were constantly spewing out waves of fire from the surface of the fireballs. They formed a ring shape and collided with the outer layer of the light cocoon. Compared to the chaotic flames in the past, these flames that had regained their order were much less threatening. The silver blue and crimson fireballs maintained the same size. They had shrunk from the size of 1,000 feet to the size of 100 feet at this time. A small light cocoon was sandwiched between the two fireballs. Colorful light continuously poured out from the small light cocoon, resisting the invasion of the two types of flames. The light cocoon would emit invisible waves from time to time, and the two fireballs would also emit waves in response. The three of them seemed to be communicating and resonating. How many years had it been? How many years had it been? Time was long, boring, and lonely. It made people feel depressed and speechless all day long. Even people who were used to this kind of rhythm would lament that it was boring. However, time still flowed in a cycle. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. How much time had passed? She didn't know. Time became monotonous. The huge fireballs emitted rings of fire. Occasionally, there would be a burst of impact, causing the rings of fire to disperse and turn into waves of fire. They scattered in all directions, colliding with the light cocoon and being engulfed by the countless threads. The space outside the small light cocoon was also almost completely engulfed by the colorful threads. There wasn't much space left inside either. Only a meter around Yun Nuoxing's body was left with the remaining flames. Everything else was suppressed into her body. His appearance could be seen in the two opposing flames. He no longer had that terrifying appearance. He had already recovered his peerlessly beautiful face. His aura was stable, and his vitality was boundless. All of this showed that his condition was definitely very good. Ah! I accidentally fell asleep. Zai suddenly came back to her senses. She nervously looked around and found that nothing had gone wrong. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. That's right, if something had gone wrong, she would definitely have been awakened. She had just been too worried, and hadn't properly entered a state of deep sleep. It seems to have completely stabilized. The chances of something going wrong should be less than 10%, right? She silently smiled. She raised her head and looked at the soul space that had basically returned to normal. She let out a long sigh. 10,000 years. Another 10,000 years. I never thought that the first 10,000 years after escaping from the seal would be like this. Little idiot. She turned her head and looked at the two fellows lying on the bed in the soul space. She couldn't help but shake her head. Feng Er's soul had always been well protected. Not to mention, Yun Nuoxing's soul had only recovered and condensed into a human form 3,000 years ago. However, at that time, it would occasionally dissipate. There wasn't much soul power that could keep his soul in a human form. It was only until 1,000 years ago that it completely stabilized. At that time, the refining speed had also increased by several times. The long night is about to be brushed away. She sat on the edge of the bed and gently caressed Yun Nuoxing's face. Her expression was gentle. She bent down and aimed her red lips at his forehead, planting a deep kiss. Little idiot, you've already done well. There's still some time left. It won't be too long. Rest well. Zai's hands formed a hand seal. Those colorful threads that were leisurely spreading out suddenly glowed with an incomparably bright light. The threads inside and outside the small light cocoon swarmed forward like hungry wolves. The colorful energy prevented them from being burned. In a few breaths' time, they had completely submerged this space. After the light cocoon had completely formed, the remaining flame aura and Yunnuoxing's aura had also completely disappeared. This space, after a long time, finally became quiet. Chapter 1069. The palaces that stretched for thousands of miles shone brightly under the starry sky, attracting the starlight that descended from the 9 heavens. The starlight then spread out in all directions from the palaces, making the dark space of the star region very bright. If anyone could see the palaces that stood outside the realm of the gods, they would definitely think that it was a sun or a ray of starlight. Below the palaces was a huge continent that was transparent like a mirage in water. Even if one looked down from the top, one could not see the end of it. No matter whether it was front or back, one could only see the horizon and not the edge of it. But if one stood there and looked up, one could see the dark space of the star region, and in the distance, a dim white line. It was like a sign of a tsunami in the sea. When one saw a white line approaching from the horizon, one would know that a monstrous wave was approaching. At this time, a white line appeared in the star region, but it was not a cosmic tsunami. The length of the white line could not be seen, but it occupied the entire field of vision. It was like a scar that was left in the depths of this star region when the world was created. It stretched across the stars, and it was extremely spectacular and extremely strange. The white line was only a centimeter wide in the field of vision, and it was slowly getting bigger. In fact, it was slowly approaching. No one knew what the white line was because no one had noticed it at all. It could not be seen during the day, and there were many stars in the night sky. The white line was not obvious at all. Compared to the 2 huge star systems near the realm of the gods, it was so dim that it could be ignored. In addition, not many people liked to look up at the stars at night, so this anomaly was destined to be difficult to notice. Yuan Shi, how long do you think it will take for that thing to crash into us? In the palaces under the starry sky, 2 young men, one handsome and the other handsome, sat side by side on top of the wall, looking at the white line. The latter used his elbow to poke the handsome young man in white and grinned. His dark eyes surged with a deep light, and he could not sit still and shook his body. Yuan Shi raised his head and looked at the white line. He paused for 2 seconds, and his palm smoothed the long black hair that slid down his shoulders, intending to tie it up. But after thinking for a while, he gave up and shook his head. I guess half a year. They were the first to discover the white line. At first, it only appeared at the limit of their vision. It was an extremely wide and long belt of dim white light. It was just a belt of light, but it was densely packed with dim white dots that connected to form a faint belt of light. At first, no one paid attention to the white belt of light that had suddenly appeared. Those who were cultivating continued to cultivate, and those who were waiting at the palace gates continued to wait. 10 days passed in a flash, and then the dim white pattern of light turned into a white line without them noticing. It was only then that everyone reacted and expressed their surprise. That thing could move, and they thought it was some kind of galactic wonder. After 3 minutes, everyone was no longer calm. They remembered that little star had mentioned about the world fragment, and based on the speed at which it was moving, they calculated with their fingers. Yep, it seemed to be that thing. Their faces paled for a while, but they soon regained their composure. After all, that thing could not sink the celestial realm now, and even if it did die, it would die in the great reincarnation in less than an era. And it was absolutely impossible to become a celestial god in an era. With that in mind, they calmed down. After all, they were not going to survive, and when that day came, a bunch of people would accompany them to the Yellow Springs. Just thinking about it made them a little excited. And so, everyone calmed down, and they even had the leisure to watch it slowly approach. Yuan Shi turned his head to look at the steps in front of the palace not far away. There were several beautiful figures sitting there, and they had all been sitting there for almost half a month. Naturally, they were Xian and the others. They had rushed here after finishing their cultivation, and the anxiety on their faces could not be concealed at all. Qin Yen was also standing at the top of the steps, leaning against the wall. Mei Mao was staring straight at the colorful cocoon of light in front of her, motionless for half a month. He and Nightmare both felt that she was about to turn into an Amarok. Hey, it's already been a month, right? Didn't they say that the frozen time inside would be gone in a month? There's less than half an hour left. It can't be that accurate, right? Nightmare also looked at the cocoon of light that was as large as a planet, and could not help but mutter, "Boss can't be doing that inside, right?" Yuanshi glanced at him, but before he could say anything, a silver blue light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Then, there was a loud boom, and Nightmare was sent flying backward. He was directly plastered to the wall of the palace behind him, and he slid down the wall with difficulty like liquid. Yuanshi turned his head stiffly, and saw the mischievous Shi waving her little hand angrily. Obviously, it was this little girl who had done it just now. Seeing this, Shi knocked her sister's head with a karate chop, and pulled her aside to scold her in a low voice. "Ah, this little girl is also very powerful." Yuanshi laughed dryly. They already knew the identities of these two little girls. They were life forms born from the power of space, and they had inherited the unfulfilled wish of the woman they had never seen before, but had heard Yun Nuoshing mention before. They wanted to see the moment he returned to the starry sky throne. The two of them were even stronger than them. They were clearly only a little over 10 years old, but they were life forms of the origin. This kind of life form that was out of the norm was really heaven-defying, and it made him a little envious. Brother Nuoshing should be fine. Since the cocoon of light did not break, everything should be fine. Lan Xiner clenched her hands tightly, and her palms were full of sweat. The last half an hour was very uncomfortable. It was only a month, but it felt like several eras had passed. Saying that every second was like a year was not enough to describe their anxiety. 1 month, but I don't know how many years have passed in there. Xian sighed and shook her head gently. Her lily-white hand gently stroked the head of Ming, who was sleeping on her shoulder. This little girl was so nervous half an hour ago that she could not even maintain her body. She had no choice but to use a little trick to calm her down. If she continued to be nervous like this, her body would disintegrate before Little Star appeared. It's okay, Little Star can get through it. No matter how strong the challenge is in front of him, there will not be a problem. Little Qing smiled gently and reached out to pat Xian's head. She said softly, "The most important thing is that I believe that he will come back safely. I have waited for 2 eras. This is only a month. Be patient, little Xian." Xian tilted her head to look at her and nodded. She knew that it was not that little Qing was not worried. However, compared to her worry, there was more trust on her face. When Yun Nuoshing was still feng yueing, she had followed him for a long time. She understood him, at least that part of him. At this moment, no one would dare to pat their chest and say that they had completely understood Yun Nuoshing, whether it was her, Ming, or, well, I got a lot of interesting things from down there. Nightmare kept gasping for air as he walked, limping over. When she saw him, she raised her small hand subconsciously. He was so scared that he screamed and quickly hid behind Yuanshi. "Little Yun, I did not provoke you. I just said it out of my mind. Out of my mind. I just said it out of my mind. You are a big person, so just treat it as a fart. Boss is so tough. He definitely won't die." Everyone was speechless when they saw him cowering beside Yuanshi like a sieve. They looked at Shi, who was still fuming, and sighed. Everything had its vanquisher. Ever since Nightmare Devil accidentally said, "Boss might be dead," Shi had pasted him on the wall. No matter how hard Nightmare Devil tried, he couldn't lift this little girl up and teach her a lesson. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. She was indeed a space life. She could easily toy with a son of God in the palm of her hand. The way she used the power of space was something that even a high-level god couldn't compare with. She knocked her sister's head with a knife. Her big silver eyes blinked and she sighed. "My big brother will beat you up when he comes out." Shi-yun looked at her angrily and sat down while muttering. She poked her 2 index fingers around like a child who was sulking. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. "That Lullicon would definitely not bear to beat you guys up. What's so interesting?" Little Ching gently hugged Shi-yun and stroked the little girl's long hair with her jade-like hands as she smiled at Devil Nightmare. "That little thing in the god world." Nightmare immediately jumped out, completely ignoring the fact that he had just been frightened by a little girl. He bared his teeth and pointed to the realm of the gods beneath his feet. At the mention of this, everyone became a little more spirited. They had been here for a month, and when they were about to reach the top of the god realm, something had happened on the continent below. Because of the big movement caused by the Yun-Nua planet, the remaining demon forces in the god realm, those gathering points were all attacked, and it was a one-time attack. The humans of the North Ice World, Source Peak Domain, Dry Plain Domain, and Extreme Plain Domain all carried out a huge operation. They dragged out the demon experts who had been hiding for many years and gave them a good beating. Well, basically, they killed them all. Since the god world and the demon world were mortal enemies, there was no need for them to be captured. They did not extract their souls, dig out their secrets, and hang them up in the sky to be exposed to the sun for thousands of years. It was also because of this relationship that many people actively responded to the Great Extermination Operation. Then, they gathered an unprecedentedly huge force and secretly overturned those sneaky fellows. More than 100 god emperors and several eternal divine weapons of the North Ice World clashed. The North Ice World was almost sunk. The other places weren't much better either. It was impossible for the battle between 2 celestial emperors to not affect their neighbors. There wouldn't be a safe zone within a radius of 10 million miles. Furthermore, when more than 10 celestial emperors fought head-on against 5 or 6 demon emperors, the commotion would definitely not be small. The demon emperors were even more unscrupulous. Once they were discovered, they would immediately go on a killing spree. It didn't matter if they were in the city or anywhere else. It was even better if they were in the city. They could directly release their demonic aura and shock a large number of people to death, causing the human race's hands and feet to be tied. Otherwise, why would they use nearly 3 times their forces to encircle and suppress the demon emperors? During this vigorous operation, another city was declared to have fallen. The entire White Day immortal realm disappeared, leaving behind a huge crater. The medium-sized city that disappeared this time was located in the western region of the Divine Prefecture. Moreover, there were many experts in that city, including god emperors from various major forces. The Divine Prefecture was such an important central location. Countless experts gathered there. The industries under the banner of various major forces flourished everywhere. Unless it was a completely hidden force, there would be various major forces in every medium-sized city and above. The disappearance of that medium-sized city affected at least dozens of major forces, all because their own people had encountered an unexpected calamity in that city. Transcendental forces such as the 9 Gods Temple and the Qin family, as well as transcendental forces such as the Yuan family, which were already very powerful in the western region and were comparable to the 8 ancient families, also disappeared along with that city. As for the second-rate and third-rate forces that developed around the city, there was no need to mention them. The former group of people had disappeared from the face of the earth. It would be strange if they were still alive. The whole thing happened extremely quickly. In just one night, everything had disappeared. The huge crater left behind in that space was filled with a faint aura of death. It proved that all the people there had been killed. At least, most of them had been killed, and they had not been moved away. Other than that, there was no other discovery. There was no other power left behind. It was as if that place had suddenly evaporated. In an instant, experts from various forces rushed into the space. However, they could only see a huge hole with a radius of over 100,000 miles. It was so quiet that there was no sign of life. Everyone's heart turned cold when they saw such a method. Earlier on, after some of the major forces had secretly taken action, cities of medium scale and above, as well as cities with strong barriers, had set up extremely strong defenses. Even if dozens of Emperor God experts joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to destroy a city overnight silently. However, under such defenses, a city was still vaporized abruptly. Hundreds of millions of lives had disappeared completely, including the powerful figures of various major forces. Those experts who possessed great energy and could kill people when they moved had heard from various forces that the soul tablet of the expert who was guarding the city had been shattered. Although it is very likely that it was done by the experts of the Demon Clan, among the locations that Brother Noah had marked at that time, there was no gathering point of the experts of the Demon Clan that was close to that city. The experts of the Demon Clan in small gathering points would not be able to destroy a medium-sized city in one breath. Yi Shi's voice was slightly solemn. "Little Shi, what do you mean?" Little Qing turned to look at her and asked curiously. Yi Shi pondered for a while before saying in a deep voice, "The Abyss Temple. I didn't really mention the existence of this temple. You all know that I came from there. Even if I was resurrected by the Abyss Temple, I don't have any good impression of them. They just found a handy tool and felt that it was still useful, so they fixed it." Yi Shi gritted her teeth and sighed. "Your understanding of the Abyss Temple is probably limited to the fact that they once recruited some strange people from the entire God realm, right? More or less. It is said that the people inside are very strange, mentally abnormal, and temperamental." Yuan Shi looked up and said, "This was all information left behind when the Abyss Temple appeared, so no one knew much about them." Nightmare heard this and excitedly slapped his thigh. "So it is a dormitory of lunatics. Everyone!" They suddenly felt that what he said was very reasonable, and they could not find a way to refute him. What should they do? Why do I feel like the person behind this is the boss? What do you think? What? An extremely solid azure spatial wall was pushed through, and Nightmare disappeared from everyone's sight with a scream. When they turned around, they saw that Shi Yi's little face had darkened. "You are not allowed to speak ill of Big Brother." Shi Yi gritted her teeth and shouted, but before she could rush out, Shi Lai slapped her down. "Be a little more polite." Xian and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry. Yun Nuoxing had only played with these two little fellows for a few months, but these two little fellows relied on him so much and were actually so protective of him. However, when they thought of that fellow's appearance, it did not seem strange. After a while, Nightmare limped back and grinned at everyone, making them speechless. This fellow was also a cockroach that could not be killed. After being beaten up by Shi like that, he could still smile and walk back without saying a word. It really made them speechless. Yi Shi coughed dryly and had everyone sit up straight. Then, she slowly said, "The Abyss Temple is very dangerous. They look for some sigh, if they are lunatics then so be it. Anyway, they look for people who have been traumatized and hate everything. Those are seedlings and the others are just tools. People like us who have been resurrected have to work for them until the day we die." As Yi Shi spoke, she rolled up her wide sleeves and pointed at the crook of her arm. "There used to be a mark of the Abyssal Shrine here. Mine is here, and with this mark, we can't disobey the orders of the Abyssal Shrine's higher-ups. If we don't carry it out, our souls will be burned, and that feeling is not much weaker than death by 1,000 cuts. Fortunately, I've died again, and the mark has disappeared. And with my mark gone, the 4 marks that were born because of me will also disappear, so I don't have anything to worry about in the Abyssal Shrine." She spread her hands. "The hierarchy of the Abyss Temple is very strict. The orders of the higher-ups to the lower-ups are not absolute, but they are at least very restrictive. If you do not obey, you will be tortured. They use this method to control everyone. There are even peak god emperors among them, and there are even existences of that level. What do the people of the Abyss Temple do? Yuan Shi could not help but ask with a puzzled expression. From what he knew, although the Abyss Temple existed, no one knew what they did. They only left behind a bad reputation. They do everything. Yi Shi glanced at him and shook her head. Actually, I don't know either. The only thing I can tell you is that the people of the Abyss Temple are very evil. What they do and what they do are all known to the higher-up. Tools like us, who were picked up, do not have much of a right to know. Even if we become stronger and more powerful, we will not be able to get a higher right to know. To put it bluntly, we are just tools that are enslaved by others. We do not need to know too much, as tools only need to do what tools do well. Their actions are very strange. Before they officially announced their return, they did a lot of things in the dark. However, most of them are not clear, and there is no clue at all. If they are doing things purely for profit, they will refuse to do things that are more honorable, such as saving the world, fighting against the demon race, and so on. Yi Shi rubbed the space between her eyebrows in distress. Thinking back to those things made her feel a little unhappy. They are vampires in the dark, a deadly dagger that hides in the dark. They can disgust you to death. As long as necessary, they can even join forces with the demon race. No matter who they want to deal with, everything that can be turned into power can be counted as a tool by them. Well, then let's treat this strange dark side temple as the gathering center of abnormal people for the time being. The things they want to do include destroying the world, and destroying the world driven by profit. Nightmare shook his head and said. Everyone was speechless. Aren't you a little too dark? Even the madman who had the power to destroy the world did not think about destroying the world all day long. How much pain did the people in this world, who only thought about destroying the world, go through in their childhood to become like this? Their life must be like a fried dough twist, right? So, you think that it was the people of the Abyss Temple who did it? Xiaobai asked while swinging his feet in boredom. I only have a feeling. After all, it is very similar to their style of doing things. If the demon race had done it, they would have left behind a dead city, not a huge pit. Well, this is only a one-sided view. I only saw the demon race doing something in Xingming City with Big Brother Noah last time, Yi Shi sighed. Regardless, the Abyss Temple is a very strange existence. We must be wary of them. Chapter 1070. What? Unify the divine world? Such explosive news suddenly came out, causing everyone's faces to be unable to react. Just now they were discussing the Abyss Temple, and then somehow they went off topic. Yun Nuoxing was not here, so the topic could not be brought back. Therefore, from the Abyss Temple to the World Fragment, from the World Fragment to the Void, and then to other worlds, and then to Yun Nuoxing's old friends from back then, his bunch of close friends, and so on. In the end, Devil Nightmare suddenly slapped his head and brought up this matter. Ha ah ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. After he came back to his senses, Yuan Shi covered his head and laughed crazily on the spot. He laughed so hard that his whole body was shaking. Sooner or later, his 8-pack abs would show. Well, I heard about this 7 days ago. It's very sudden. Nightmare glanced at him and took out a crystal ball from his arms. With a wave of his hand, the image inside was projected in front of them. Then, he said, Boss, didn't you say that all the god-level characters are hibernating? But there seems to be an exception. Someone woke up from his state of hibernation and announced that he wants to unify the divine world. Ah, it seems that he knows that the demon world is about to appear, so he wants to unify all the cultivators in the divine world to fight against the demon race together, Nightmare added. Chu Yingzhan widened her eyes and looked at the image projected by the crystal ball as if she was looking at a lunatic. That was an unknown large area. It was in a mountain range with amazing spiritual energy. Monstrous energy gushed out from there and swept into the sky with a rumbling sound. It covered most of the sky and covered a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Moreover, it was still spreading crazily at a speed faster than light. In the end, it invaded a small area of the original region, alarming countless people. Everyone who went to observe it trembled all over, and their souls trembled. They felt an indescribably terrifying pressure, which was not something that humans could resist at all. Some high-level gods with eternal divine weapons tried to get closer to check it out, but they disappeared after going deep into the area. Even emperor gods were restricted by that kind of pressure. In the end, there was no major disaster in that place. The life that was hibernating there was probably just, according to Yun Nuashing, it was probably just a movement caused by stretching. However, it attracted many old monsters who had been hibernating and had personally awakened from their slumber. They were all old monsters who had lived for several eras. To the people of this era, it was not wrong to say that it was an ancient life form. Today they had no choice but to come out because of that situation. However, after they came out, the situation slowly weakened. The heaven and earth that was covered by a powerful aura did not suffer any disaster. At most, it only scared a group of people half to death. Well, that's about it. There's nothing else after that. Devil Nightmare shook the crystal ball and put it away. He said, I heard about what happened after that. That old monster with a smelly face suddenly came back to life. He asked his disciple to come out and announce what I just said. He's too arrogant. He rolled his eyes fiercely. That post-god level master had announced its awakening in such a high-profile manner. The first thing it did after waking up was to announce to the world that it intended to unify the world of the god. Even his boss was not so arrogant. What do the 9 deities temple and the other transcendental forces think? They won't sit back and do nothing, right? Chu Yingzhan's expression was extremely strange. Wanting to unify all the divine realms and whatnot? What an arrogant tone. Since ancient times, not many people had dared to say such words. If it was in the past, she would have thought that the person who said such words was dreaming. But now, after meeting the standards of the Yun Nua planet, witnessing so many things, hearing the many secrets of the divine realm, and knowing the ins and outs of the 9 deities' temples and other extremely ancient and transcendent existences, and hearing such words now, she felt that this person was most likely living in a dream and overestimating himself. Ha ha ha, unifying the world of the gods, ha ha ha. Yuan-Shi was laughing so hard that he was about to pass out. Nightmare saw the strange expressions on the girls' faces and couldn't stand it anymore, so he quickly slapped the idiot awake. Only then did the former cough dryly and sit up straight. Ahem, it's useless for us to guess whether the 9 deities temple will care or not. The question is what Little Star thinks. He is now the true guardian of the world of the gods, and he controls the entire world of the gods. Brother Yun will kill them, Little Yu said angrily as she waved her little fist, but Little Moon slapped her down. Ahem. Anyway, the world of the gods is very lively right now. It's unusually lively, and it's very rare to see such a lively scene. First, there's the encirclement of the remaining demons, and then there's the sudden outburst of explosive statements. Naturally, anyone who can stand at the level of a god is not some hot-headed simpleton. They might be plotting something, or they might be prepared. Nightmare tapped his fingers on his thigh. I think Big Brother won't care. Ming's pure white wings flapped gently as she shook her head helplessly. Based on her understanding of Yun Nuashing, she knew that he didn't like troublesome matters. In fact, he hated troublesome matters to the extreme. This matter sounded very troublesome, so he probably wouldn't care. However, to unite and fight against the demons, this sounds reasonable. The demons are much stronger than the human practitioners. According to Little Star, the world of the gods has always been in danger. If we don't unite, we'll be defeated one by one. In the end, it's only a matter of time before we're wiped out. Moreover, he also said that the demons came prepared this time. Yuan-Shi stroked his chin and said, "How should I put it? I feel a little uneasy. In this era, there aren't many gods left in the world of the god. There are only 5 heavenly gods. Right now, we can't be sure that there aren't any more powerful gods in the demon world. If those powerful gods make a move, they'll be a great threat to us. Moreover, the gods in the world of the gods seem to be in hibernation. They're in a half-dead state, and they might not even be able to move." He sighed again. Why did he feel that the disadvantage they were in this time was even more unbearable? The various clans and factions are gathering. That Lord God has caused quite a commotion. The major factions are also gathering to discuss this. I don't think the other gods will sit by and do nothing. If one god can be revived, then there will definitely be a second one, and a third one, Chuchen said. Why do you think we're always encountering these troublesome matters when it's our turn? Nightmare shrugged with a conflicted expression. Xian thought for a moment, then said, "But, even if we were born an era earlier, if we were able to live until now, we would still encounter them." Everyone said, "That seems to make sense." In the end, these things couldn't be avoided. Instead of running away and questioning why, it was better to walk forward fearlessly. That guy who risked his life had also walked this path all the way. He had never been afraid of anything. What reason? A crisp voice, like a cool breeze in midsummer, carried with it an ethereal aura. It crossed over countless galaxies and came from afar. When it sounded behind everyone, their bodies trembled, and they turned their heads abruptly. At the bottom of the stairs, a young girl with long colorful hair and wearing a black trench coat that hadn't changed for thousands of years slowly walked up. He seemed to have changed a little, but the difference wasn't very big. His colorful diamond-shaped pupils had changed from colorful to dark purple, which was exceptionally demonic. They flickered with sparkling starlight, and one look at them could steal a person's soul. There were 2 exquisite colorful patterns on the right side of his face, and a mysterious dark purple pattern had been engraved on his cheek. A month had officially passed, and he had unknowingly appeared here. Everyone did not expect that the moment they saw his eyes, they could still feel the vicissitudes of life in them. The gigantic cocoon of light that was the size of a planet had already disappeared. 1 month in the outside world was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It was definitely not as simple as it seemed to be on the surface. It was definitely not a simple month. Next to him was a little girl who was bouncing around. Next to him was a girl with long black hair and crimson pink eyes. That was Yun Nuashing lowered his eyes and took a deep breath. He looked at everyone with a faint smile on his face. "What are you talking about? What?" Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a bright light in front of him. Then, an impact force that traveled at least half the speed of light slammed into him. He couldn't even dodge it. He disappeared in front of Feng and Little Purple Soul, who were stunned for a moment. Then, without any suspense, he rushed into the galaxy and flew toward the endless stars, leaving behind a very brief scream of surprise. Yun Nuashing was still in a daze when he saw a group of people suddenly turn into a cluster of bright stars. He finally reacted after 2 or 3 seconds. He looked at the angel who had buried her head in his chest. A pair of huge white wings wrapped around both of them. He shook his head helplessly and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. He lowered his head and kissed her silver hair. "I'm back," Yun Nuashing whispered in his soul. Then, he grimaced. He felt that his waist was a little crooked. It hurt a little. Yun Nuashing twisted his neck. He was hit by a ball of dense light that traveled at half the speed of light. He felt that something was wrong with his entire body. It seemed that not only his waist was crooked, but his bones were also strange. It took a lot of effort for his body to be completely repaired, but it was now crooked again. The arms that were wrapped around his back suddenly loosened. A pair of cold little hands cupped his pretty face. He was stunned for a moment. He saw a pair of shining golden eyes almost touching his face. His body stiffened. Was it a reunion after a long separation? It had only been a month. No, to him, it had been more than 10,000 years. He had stayed in that space for more than 10,000 years. It was a long time, and it was boring and lonely. Although he was used to it, when he rushed out now, he still felt that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He also missed this little girl. In the vast and endless starry sky, two figures were entangled together. The beautiful angel gathered all her thoughts and feelings during this period of time, as if she had forgotten the time and the place. "Well, someone beat me to it," Xian murmured. He turned his head and smiled at Feng, who was walking up to them. Feng also smiled back. Her pink eyes swept across everyone seriously. Occasionally, some memories appeared in her eyes. She frowned slightly and recalled seriously. Feng. Feeling that she was a little confused, Xian and the others were also puzzled. Feng blinked her eyes and smiled embarrassedly. "It's been more than 14,000 years. I almost forgot what you looked like." Everyone was stunned. They had only spent a month here. Although they knew that the time inside the light cocoon was completely different from theirs, they had never thought that it had been more than 10,000 years inside. "Ah, this little girl really went in with you. I was wondering why I couldn't find her anywhere." You suddenly saw Little Purple Soul, who was grabbing Feng's skirt, and exclaimed. The little girl had disappeared for a month, and they were worried sick. If little Qing hadn't guessed that the little girl might have gone in, they would have jumped into the realm of the gods to search for her. They were all too aware of the little girl's ability to appear and disappear mysteriously. "This time, it's all thanks to Little Purple Soul," Feng said with a smile. Feng smiled and said, "If it weren't for the little girl, Xingxing and I would have taken 100 times longer, and the success rate would have been much lower." In Xingxing's plan, Little Purple Soul was not included. It's been more than 10,000 years, but the boss is still a demigod? This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Nightmare's eyes widened. Did something happen to him again? Upon hearing this, Xian and the others finally realized what was going on. They looked at each other, and then at Feng. Star has stored all the energy. He said that it's not time for him to level up yet. Well, that's what happened, Feng said. What's wrong now? Yun Nuoxing supported herself with one hand and walked back while being supported by Ming. She was still gasping for air. When this little girl got excited, she didn't know how to control her strength. When her front plate bumped into him at half the speed of light, his lungs were almost squeezed out. Nothing. Yuan Shi and the others looked at each other and nodded silently. Then, they abruptly turned around and walked into the palace. They even waved their hands behind them with a sly smile on their faces. Clearly, they wanted to give them some time to catch up. The large group of people entered the palace in a daze. Well, we'll wait for you inside. Brother, come in after you're done whispering to each other. Ming tidied up Yun Nuoxing's clothes, which were messed up by her. She then dragged the curious little girls into the palace. Feng was also pulled into the palace with a flirtatious smile on her face. She didn't forget to close the palace door. Only Yun Nuoxing and Xian were left outside. Xian stood quietly in front of them with her hands behind her back. Mei Mao had a faint smile and was happy. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head. This little girl was also her girlfriend. She suddenly felt very annoyed. She didn't need to think about these things in the past. He could break through the void and destroy the galaxy. If she asked him how to get along with his girlfriend, well, just do it as usual, right? Then he nodded in realization. He walked up to Xian and hugged her tightly. He stroked her long hair and said, "Xian?" Then he didn't say anything else. Xian wrinkled her nose and hugged him back. She cuddled in his arms for a while. Knowing that he was stupid and didn't know how to express his feelings, she shook her head helplessly. She tilted her head and kissed him deeply on the lips. Then she murmured, Little star, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. You've been with in there for 10,000 years. That counts. Yun Nuoshing was dumbfounded. But I slept for 10,000 years, but we haven't been alone for a long time. Xian lowered her head and murmured, at first it was just you, me, and little Ming, He suddenly felt that this little girl was a little resentful. That's right, there were only 3 in the beginning. Including the one in the soul and the one sleeping, there were 5 in total. However, the 2 in the back shouldn't count. How come there were already more than 10 around them without them noticing? Xian didn't say anything. After being affectionate for a while, she gently held his hand. Their fingers interlocked, and they strolled along the outside of the palace. Neither of them said anything. They didn't want to break the rare silence and peace of being alone. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but look sideways at her. 10,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. However, it had only been a month in the outside world, but he had already spent 10,000 years in there. Furthermore, those 14,000 years hadn't been that easy to endure. However, he didn't say anything. Just as he said, none of this was important. They didn't need to know what had happened in there. It was enough for them to know that he was alive. Xian also turned her head to look at him. Her beautiful colorful eyes flickered slightly, as if she had a lot to say to her. However, her clumsy master didn't know how to speak, so she didn't ask anything. She knew that the 1 month in the outside world, those 14,000 years in there, wasn't as easy as it seemed on the surface. Since he didn't want to say anything, she naturally wouldn't ask. Yun Nuoshing sighed softly in his heart. Ever since he recovered his memories, he didn't remember spending much time alone with Xian. However, he did spend some time alone with that stupid angel. Most of the time, he brought them to cultivate and also to cultivate. How should he put it? Was he neglected? After all, he had been busy running around after his memories came back. Usually, he would go out with a large group of people. From a long time ago, he vaguely remembered that after Yuan-Shi joined them, they had never been alone again. Okay, it's done. After walking around the palace for an hour, the 2 of them didn't say anything. Xian suddenly stopped and smiled sweetly at him. She ran her lily-white hand through her dark purple hair. Let's go in first. Everyone has something to tell you. In the month that you weren't here, a lot of things happened in the realm of the gods. Yun Nuoshing turned to look at her. Is that all? There shouldn't be too much time now, right? Hearing this, Xian smiled very happily. Her smile was a little abrupt, as if she was very satisfied that he took the time to accompany her. This let her know that she was always in his heart, and this made her feel a little happy. Xian leaned forward and lightly touched his lips like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Then, she smiled and said, Okay, we still have a lot of time in the future, don't we? She was a girl who was easily satisfied. As long as she could stay by his side and know that she was in his heart, it was enough. Just like he said before, they would be together for a long time in the future. She didn't need to worry too much about it for a while. Besides, now that she had received his answer, she was very satisfied. Okay. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and led her to the side of the palace. He directly opened a hole in the wall of the palace and pulled her in. When he was about to go in again, he suddenly paused and turned to look at her. By the way, more than 10,000 years. Bah, you and Qin girl still have a wish. It's been too long and I almost forgot. Have you thought about what it is? Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled and hooked his nose with her lily-white hand and pulled him inside. We'll talk about it when the time comes. As for little star's wish, I've thought about it carefully. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. He looked at the girl who was pulling him and jogging, and an inexplicable sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. He felt that something bad was brewing. Did he mention something terrible? However, when he saw the bright and moving smile on the girl's face, his heart still thumped. The feeling of more than 10,000 years was engraved in his heart. He also missed her very much, but he didn't say it out loud. Now that he saw her smile, his heart calmed down a little. Forget it, who cares about her? Whatever wish she has, it's not a problem. In this world, there were things that he couldn't do. Although there were still some, he felt that this girl wouldn't mention them. Chapter 1071. Unify the realm of the gods. Yuan Shi and the others had transformed the palace where the starry sky throne was originally placed into an ordinary palace for drinking tea and chatting. They had moved in a sofa and a long table and placed them in front of the throne. After Yun Nuoshing entered, he was carried up by a few naughty girls with evil smiles on their faces. After he sat down, he heard everyone's chatter. A few of the girls were obviously trying to cause trouble. It was as if there were tens of thousands of ducks quacking beside his ears. It was so loud that his head was about to explode. However, in the end, he was able to extract the key information from the tens of thousands of words. During the more than 10,001 month that he had subdued the godly flame, some things had happened in the realm of the gods. One of them was something that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Anyway, that's the situation. There hasn't been any movement in the past 2 days. You should know more about the gods. I just wanted to ask what you think. Nightmare spread out her hands. Brother Yun, war, kill them all. Yu excitedly jumped into Yun Nuoshing's arms. She waved her little fists and said something that made people sweat profusely with her cute smile. Fight. Shi also jumped up to join in the fun. However, she was knocked down by Shi Yi's blade. Yun Nuoshing silently looked at the two girls who wished for the world to be in chaos. He hugged Yu, who was rubbing against him in his arms, and placed her on the armrest of the throne. Then, he elegantly picked up the teacup and took a sip. So, what do you think? Yuan Shi wiped his sweat. Me? What does it have to do with me? Yun Nuoshing looked up and asked in confusion. Everyone was stunned. Looks like my guess is more accurate. Ming tapped her red lips with a proud look on her face. She had already said that her brother wouldn't care about these things. Ah no, little star, you're the ruler of the realm of the gods, right? Yuan Shi laughed dryly. What does it have to do with me, almost made him vomit blood. To be more precise, they are the maintainers and the repairmen who have been working hard for 10,000 years. Yun Nuoshing put down her teacup and sighed softly. She said, I don't care about that. They can do whatever they want in Myriad God Realm. I only want to protect Myriad God Realm, that's all. Chu Yingzhan thought for a moment before saying, So you're the only one who cares about whether or not the God Realm will explode, and you don't care about anything else? Yun Nuoshing nodded. Then, she felt that something wasn't quite right, so she sat up straight and said, In the past, it would have been like this. And then, in reality, if there were no accidents in this life, if I didn't know you guys, I would have just watched from the sidelines. At most, I would have allowed the 9 god temples to be preserved. As for the rest, I don't care if it's a flood, a raging inferno, or if the demon race tramples over the god realm, or if the god realm destroys the demon world, it's none of my business. Then, everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What exactly was going on? Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment, then leaned back on the throne, crossed his legs, and rested his chin on one hand as he fell into deep thought. Seeing this, everyone became nervous. This was the true ruler of the realm of the gods. Although he said that he was a pitiful mechanic, his nature had not changed. His next words could very well determine the future structure of the realm of the gods. They were so nervous that their palms were sweating. After a few minutes, Yun Nuoshing blinked. Her diamond-shaped eyes turned a few times. She tilted her head and looked at Nightmare. She waved her hand and said, Let me borrow the crystal ball. It's the crystal ball that records the location of that god's awakening. Oh, but I'm not sure where it's recorded. This thing seems to have been widely distributed by someone. Nightmare quickly took out the crystal ball and tossed it to Yun Nuoshing. After the latter caught it, she waved her hand and stuffed it into the book of Epic. The purple-red pendant on her chest shone brightly. Hum! With a soft sound, Yun Nuashing slowly stood up. A huge continent appeared on the long table in front of her. It was about 200 feet long. Countless colorful lines outlined the detailed situation of this continent. She could even see the flow of heaven and earth energy and the super-forbidden spell that enveloped this continent. A spot suddenly appeared on this continent formed by colorful lines. It was a small spot that was about 1/100th of the original region. The visualization of energy made that spot very conspicuous. It was continuously radiating powerful energy in all directions. The vibrating energy ripples spread across the entire original region before gradually weakening. Finally, it spread across most of Myriad God Realm. The Ganyuan region is closer to the southern plains. The owner of that energy. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes and looked at the huge energy spot. That's a celestial god, one of the 5 remaining celestial gods in Myriad God Realm. This result made everyone's expression change slightly. Although they were already mentally prepared that anyone who dared to jump out and announce that they would unify Myriad God Realm was definitely not a simpleton and definitely had absolute power. Otherwise, they would not do such a foolish thing. However, when they heard Yun Nuashing tell them that it was a celestial god, they still could not help but be shocked. It might have awakened first. The power of the heavenly gods is enough to allow them to ignore part of the suppression of the natural laws of this world. It's not that they are immune to the powerful suppression of the natural laws of this world, but they are still able to use their own powerful strength and natural laws to offset part of it. At the very least, they would not suffer as much as the other gods. Otherwise, there would not be 3 heavenly gods in this era. It's just that in order to avoid unnecessary consumption, they sealed their own origin and went into hibernation. Yun Nuashing's explanation made everyone speechless for a while. It seemed that this was indeed the case. If the other celestial gods awaken as well, then there will be a show to watch. For now, we still don't know the depths of these 5 celestial gods. If one of them is willing to lower themselves. But do you think it's possible for a celestial god to lower themselves to submit to another celestial god? If there isn't a friendship that can be measured in epochs, then it's basically nonsense. Even if there is a huge difference in strength, it's still the same. Yun Nuashing said indifferently. Celestial gods were existences beyond the norm. Even if their strength was not on the same level, it was very rare for them to submit to another person. This was especially true in a situation where there were only 5 celestial gods left. That was even more impossible. There was a saying that one would rather die than submit. This was precisely the case for existences beyond the norm at this level. You think that they will fight? Chu Yingzhan's eyebrows twitched. She instinctively felt that there was another meaning in his words. Yun Nuashing nodded his head. It's not a feeling. They will definitely fight. If the other 4 celestial gods awaken as well. If a war between celestial gods occurs, and the goal is to snatch the divine realm, who knows how long it will take. It's inevitable that the entire divine realm will be involved. Yuanqi pulled at his hair with a headache. Right now, there's still 2 months before the demon world descends, right? 10 days over a month. Yun Nuashing's accurate answer caused everyone's cheeks to twitch again. The time was getting closer and closer. Alright, 10 days over a month. If a few celestial gods fight during this time, and the demon world descends, then the difficulty will not be 1 + 1. The internal and external troubles will probably reach an unprecedented level. Yuanqi scratched his head in distress. Yun Nuashing also knew this point. It was precisely because of this that he felt a headache. He had just said that if he was alone in this life, then no matter what, he would not care too much about anything. He would just peacefully guard his 9 deities' palace. However, he was not alone now. God knows when so many people had gathered around him. Furthermore, they came from all over the place. Taiyuan region, Kuan Yuan region, divine prefecture, demon world. Yun Nuoshing gently rubbed his palm on the armrest of the throne. He took a deep breath and raised his hand. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. He was about to land his hand on the gigantic model of the divine realm in front of him. Woo woo! A white light rushed in from outside the main hall and quickly passed by the model of the divine realm. It split into two in midair. One of them pounced into Yun Nuoshing's arms and circled around him. Then, it burrowed into his collar. The other one directly stuck to his face. Everyone was stunned at the sight of its bouncy flesh. Ah, the two little fellows have also woken up. It seems like they have smelled Brother Nuoshing's scent. Lan Shiner looked at the big fat ball that was swinging around Yun Nuoshing's fringe. She could not help but laugh. Little Magic and Xiao Xian had been running around in the shrine. Today, when they sensed Yun Nuoshing's scent, they could not wait to rush out. Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. His raised hand froze in midair. After a few seconds, he grabbed the fat ball that was swinging around his fringe and placed it on his head. He shook his head helplessly and did not continue his previous actions. Sometimes, it only took a moment to harden one's heart. If it passed in an instant, there was no need to harden one's heart. I felt that something extremely terrifying was about to happen just now. However, it was suddenly suppressed. However, he withdrew his hand very quickly. Nightmare still felt a chill run down his spine. He trembled violently. Boss, were you planning to do something just now? No. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. I was just planning to slap it. Slap it? Everyone looked at each other. Yes, slap it. If I'm lucky, I'll make that troublemaker disappear from the world. If I'm unlucky, I'll make it disappear along with everything within a radius of 100 million miles. Yun Nuoshing nodded calmly. Everyone. This guy was indeed a demon. Relying on the Great Guardian formation, he could even punish a heavenly god now? If that slap had landed, it was guaranteed that a 10,000 magnitude earthquake would have occurred in the Ganyuan region. Even the void would have collapsed. Sensing everyone's strange gazes, Yun Nuoshing shrugged helplessly. The Great Guardian formation did indeed have that kind of power. However, after using it, he had to rest for a while. If he overloaded it, the Great Guardian formation would collapse just like the last time. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he would not use the Great Guardian formation first. It was a trump card to prevent the realm of the gods from encountering any unexpected disasters. It was too wasteful to use the Great Guardian formation just to kill a heavenly god. It was like using an apocalyptic power to kill a fly. Alright, a giant beast. It was not worth it. Ahem. Let's not talk about what the world is going to become or what it's going to be like. Yun Nuoshing let out a dry cough and waved his hand. The gigantic model of the realm of the gods gradually dimmed and disappeared. There's no point in sitting here and guessing. Let's return to the realm of the gods and take a look. The news from 7 days ago might be different now. Oh right, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading to the Little Divine Prefecture. Is there anything else you need to take care of first? Will you be going to the Little Divine Prefecture for a long time? Yuan Shi asked. It's hard to say. That place is the Great Guardian Formation's closing point. If you take care of it, you'll be able to control it more accurately. But if you don't take care of it, it won't be a big problem either. After all, if you really use the Great Guardian Formation, it's basically announcing that the realm of the gods should be cleaned up. It doesn't matter whether you control it accurately or not. To me, cleaning up 100 million miles of land is no different from accidentally sinking 100 million miles of land. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. Everyone was speechless. What a dangerous guy. Also, if you're going to the Little Divine Prefecture this time, Yurir Fairy and Chu Chen will be going there to level up and engrave the rules of the ancient era. After that, there won't be anything else. If you want to play in the Little Divine Prefecture, it won't be a problem for us to stroll around there. Yun Nuoshing said. He had been holding back until the little divine prefecture level up because of the rules of the ancient era left behind there. As long as he engraved the rules of the ancient era into his own rules and karma, there wouldn't be a problem. The rules of the ancient era were powerful and could increase one's cultivation speed. They could even touch power that didn't belong to this era. It was just that very few people could touch it, so it wasn't impossible to stay there and cultivate. It's going to be chaotic outside. It's fine if you want to go to the little divine prefecture to avoid it. Because of the dark elemental barrier, the little divine prefecture is severely isolated from the outside world. No matter how much war there is outside, or how much flood there is, it won't have much to do with the little divine prefecture. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and took a sip of tea. Oh, it's been a long time since we're going back to the divine prefecture. Yuan Shi stretched lazily. There's nothing to prepare. We can go there directly. Our cultivation has come to an end, so we can go and have some fun. Before he could finish speaking, a burst of light suddenly lit up beside him, causing everyone to turn their heads. They saw that the jade bracelet on Qin Yan's left hand had suddenly lit up. She was also stunned. She was about to touch it with her other hand, but before she could touch it, the jade bracelet's light dimmed. Then, a piece of paper floated out from there. It swayed casually in the air, then slowly fell down and was caught by her. Chu Yingzhan and Ming, who were sitting beside her, leaned over curiously. Qin Yan shook her head helplessly and moved the thing that seemed to be a letter a little further away so that they could see it. She herself also felt that this somewhat formal communication was a little strange. If it was an emergency, her father would directly send a message instead of throwing out a letter. Qin Yan, Ming, and the other two girls silently repeated it in their hearts. Chu Yingzhan even moved her small mouth to make a gesture. The others waited patiently. Just as they took a sip of tea, they saw that the three of them suddenly had strange expressions on their faces. They all turned to look at Yun Nuoxing. What's wrong? I can see a huge amount of information from your expressions. It seems like something earth-shattering has happened. Yun Nuoxing was also stunned when she was stared at like this. Yuan Shi and the others were also very curious. They hurriedly asked, "What happened? What happened?" Ming had a strange expression on her face. She looked at the letter again, and her golden eyes flashed. Seeing that Qin Yan and Chu Yingzhan were stunned and didn't say anything, she hesitated for a few seconds and smiled bitterly. "Brother, you might have to go to the Qin family first." "Oh, it's no problem. But why is it so sudden? Did something happen?" Yun Nuoxing nodded and revealed a curious expression. Ming took the yellowish letter and handed it to Xian for them to read. Then, she said, "You're going to get engaged." A bolt of lightning from the ninth heaven streaked across the sky, and everyone in the main hall was exhausted. Yun Nuoxing held her teacup, and her expression didn't react. After a long while, there was movement in the frozen space. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Only then did they remember that there was such a thing. They had been running around all day to cultivate so intensely that they had forgotten about it. At this time, the letter finally fell into Yuan Shi's hands. He looked inside and teased, "They invited a lot of people. Little star, you really have to go." "It's reasonable that I have to go." Nightmare crossed her arms and nodded. "Who told you to flirt with other people, you bastard?" Chu Yingzhan shrugged and sighed. "The evils you brought on yourself were the hardest to bear." After a while, Yun Nuoxing also received the letter. Yu who was sitting next to him, also hurried over to read it. There wasn't much content in the letter, but it was very clear. In fact, he could more or less guess some of it even without reading it. It wasn't like he hadn't seen similar situations before. Chaos was imminent, and recently, there had been frequent big movements. Although they were drifting away from the world, the gods' realm had long been in an uproar. Things that were more serious than the last had been stirred up. There was the saying of an engagement in the first place, so Qin Hai thought that while there was still a little bit of peace, he should quickly settle the matter of the two young people first. There might not be such an opportunity in the future. Yun Nuoshing sighed. There wasn't much to say about this matter. It was caused by her own sins. However, the two of them were in a more intimate state than acquaintances, so it wasn't good to fall out with them. The Nine Deities Temple and the Qin clan were also old friends. This made him even more vexed. He had single-handedly brought about this matter, but the girl herself was also muddle-headed. He just didn't expect that he would have such a day. The day of a marriage alliance. Going back 70 eras, he never thought that he would have such a day. She flipped through the pages of the letter with her slender fingers, folded it, and gently pushed it back to Qin Yen. Then, she turned to the others and said with a shrug, "Let's go. Let's go to the Qin clan first." They left just like that. They had stayed in the outer heavens of the divine world for a month. Now, it was time for them to go back. With Yun Nuoshing's speed, she brought everyone to a desolate mountain range in an instant. They were still sitting in the palace a second ago, but now they had arrived at a mountain range without even blinking their eyes. Everyone was stunned. The desolate mountain range was barren. 2 suns hung in the sky like scorching suns. It was extremely dazzling. There weren't even any birds in the empty sky. The wind that blew from afar carried the scorching aura of the scorching sun. It stirred up a whirlwind on the yellow earth, causing sand and pebbles to fly. Where is this place? It was like a memory fragment. They had arrived here in an instant. Yuan Shi and the others didn't understand what had happened at all. They hurriedly looked at Yun Nuoshing. The aura of the northern wasteland. Nightmare took a deep breath and exclaimed, "We arrived at the northern wasteland in a flash. How strong are you now?" Chu Yingzhan poked Yun Nuoshing and couldn't help but ask. Only then did everyone remember that this guy had subdued 2 types of principal flames. One was ranked 11th, so it should have been ranked 4th, and the other was ranked 5th. However, they had forgotten about it because of other things. Only God knew how ridiculous this guy was. The sound string fire and the red lotus fire are both principal flames. However, one contains the principal power of rhythm, while the other is the principal power of the divine world. It can purify everything. I don't really care about the effects of the flames themselves. These 2 types of divine flames have recovered most of my principal power. Because of my divine soul, the strength of my principal power has recovered to the level of a post-god. Yun Nuoshing raised her head and said, "The strength of the principal power that one carried was very important. The emperor gods had only just begun to grasp the principal power, while the gods could use it to perfection. However, it was still more difficult to strengthen one's own principal power. The stronger one's principal power and causality power were, the less they would be affected by the outside world. They could even affect the space and even the world they were in." "Just give us a specific explanation." Yuan Shi felt a headache after listening to a long speech. He hurriedly said, "For example, your current strength. I can probably fight against the gods head-on. After all, my principal power has recovered so much." Yun Nuoshing said calmly, "The strength of my principal power and causality power only allows me to not be affected too much when facing the divine rights of the gods. The divine rights of those with lower principal power would not be able to affect me. After all, my remaining divine rights are the divine rights of heavenly gods. They cannot surpass me in terms of divine rights. They can only suppress me when my principal power is not very high. But now this hidden danger has been somewhat fixed. Since there's no way to suppress me from a higher position, I can fight as I please. With over 50 heavenly god-tier gods park weapons and a few divine right weapons, it shouldn't be a problem for me to kill one or a bunch of deities. Probably. Everyone! This guy is not human. Out of the norm, he is literally out of the norm." Chapter 1072. What were the so-called rules? This mysterious question had probably troubled many people. Even those who had stood tall for a long time after the miracles were not clear about the mysteries within. The mysteries were very high. For some gods who only knew how to cultivate their own divinity, divine authority, and divine power, these hidden factors on the other side might only be unconsciously improved by themselves. They did not even know what would happen if they were improved and what would happen if they did not improve. Even in the ancient era, the precise understanding of one's own rules and causality, or the concept of rules and causality, within one's body are all things that touch upon the very essence of the world. Doing these things is equivalent to messing around with the foundation of the world, but it would not affect the world itself. It would only change the effects on oneself. Yun Nuashing twirled her fingers and cleared her throat. I'll keep it short. Every world has its own rules. There are infinite worlds in the void, and even if two worlds were born at the same time, their rules would not necessarily be the same. Different rules would give birth to different things. Every life in every world has their own rules, and it is only a matter of strength. The higher their rules, the closer they are to the rules created by the world, and the closer they are to the rules that are the world's essence. When their rules reach a certain level, they could even ignore the restraints of the world's rules and transcend everything. To put it bluntly, they could mess around without being suppressed by the world. Nightmare said simply. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment and nodded helplessly. It's not impossible for you to say it like that, but if you say it like that, the mystery will be reduced a lot. This involves the power of the element of beginning. When the rules reach a certain level, the restraints of the world on the individual would weaken. When that time comes, they could do whatever they want in the world. Create, destroy, modify, change, and toy with everything in the world. There would be nothing in the world that could restrain such life forms since their rules were much higher than the rules of the world, and the world would have to yield to them and obey their rules. But no matter how much you mess around, it's useless in the God realm. Yuan, she said softly. Everyone also nodded in agreement. This was a world created by the first-generation great deity, and its rules were even higher than the world it resided in. Even the world that the myriad divine world resided in would be affected by it. There was basically no life form that could act unbridled in the myriad divine world, not even those above the heavenly deity realm. After staying in the wilderness for a while, Yun Nuashing opened the treasure map and checked the location. She also sensed the northern wasteland and the western wasteland. Just as she was about to enter the western wasteland, the fallen star city, she was stunned. She turned to Xian and said, Xian, I suddenly remembered that your family is also in the western wasteland. Everyone turned their heads to look at Xian. She was also stunned for a second before she suddenly came to a realization. Ah yes, I almost forgot. This sentence made everyone speechless. This little girl had followed Yun Nuashing all over the world and had not returned home for more than 10 or 20 years. She had almost forgotten about it. Yun Nuashing turned to look at Qin Yen and gave her an apologetic smile. Send Xian home first. Is that okay? Qin Yen nodded. You decide. Although she said that she wanted to settle the matter first, it was actually not too urgent. She guessed that her father was a little missing a certain daughter, and now that the world was in chaos, he used that letter to call her back. Yun Nuashing nodded and sensed the direction of the western wasteland. Now that the Guardian formation had been revived, his control over the God realm had been restored to its former level. He could even use the Guardian formation to sense what was happening in the entire God realm, as long as he wanted to. With such meticulous senses, it was not difficult to find Xingyu City. In less than 10 seconds they found the place. Yun Nuashing opened his eyes. A white light flashed in the space in front of him. Then, the group of people disappeared on the spot. Their line of sight flashed again, and from the desolate mountain range covered in yellow soil, they came to a mountain range with green existences. They were still standing on the mountain, and uneven trees appeared one after another in the distance. The group of them stood at the edge of the mountain and looked out from the not-so-dense forest. They saw a city not far away, and there were many people hurrying to and fro. "Oh, we're here." Yuanshi stood up shakily, and his cheeks twitched slightly. "I suddenly feel very uncomfortable. In the past, it should have taken us 8 or 10 days to get here. Well, emergency situations require emergency response. The remaining time is not enough for you to fly all over the sky. It's more convenient to teleport here." Yun Nuoshing shrugged. "It's just that this kind of hardcore teleportation is not as accurate as the star map. Unfortunately, over the years, we have tried to collect as many fragments of the star map as possible, but it hasn't been fully repaired. This thing is not used in the God Realm. The God Realm is just a small map." After listening to him angrily, the group could not help but be speechless. What did he mean by not used in the God Realm? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and said, "That star map is used in the 8 Elements realm. A fixed-point teleportation device in the void. This thing can even directly go from the center of the upper plane to the most desolate place in the lower plane of the 8 Elements realm." Everyone. After going off topic for a while, Yun Nuoshing came back to her senses. Waving her hand, she took the lead and flew towards Starry Universe City, which was not far away. The group quickly followed behind her. The streets that extended in all directions connected the medium-sized city on the plains. At the moment, the city was heavily guarded. Rows of soldiers stood on the city walls, and they were all demigods and even deities. They were not ordinary guards. The situation in the God Realm was very serious. There was an inexplicable pressure pressing down on everyone. The forces guarding the city were nervous, afraid that the incident that destroyed the city would happen to them in one night. Therefore, they even set up a great defensive formation to protect the city. Although they knew that the thin defensive barrier would not be of much use, it was better than nothing. It was a kind of psychological comfort. I have to say, it is a miracle that the incident has not caused panic until now. Yun Nuoshing looked at the people who were in a hurry on the streets, and the cultivators who were flying around in the sky. They looked very anxious, as if they were in a hurry. There was some worry in their eyes, but they did not run around in panic. "Are you talking about the incident that destroyed a city?" She looked around and nodded. "Indeed. As the demon world descends, the God Realm is full of strange phenomena. There are a lot of major incidents, and 2 or 3 medium-sized cities were completely destroyed. Although I can feel the extreme tension in the air, it did not cause too much panic under such circumstances. It is incredible. However, these people are nervous. Ordinary people are the most likely to feel uneasy, followed by cultivators. However, the former are the most common. If they cause any panic, it will be troublesome to deal with it." Chu Yingzhan blinked and looked curiously at the pedestrians who were in a hurry but in an orderly manner. She said, "My hometown in the 7 Elements realm is a small and remote place. I know how much panic the mortals will feel when something big happens in the cultivator world. After all, the mortals in the 8 Elements realm are very calm. Ordinary people and the cultivator world are only separated by a piece of paper. After so many years of experience, they have long been used to turmoil. It is just another turmoil. Their nerves are already strong enough to get used to this kind of thing." Yun Nuoshing said. He had been observing the God Realm for a long time in the ancient era. He had seen everything that could be seen clearly, so he was naturally the most qualified to speak. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was true. They lived in the God Realm all day, so it was not like they had never seen the sky fall. It was not like they did not know about the demon world descending from the records. They were already used to it. A group of people entered the city in a grandiose manner. Perhaps it was because of the chaos, but not many people paid attention to them. How should they put it? It made them feel a little unnatural. In the past, they would receive a lot of attention wherever they went, so they were used to it. There was a bounty poster on the city wall. There was a familiar face painted on it. Everyone trembled when they saw it. "Little star, someone put a bounty on you." Yuan. She poked Yun Nuoshing's elbow and laughed softly in his soul. I know. Ever since those gods came back to life, this bounty poster appeared. Back then, I saw it in the ultimate plane region. I don't know who is looking for me, but no matter what it is most likely not a good thing. Yun Nuoshing nodded calmly. He tilted his head and looked at the bounty poster on the city wall. Oh, it is already 1,000,000 celestial grade Xian crystals. Not bad, not bad. So stingy. Everyone had a strange look on their faces. This guy was really calm when he saw their bounty poster. But with his current combat strength, it was normal for him to be calm, but these guys were really stingy. This was a former peak Divine Realm expert, but they didn't know that. Walking on the bustling street, under the scorching noon sun, the street was bustling with people. There wasn't the slightest bit of lazy atmosphere at noon. The crowd was hurriedly walking. Although there were many more people on the street than in her memory, this familiar scene still made Ziyin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. Her small mouth opened and closed as if she was silently chanting something. Perhaps it was a name in her memory, or perhaps it was something that had once been on the street. I used to come to this street often. There would be a lot of snacks at night. After turning a corner, Ziyin held Yun Nuoshing's hand and pointed to the street next to them. He smiled faintly and then hurriedly pulled her forward. The others also quickly followed. Knowing that she was temporarily immersed in her memory, they didn't say anything. And the girl, who used to be very determined and steady outside, also became a little excited at this time. She pulled Yun Nuoshing and ran faster and faster. Looking at the smile on her face, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but laugh. He ran faster and jogged side by side with her on this street that was much less crowded. Yun Nuoshing also remembered a little. He had been here before, but at that time, he secretly followed Ziyin through this street. Thinking back a little, he felt that what happened at that time seemed to have happened yesterday. Time has slipped away so sneakily. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed in the mortal world. He had spent more than 10,000 years in the light cocoon. What a long and short time it had passed in the blink of an eye. But where did that pagoda go? Yun Nuoshing raised his head curiously. If there was a soul building in Xingyu City, it must be the pagoda of the Xian family. Why did it disappear? He looked up, but as far as his eyes could see, the sky was empty. His soul sensing told him that there were many more high-level gods in the city. In the past, the strongest in this city was only a demigod. Well, at that time, he couldn't sense anyone more powerful. Xingyu City was also a remote place in the western region of the Divine Prefecture. He also thought that there wouldn't be much stronger here, but this was the Divine Prefecture. No matter how remote it was still the Divine Prefecture. Maybe there were strong gods in the Xian family back then, but he didn't know that. If Yun Nuoshing could notice it, naturally Ziyin could. He couldn't find the pagoda. His heart skipped a beat and he ran faster. He jumped into the air and swept a distance in a flash. The people behind him were confused, but they didn't ask and quickly followed him. After going around in circles, they soon stopped. Yun Nuoshing raised his head and saw the house in front of him. His cheeks couldn't help but twitch. He turned his head to look at Ziyin. His heart was in turmoil because of the shock. Mei Mao couldn't believe it. When the others landed, they were also shocked. The house that appeared in front of them still had the plaque of the Xian family hanging on it. Under the scorching sun at noon, they could clearly see that the house in front of them was an abandoned ruin. The yellowed walls had cracks as thick as a thumb. The courtyard was full of rubble. The once tall pavilion had collapsed, and half of the roof beams had collapsed. Only the broken fences and broken walls were left. There were traces of destruction everywhere. Only the 1-meter-tall weeds growing in the corners of the courtyard and in the gaps between the rubble had a different color. Yun Nuoshing hurriedly supported Ziyin with his hands, afraid that she would collapse in the next second from the shock. However, it turned out that he worried too much. Xian just stared in disbelief with her eyes wide open. Her jade-like hands held tightly onto his, trembling. Her body didn't show any signs of collapsing, which made him heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that the shock was still within an acceptable range. Did they encounter a dragon? How could a perfectly fine house be torn down like this? Nightmare couldn't help but ask. He really couldn't hold it in. How could there be a ruined house in a place so close to the city center? Yuanshi gave him a fierce look and hurriedly said, Xian, you didn't find the wrong place, right? Is it really here? The situation here was exactly the same as the Qin family and Yu family that Yun Nuoxing used to live in. The house was empty, and there weren't many people around. There's only one Xian family in the entire Starry Universe city, Yun Nuoxing said. After a while, he narrowed his eyes and said, There's someone in the ruins. Let's go in and see. The group of people nodded. Their energy surged and was about to erupt. Yun Nuoxing pulled Ziyan and let her lean half of her body in his arms. He rushed into the ruins aggressively and found the life reaction in an instant. The other party didn't hide himself at all, and he didn't have the ability to do so. It was just an ordinary person, a tramp with unkempt hair and a dirty face. When he saw Yun Nuoxing and the group of people rushing in with both feet off the ground, he was so scared that he almost peed himself. However, when he saw that they didn't plan to attack him and only asked him questions, he trembled all over and told them everything he knew. Then, he got out of here in a hurry. If that old guy didn't lie, according to the time, they disappeared about 10 years ago. The whole Xian family was taken away by a group of immortals. I guess they were middle-high level immortals. In the next 1 or 2 years, the old site of the Xian family was turned upside down by other forces in Starry Universe City. Even the Soul Refining Tower was blown up. Yuanshi said. When he saw Mei Mao Dim and Xian about to faint at any time, he hurriedly said, I'll go out and take a look. Maybe I'll get some useful information. Cough. No need. That guy didn't lie. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He held Xian in his arms with one hand and used the Book of Epochs to look back on what had happened in the surroundings with the other hand. He lowered his head and blew at her ear, saying, Girl, don't worry. Your family is fine. They just moved to another place. Xian trembled all over and blushed slightly. She hurriedly looked at him, saying, Do you know where they went? Father and the others and… Probably. Yun Nuoxing nodded and rubbed her head. He muttered to himself for a while and said, I saw the clothes of the people who helped move in the image. They were probably from the Xian family. The Xian family? Everyone was confused. What did he mean? They moved themselves? I'm talking about the Xian family of the 8 ancient families. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw their expressions. He conveniently told them what he saw in Xingling City's Qin family and the Yu family. Everyone let out a long "oh" after hearing this. Xian also heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. After a while, she frowned and asked doubtfully, But what does the Xian family have to do with our family? You'll have to ask Qin Yan about this. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at Qin Yan. Qin Yan was stunned. She pointed at herself in a daze, saying, Huh! Oh, we made a trip back to Star Spirit City. Previously, we had a guess that the Qin family, the Yu family, and the Xian family here are all related to the ancient families. We guessed that they might be a branch of the 8 families. Moreover, they are a family with a very strong and pure bloodline. Their purpose is probably to preserve the fire seed. However, we don't know the details. Yun Nuoxing shook his head and said, I know you don't know. It's fine. Anyway, it's about time to go to your family. We'll know when we ask. Qin Yan thought for a while and nodded. After all, she didn't know much. Although she was the goddess of the Qin family, she didn't care about anything. She naturally didn't know much about the family's affairs. Moreover, it was something that happened so many years ago that anyone would have forgotten about it. In the end, she accidentally flipped through the family records and discovered that the Qin family's bloodline had been lost outside. Thus, she hurriedly sent people to bring it back. It's probably something that happened a long time ago. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Everyone wandered aimlessly in the ruins. Looking at the vast and dilapidated land, their eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. They sighed in their hearts. They could roughly imagine what kind of scene this place used to be. It was bustling, brightly lit, and full of vitality. After the owner of the house left, this place gradually became dilapidated and was visited by many uninvited guests. Xian brought Yun Nuoxing to the place where she used to live. There used to be a sea of flowers there. The sky was filled with petals that danced in the breeze and could be blown far away by the wind. It was very romantic. However, at this moment only ruins were left. The sea of flowers was gone. The land here had been dug up, and the ground was filled with rubble and dust. The house in the sea of flowers was also gone. It was buried in this huge pit and became history. It's a scene of devastation. Xian smiled bitterly. After knowing that her family was fine, her heavy heart was relieved. It was just a place to live. She still had feelings for this place, but she cared more about the people who lived here. She had 1,000% trust in Yun Nuoxing. He couldn't be wrong. She trusted him unreservedly. Little star, I have nowhere to go. Xian buried her face in his shoulder. Her voice was a little low. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he sighed in his heart. He didn't say anything. He gently stroked the girl's head and hugged her tightly in his arms. What a helpless trouble! Ming, who was watching from the side, gave him a look. Then he pulled Feng and Bing Er to the side and whispered, "Now, let's leave this time for these two idiots." Is Xian okay? Feng was a little worried. She turned around and looked at Xian, who was silent. Her family was gone just like that. She had been traveling in the God realm for more than 20 years. When she came back, even her home was gone. Fortunately, her family was still there. They had just gone to another place. As long as they were still alive, they could still see each other. Don't worry. With Brother Nuo here, everything will be fine. She shook her head and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She had once been like this as well, but at that time, she had been very calm and had accepted everything calmly. Although she had also felt a bit of a mental breakdown, as if something she had been pursuing for a long time had suddenly collapsed. Perhaps it was because of the passage of time, but she didn't take it too seriously. After all, her parents had long since passed away, and that insignificant family clan of hers had been destroyed. Battles were happening all the time in the God realm, and what had happened to them was only a small part of it. It was just that they had coincidentally encountered it. Chapter 1073. It was a moonlit night, and the earth was covered in silver. The blue moon was very close to the God realm, and the millstone hanging in the sky was very large. It looked like it was about to fall. Even at night, the entire God realm was not peaceful. This situation had been going on for several days. Many major events were happening in the God realm, and it affected many people's mind. Not everyone was panicking, and it was impossible to completely stop the panic from spreading. However, those trivial matters did not have much to do with this place at this time. This place was enveloped by the formation, and all irrelevant people were expelled. The weak power of the rules spread out, making it impossible for people to have any thoughts of approaching this place. The cool moonlight flickered with a silver-blue radiance, sprinkling over the ruins. In the faint moonlight, a clear and melodious sound drifted out from the ruins, as if a sweet female voice was singing in a low voice. The pleasant voice quietly reverberated in the ruins. In front of the hole in the ruins, two people were sitting together. Dark purple hair and colorful hair fell on each other's body, and they were entangled with each other. The girl with dark purple hair and picturesque features leaned on the other person's shoulder and fell asleep. Her jade-like hands clutched the other person's clothes tightly, as if she was afraid that he would disappear. "Big Sister Xian is asleep?" A voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz came from behind them. Bright light scattered over a radius of a few meters, and a faint holy voice sounded. It sounded like the whispers of an angel, and those who heard it could not help but be intoxicated. An incomparably holy figure walked out from behind the two of them, and sat down gently beside Yun Nuoshing. A pair of pure white wings lazily spread out, enveloping the three of them. Facing the moonlight, she raised her head, revealing an incomparably beautiful face. A gentle and holy smile hung on the corner of her mouth, and she was holy and gentle. Yes, it's a bit of a blow to see that our home is gone. Fortunately, Uncle Xian and the others were taken away, and not broken into the Xian family and kidnapped. Yun Nuoshing nodded, and reached out to pat the angel's head. Big Sister Xian felt very peaceful beside Big Brother, so she fell asleep. Ming smiled softly, and leaned her head on his shoulder. I also feel very peaceful beside Big Brother. Oh, is this why you treat me as a bolster? Hee hee. Under the moonlight, the three of them leaned against each other quietly. Xian had already fallen asleep, and Yun Nuoshing had been hugging her slender waist. She wanted to spread her 6 wings, but when she saw Ming's huge white feathers, she thought about it and decided not to. Yun coughed. Little star, I'm going back first. You guys, come back tomorrow. Qin Yan's voice suddenly rang out in his soul, snapping him out of his tranquil state. He raised his head slightly, but he couldn't move his hands. His shoulders were occupied by the 2 girls. Are you going back to make preparations? There was a few seconds of silence before Qin Yan replied softly, Be careful when you go back. It hasn't been very peaceful recently. You silly girls, don't lose yourselves. Of course, even if you lose yourselves, I can find you back, as long as you don't mind being watched by me, Yun Nuoshing said with a smile. Qin Yan was speechless. She was the goddess of the Qin family, and a low-level god. How could she lose herself so easily? There's a portal here that leads directly to the Qin Tian sacred city in the western region. Our home is there. Will you come? Hearing these slightly cautious probing words, Yun Nuoshing almost spat out. His cheeks twitched violently. Can you not use such a tone as if I've abandoned you to say such aggrieved words? I don't have confidence. Qin Yan's voice was slightly downcast. If it weren't for that scene in the past, they probably wouldn't have come to this point. She wasn't a tough person, so she couldn't harden her heart to confess. She dragged it out and ended up like this. Compared to the girl beside him, she was not confident. Yun Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was also a very helpless problem. He only felt that the word miserable was written all over his face, but what could he do? He had given her a choice to announce that she had dumped him. He wouldn't care about this, and they could still be friends in the future. As for the eyes of outsiders, if he cared about this, he wouldn't have ended up like this. For a person who was ruthless enough to destroy the entire realm of the gods, why would he care about other people's eyes? What? Unpleasant sound? What unpleasant sound? The sound echoing in the void was very beautiful. It was mixed with the aftermath of the destruction of countless worlds, and the noise left behind was woven into the lingering sound in the void. It was very moving music, alright, he was a little overthinking. Back to the original words, this girl. Hiss. He couldn't say for sure, but he felt a little sad. Sigh, don't worry, I will go. I once told you that when everything is unavoidable, I will face it calmly. Moreover, what I said in the past still stands. If you feel regretful and don't want to do this, then, if I could be ruthless, I would have been ruthless back then. Qin Yan smiled bitterly. She couldn't be ruthless anymore. Moreover, the Qin family and the 9 Gods Temple had been on good terms for generations, and she also valued Yun Nuoshing. Apart from her own hidden thoughts, she also had another thought in her heart, which was to let her family follow him to the next step. That's right, this thought once existed, but as time passed, it became a lot fainter, and the proportion of the former was increasing rapidly. Yun Nuoshing was silent for a while, then he closed his eyes and said, Little Qin, do as you wish. You can do whatever you want, and I will respect your choice. Don't worry too much, I will leave the choice to you. I won't have any complaints, and there will always be a place for you by my side. This will not change no matter what happens, it's a promise. That incident in the past was caused by him, so he didn't mind shouldering any reputation. He didn't mind if it was a little unpleasant. Who asked him to be stupid at that time? There was a price to pay for doing things without thinking. Sigh, he had taught himself another lesson. There was no response from the soul, but he could faintly hear Qin Yan's breathing. It was faint and a little nervous. She was silent and didn't reply. After a while, even the breathing in the soul disappeared, which gave him a headache. He couldn't leave now. What about that little girl? She wouldn't have thought wrongly, right? He felt that there shouldn't be a problem with him handling this matter, right? Boss, Yuan Shi and I will leave first. Tomorrow, we will bring gifts to the Qin family in the name of the Nightwalker Alliance. See you in the sacred city of Qin Tian. Just as he finished sighing, Nightmare's noisy voice sounded again, and he was so scared that he almost jumped into the pit. Little star, tomorrow, the Yuan family. I think Big Sis will also go over. Anyway, you have to be prepared. We will go back first. Oh right, Qin Yan just ran out with red eyes. She might have gone back to the Qin family. Did you make her unhappy? Yuan Shi's voice followed closely behind. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. That little girl wasn't unhappy. She was so conflicted that she was about to cry. Unfortunately, he was also conflicted to the point that he was about to cry. Damn it, how could there be such a troublesome thing in this world? Brother! Ming opened her eyes and saw Yun Nuoxing's distorted, conflicted, dark, soulless, distressed, bitter, and funny face. She was shocked. Are you not feeling well? No, my balls are hurting. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched so much that it was about to fall off. Ming's face turned red and she muttered in a low voice. Let's talk inside the room. Yun Nuoxing. I was wrong. The Qin family, also known as the Qin clan, appeared in the middle and later stages of the primordial age. A powerful god had once appeared in the family and inherited the god's bloodline. Because of this, the family was able to survive for a long time. However, like many other large clans, there was no news of its founder. No one knew if he had died or gone missing, but it was most likely the former. The Qin family was located in the western region of the Divine Prefecture, near the center of the eastern region. It was located in Qin Tian Holy City, which was directly east of Fallen Star City. Most of the forces within a radius of 1 trillion miles were considered subordinate forces of the Qin family and were protected by the Qin family. However, the primordial 8 clans had always been very mysterious, just like the 9 god temples that stood at the peak of the god realm. Many people knew of their existence, but they didn't know much about them. The same was true for the subordinate forces of the Qin family. They understood the Qin family the same way everyone else did. They knew that the Qin family possessed extremely terrifying strength, and their orders were like the will of the heavens that couldn't be disobeyed. In this chaotic and vast god realm, it wasn't shameful to rely on such a big tree. Being able to develop peacefully under its protection was also a rather good way to do so. It was just like the status of the Qin family in the god realm. Those who knew of it all worshipped it as a godlike existence. This phenomenon was even more exaggerated in the eastern region of the western region, which was the subordinate force of the Qin family. It was even more exaggerated in this region, which was slightly east of the western region, where the subordinate forces of the Qin family resided. It was said that during a time of war, each and every one of them would loudly shout, "God bless the Qin family," and then fearlessly charge forward, scaring the enemy to death, just like fanatical believers. Then, the goddess of such a huge and extremely powerful clan was about to be engaged to someone else. Logically speaking, it should be an earth-shattering event. Although it wasn't known by everyone in the god realm, it shouldn't be too far off. However, When Yun Nuoshing and the others arrived at the Qin family's territory from Fallen Star City, they were surprised to see that it was a normal scene. Oh, to put it more clearly, it was as normal as any other place. There was a rush of people coming and going, and the city was enveloped by a huge energy barrier. It was as though the city was in a state of war. There wasn't the slightest bit of a festive atmosphere. When Yun Nuoshing and the others saw this, they thought that they had come to the wrong place. Because Qin Yen, Nightmare, and Yuan Shi had left, their group didn't seem to have decreased in number. There were a total of 11 people left. Lan Xianer Kai Xia and Little Qing entered Yun Nuoshing's spiritual world, while the others followed outside. The group of 11 people walked out in a majestic manner. Chu Chen flew up from a city below. He spread his hands and said helplessly, "Big Brother Yun, I've asked around. There's no news of the Qin family's engagement. Those people all think that I'm crazy." At this time, it's understandable that you want to keep a low profile. Yun Nuoshing stroked her long hair and took out the letter to take a look. After confirming that there wasn't any problem, she said, "Anyway, let's go to Qin Tian Sacred City to take a look. If there's a mistake, we'll treat it as a visit." That's right. Not long later, there will be a grand event in the Divine Continent. It's said to be for the younger generation, but it might be more than that. This is because there will be God-Dharch experts present. Big Brother Yun, why don't we? Chu Chen grinned and twisted his body as though he was very excited. His white robes swayed in the air. When Chu Xianling saw this, veins popped out on his forehead. He slapped Chu Chen and sent him flying to the horizon. "Everyone, your brother flew away." Yun Nuoshing poked Chu Yingzhan. Chu Yingzhan crossed her arms and remained silent for a while. Then, she sighed and hooked her arm around his shoulder. She sighed and said, "Let's go." Everyone! Was she not going to care anymore? The Qin family is also a world of its own, right? It's hidden in a secret space. Xian said softly. She had seen the secret space of the Nine-Deity Hall. Other forces of the same level were probably also hidden in those spaces that they had created. It should be. It might even be a world of its own. Yun Nuoshing smiled. The ordinary laws of heaven and earth are generally suitable for many people. However, for some people with powerful energy, it's not quite enough. Therefore, if you have the ability, you can create a space or even a world that is completely suitable for your needs. The efficiency will be much higher. I once carefully created 10 worlds for myself to store energy, all kinds of chaotic and violent energy. Unfortunately, it was completely destroyed in the final battle. Yun Nuoshing shook her head regretfully. With my current strength, it's not difficult to create a world. However, it's very difficult to carefully create it according to my own wishes. Chu Yingzhan was speechless. Gods are indeed gods, what's wrong with that? You'll learn in the future and quickly get used to it. Yun Nuoshing shrugged disapprovingly. They searched around 3 or 4 cities in the vicinity and asked around again. Indeed, no one had heard of any festive activities in the Qin family. If there really were any, their subordinate forces would have received the news. Either there was no news at all, or it was something that could be considered a top secret. After confirming that there was indeed no news, Yun Nuoshing and the others did not stay any longer. They teleported a second time and directly arrived 1,000 miles away from the Qin Tian Sacred City. As soon as they came out, they felt a special aura that was different from other places. Dense streams of light flashed across the sky. They could see many experts directly controlling the power of space to fly across the sky, or riding on rare exotic beasts. The surroundings of the Qin Tian Sacred City were very lively. There were even some small towns not far from the city. If it continued to develop to this extent, in about a few decades, these small towns would be connected to the Qin Tian Sacred City and become a part of it. Wow, this place is really lively. Chu Chen looked down from above and could not help but exclaim. This place was so lively. Even in this tense atmosphere, it did not become deserted. The great city protecting array, with the Qin Tian sacred city as the center, covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles, and established a huge energy barrier. In the northeast corner of the small town and the sacred city, there was a huge grassland. The lush greenery filled the eyes, and there was a thriving vitality. In the grassland, there was a huge silver-blue pillar. Extremely astonishing power of space was released from it, condensing the power of space in a large area, and through this pillar, it was transmitted to the many teleportation gate. The space in this square was extremely hard. A little further away, there was a slight distortion in space. From time to time, silver-blue lightning would streak across the sky. The huge teleportation gates, which were tens of thousands of zhang tall, lowered silver-blue curtains, and countless figures would flash out from the curtains and then gently land on the grassland. This is the first time I've felt the benefits of being high up in the sky. This fool's idea is not bad. Chu Yingzhan patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and chuckled. Standing at this height, one could see half of the Qin Tian sacred city. That's the sacred city. The Qin family should be inside. Looking at the majestic city, Xian smiled lightly and said to Yun Nuoxing beside him, "It seems to be as prosperous as the Origin region's sacred city. After all, it's also a sacred city. Apart from the scale, its level should be the same." Yun Nuoxing nodded, not surprised at all by the magnificence of the Qin Tian sacred city. Look at the 9 sacred palaces. 9 floating islands, and they have their own world within a world. The defense is so thick that even a peak heavenly god can't break through. Weren't those defenses set up by you? Chu Yingzhan's pretty face was full of confusion. Yes, what's wrong? Yun Nuoxing nodded. No. Nothing. This was the first time Chu Chen and the others had come to the territory of a famous and powerful force in the realm of the gods. There wasn't anything special about the layout of the city. It was on the same level as the Origin region and the Divine Land's sacred city. However, he felt a different aura. It was very fresh and exciting. There were so many dazzling things that he couldn't finish looking at them. Big Brother Yun, you said that they're all here to participate in that. That? Chu Chen's eyes sparkled as he looked at Yun Nuoxing curiously. I don't think so. Yun Nuoxing wasn't too sure either. He waved his hand and said, but there's no point in thinking so much. Let's go down first. The Great City Defense Formation contains the might of a god. It's a true god formation to protect the city. The other sacred cities should also have such a foundation, but they don't usually use it. Once the god formation is activated, it will automatically absorb the energy of heaven and earth. It can be said that it will never dissipate. Even if a god-level expert comes to attack, it won't be that easy to destroy this place. Many people in the air were flying towards the Qin Tian sacred city. Their expressions were calm, and one couldn't tell what they were thinking. However, there was still a tense atmosphere. Many people were probably hiding in these sacred cities in order to seek shelter. They didn't want to be destroyed along with the city. They could still find a sense of security in these sacred cities. If these sacred cities were destroyed by others, then there wouldn't be many safe places in the realm of the gods. Oh, I feel a bit of pressure. As they rushed down from the air, Chu Yingzhan felt a faint pressure. The huge energy barrier had a great pressure that made her soul tremble slightly. She had felt this feeling many times from Yun Nuoxing, who was beside her. She understood that this was the so-called might of a god. Yun Nuoxing's mind moved, and a gentle energy enveloped everyone around her. As soon as this energy was released, Xian and the others felt much better. The might of the god was blocked by the thin energy barrier. Now that my laws have returned to the level of a god, this level of god's might can be easily blocked. Yun Nuoxing smiled, then paused for a moment. But if this god formation is switched to a more powerful defensive mode, its defensive power might reach the level of a heavenly god. At that time, I can only use my divine weapon to block it, and I might not be able to protect you. These sacred cities with god formations are forbidden to fly within a certain range. Gods can't allow others to look down on them." Yun Nuoshing smiled mysteriously. "Look at them. The closer they are, the stronger the god's might is. If they directly collide with it, even their souls will be shattered. They can't resist it, so they can only go down. Although we can ignore this pressure, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, let's go down too." Qin Tian Sacred City was usually open to the outside world. Half of the people inside were from the Qin family and the rest were from the outside world. However, that was a normal situation. The current situation was abnormal, so the number of people from the Qin family was 1 or 2 times higher than the number of people from the Qin family. Most of the people came here to seek shelter. As for the small towns outside, they were about the same. The people of the Qin family mixed with the people from the outside world. Yun Nuoshing stood at the city gate and looked at the many people around him. Those fellows who were usually full of arrogance could only obediently turn over and dismount from their mounts when they came here. Then, they led their own strange beasts and obediently accepted the inspection of the Qin clan guards at the city gate without saying a word. They were scanned by dozens of knife-like gazes all the way. It was not easy for them to enter the city. Their backs were probably soaked in sweat. Looking at the many people coming and going in Qin Tian Sacred City, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but smile. She signaled to the people beside her. "Let's go in too. Get closer." Chapter 1074. Being pushed by the crowd towards the city gate, Yun Nuoshing pulled the group of girls to his side and stuck close to them. His aura permeated their bodies and faintly produced some power, causing the people who were squeezing to back off a little. The closer they were to the city gate, the more people there were. It was very crowded as they pushed and shoved. There were also some who were leading their mounts that were hundreds of feet long. Those strange beasts alone took up a lot of space, and there were quite a few of them nearby. When they reached the city gate, Yun Nuoshing and the others habitually turned their heads and looked at the city wall. In the end, they didn't see anything that could possibly appear there. "Hey, idiot, there's no bounty for you here." Chu Yingxian's beautiful eyes kept glancing at the city wall. She wanted him to look in that direction, but he had noticed it a long time ago. He was not surprised. This was the Qin family's territory, and they had to follow the Qin family's rules. The people from the god spirit forces who had awakened, as long as they had a normal brain, would not put up a bounty here. Unless they had some sort of relationship with the Qin family, or if the Qin family had already been subdued. There were 2 rows of soldiers wearing black armor with golden edges standing on both sides of the city gate. There were about 100 of them when they entered Qin Tian Sacred City. Each of them was holding a long spear and looked very fierce. Except for the 10 or so soldiers who were in charge of the inspection, the rest of them were standing straight like spears. Their sharp and cold eyes kept scanning the surroundings, and a fierce aura spread out. The people who were close to them didn't even dare to breathe loudly. When they got close to the 10 or so soldiers who were in charge of the inspection, they realized that they were different from the soldiers in armor. They seemed to be the direct disciples of the Qin family. They were wearing white robes with golden patterns. There were 12 of them, and the men were handsome and the women were beautiful. They were especially eye-catching. There was a gentle smile on their faces, and some kind of friendly aura quietly spread out. It made the tense people relax a little. They were very serious about inspecting the people who came to Qin Tian Sacred City, checking if they had a pass that represented a strong or friendly force. From time to time, they would say a few words to the people who came. If you don't have either of the two, you can only stay in the city for a month. When the time is up, please leave the city on your own accord. Otherwise, someone will kick you out. This is a special policy, so if you have any objections, please keep it to yourself. There's no point in talking to us, so please save some saliva. Don't push the back row. That little brother over there, I'm talking about you. If you continue to push, we'll throw you out. Can't you see that the young man beside you is about to be squeezed out of the crowd? Maintain order. If you have any objections, you can raise them, but we have no right to change them. If you want to complain, then hurry up and go in. Fighting is not allowed in the sacred city. If you want to cause trouble, the Qin family has the right to ask you to stay in the dungeon for 2 days, or ask you to fight with the King of Hell. Those who have mounts, please take good care of your mount. Those who don't know how to shrink, turn left when you enter and receive a shrinking pill. When you leave, please receive a restoring pill. The streets are filled with giant beasts. Do you still need people to stand in the sacred city? This brother, please stop. There is something wrong with your aura. Oh, it's a demonic cultivation technique. I can't sense the characteristics of a demon. And you can go in. Don't stay in front. Guards, throw out those maggots that are squeezing around. Damn it, I told you to stop squeezing. If you want to play dominoes, go home and play. Don't disturb the order here. Hearing the dozen or so disciples of the Qin family saying these words calmly and with a gentle smile, Yun Nuoxing and the others couldn't help but blush with shame. These days the service attitude was really good. If it were them, they would have pulled out a bunch of weapons and put them on the other party's neck. Damn it, you can't even stay in the city. How can you go in? Yura was a little uneasy as she squeezed into Yun Nuoxing's arms. She was a member of the demon race. She didn't expect that the Qin Tian sacred city would be so strict with the inspection. Now it was too late for her to enter his spiritual world. Don't worry. Yun Nuoxing stretched out his hand and patted the girl's head. He smiled faintly. A weak star energy entered her body and quietly dissipated. Just stay by my side and you'll be fine. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and followed the group to the front. It was their turn. When the disciple of the Qin family saw him, he couldn't help but be stunned. His eyes were filled with amazement. After being inspected for half a day, it was rare for him to meet someone so pleasing to the eye. He couldn't help but want to take a few more glances. Shoo! Yun Nuoxing put up a finger in front of his mouth. Then, he slid his arm out of his sleeve a little. He was holding a 9-colored token in his hand. The token was engraved with exquisite patterns. The token was emitting a faint light. With just a glance, the disciple instantly understood something and his whole body trembled. Yun Nuoxing blinked his eyes and gestured to Xian and Yura behind him. He smiled slightly. Mesmerized by the bewitching smile, the disciple's face turned red. After a while, he quickly coughed dryly and said, "Cough, cough. Let them pass. There's no problem with this big family. Those in front, hurry up and go inside." Yun Nuoxing stuck out his tongue and kept the token. He cupped his hands and led Xian and the others past the disciple. The disciple was still in a daze as he looked at the big family. There was a row of beauties in front of him. His eyes were fixed on them. He only came back to his senses when the people behind him urged him. After walking through the city gate with ease, they finally entered the Qin Tian sacred city. Yura heaved a sigh of relief. She was holding her breath just now because she was worried that she would reveal any flaws and make it difficult for Yun Nuoxing to deal with. That's great. The 9 deities shrines token is really useful, Chu Yingzhan said enviously in his soul. The 9 deities shrine has been on good terms with the Qin family for generations. Even during special times, they don't have to be hindered by those rules. By the way, it's the same to go to the Xian family and the Yu family. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. At first, I just asked them to create a shrine to protect the world of the gods. Although we could have survived the great reincarnation because of us, I didn't expect it to develop like this in the future. The current Qin Tian sacred city was quite lively. After entering the city gate, walking out of the main street and turning a corner, the number of people instantly decreased by a lot. However, there were still quite a lot of people walking on the streets. Perhaps it would be less when one got closer to the center. Although many people hid in the city out of worry, those who could stand here were mostly experts with decent strength. Beginner gods could be seen everywhere on the street. Of course, most of them were beginner gods, and there were also some mid-level gods. However, it was rare to see high-level gods. At least from his detection on Yun Nua planet, those guys with extremely high energy reactions were all gathered in the center of the sacred city. What's next? Do we find a place to rest and then enter the Qin family? Or do we go straight in? Xian tilted his head and asked Yun Nuoxing. Well, I asked little Qin to come out and pick us up. She asked us to go to the 2 pillars in the center. The gate of the Qin family is there, Yun Nuoxing said. Everyone nodded. After taking 2 steps, they jumped into the air and flew at a low altitude toward the center of the sacred city. Although they couldn't fly outside, it wasn't a problem to fly inside the sacred city. After all, the city was so big. If they only walked slowly, they didn't know how long it would take. The 2 pillars that looked like gate pillars were very eye-catching. They were 2 huge golden pillars that were hundreds of feet tall. They were engraved with mysterious runes, and there was a strong energy wandering in the pillars. It contained the power of space and the power of rules. They were connected to another space and also served as a stabilizer. That place was a square, and it was completely empty. The entire square was paved with green bricks, and a refreshing aura spread out from the ground. This square was only 3,000 feet in size, and it was only built to erect 2 golden stone pillars in the center. Other than that, there was nothing else. Tisk, why are there pillars again? I'm a little allergic to pillars now. Seeing those pillars, Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Now, she could see those incomparably huge pillars in the sky every day. No matter where she went, she couldn't avoid them. The sky seemed to be blocked by a wall of pillars. Now that she saw those 2 golden pillars, she couldn't help but want to say something. Yun Nuoxing was embarrassed. This had nothing to do with her. It wasn't the pillars of creation. The pillars were surrounded by many warriors of the Qin family. At this time, these warriors were bowing slightly to the front. They also saw from afar that there was a graceful figure standing in front of the 2 golden pillars. She had changed from the black dress she usually wore to a black robe with golden edges and golden patterns. Part of her hair was tied up appropriately. Her hands were folded in front of her, and she stood in a dignified and beautiful posture. She didn't move even when the breeze blew past her. She raised her head slightly and looked into the distance like a stone statue. Even the space around her seemed to be frozen. Seeing the people flying quickly from afar, Qin Yen slowly recovered from her statue-like state. She raised her jade-like hand and waved at the sky, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. Yun Nuoxing and the others appeared in front of the pillars in a flash. Qin Yen walked forward and said with a faint smile, "You're here. It's impossible not to come." Yun Nuoxing shrugged and looked at her with her colorful eyes for a while. No one looked away. After a while, Qin Yen took a light breath, turned around and waved her hand, saying, "Let's go in first." Sensing the slightly strange atmosphere, Yen and the others looked at each other in dismay. None of them said anything and just quietly followed behind him. When they really got close to the 2 golden pillars, they found that there was a thin layer of something that looked like a light film between the 2 pillars. It looked like a mirror, but the mirror was like a layer of fog. It didn't move at all. Even if they poked it with their hands, it wouldn't cause any movement, and there wouldn't be any ripples on the surface of the water. When Yun Nuoxing saw the mirror-like thing that looked like a mist, his eyes flickered slightly. How nostalgic. This is already a very ancient space-fixing technique. With the knowledge of talismans in this era, it is impossible to replicate it. It's something from that era? Xian asked softly. The Qin family was left behind from the primordial age. It wasn't surprising that they used things from that era. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Qin Yen led them into the fog. There was only a flash of white light in front of their eyes. Everyone felt a weak surge of spatial power, and then they arrived. It was a bright world. With just a flash of light, everything in their line of sight was different. What they saw was a sky. They stood on a floating platform high in the sky. After walking out of the door, they stood on the edge of the platform. Standing at this height, they could see everything below at a glance. There were undulating mountains and palaces hidden in the valleys of the mountains. This was a prosperous continent full of vitality. There were even many small floating islands in the sky. There were also palaces standing on them. It seemed to be the residence of other people. Wow, the Qin family's realm is like this. Chu Yingzhan's eyes lit up when she saw this beautiful place. Although it was also in a self-proclaimed space like the Chujia, this place was incomparable to the Chujia. This space of the Qin family was created by the ancestors of the Qin family. There are many places where it left traces of its meticulous arrangements. Qin Yen smiled faintly and pointed down. The main body of this continent is a floating continent surrounded by many floating islands of various sizes. Some of them are the residences and cultivation bases of some of the elders. There are also some floating islands that contain worlds within worlds, which are man-made arcane realms. Each of these arcane realms is extremely large and have different sceneries. There are worlds filled with lava, raging volcanoes, and icy worlds that have been sealed in ice for countless years. Some of these arcane realms have even given birth to their own lives because of the stable environment they exist in. Everyone followed Qin Yan's finger. Their gazes drifted around and landed on the floating islands that were far away. These floating continents that were only the size of a thumb were naturally not that small. Some of them even had spatial power that folded the space. He could easily see many magnificent scenes on the main body of the continent. Those scenes did not only exist in man-made mystic realms. This place seems to be more beautiful than the Nine Shrine, Chu Yingzhan said with a smile. Mei Mao floated towards Yun Nuoxing faintly. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her and said, "The Nine Shrine, including the dark shrine that once existed, those floating islands are all folded spaces. Because there are not many people, there is no need to expand them. Let's just leave them there. In the future, when there are more people and it becomes lively, the space will naturally be expanded. Look at the Light Shrine, there are only 65 people in the entire shrine. Other than Yaohua, they are all peak emperor gods. Why do they need so much space?" Everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense. So they nodded. Although the Nine Shrine was the strongest force in the divine realm, the number of disciples in it was really too small. However, there was no other way. The Nine Shrines' recruitment of disciples was based on fate. It was not easy for them to announce that they were recruiting a batch of disciples. Tens of millions of people rushed to sign up. In the end, perhaps only 100 people would really enter the shrine. In terms of quality, no one could compare to them. 20% of the Nine Shrines' disciples are from this era, the previous eras, and even the current era. The rest are naturally left behind by the 9 spaces of the Nine Shrine. There are no ordinary people, only powerful cultivators. Although there are small cities in the Nine Shrine, those are the fruits of the Nine Shrines' development over dozens of eras. Compared to this, the Qin clans and the other clans' realms are much more lively. Yun Nuoxing said, "It's a shrine made up entirely of cultivators." Qin Yen nodded. "The Qin clan is different. It's just that we have ordinary people at the grassroots level. They do not have the blood of the Qin clan flowing in their veins. It is said that they are the descendants of the relatives and friends of our ancestors. Some of them also have the blood of the gods, but there are not many of them. After years of development, they have become a part of the Qin clan. This is something that the outside world does not know. The blood of the gods has been passed down from generation to generation. There are not many of them." Yun Nuoxing nodded. His soul sense had detected many reactions. Most of them, almost 70%, were ordinary people whose energies were not very strong. There are many high-energy reactions. The Qin clan has left behind a god. Was he born in this era? Everyone's gazes suddenly became strange. They all tilted their heads and looked at him. This guy must have gotten used to detecting things. Every time he went to a place, he would use his soul sense. However, no one could detect his strange technique. He had seen everything. Sensing that everyone's gazes had become strange, Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. I'm used to it. There is a complete God-spirit magic array here. It should be the Qin clan's asset to survive the big reincarnation. Qin Yen shook her head helplessly as she lightly hit the peeping Tom's head with a knife. She could not prevent him from doing anything. However, she did not think that there was a need to prevent him from doing anything. After standing there for a few minutes, Qin Yen waved her hand and took the lead to fly out of the floating platform. Yun Nuoshing brought his people and followed. Before they left the floating platform, he released a weak energy to cover the group of people around him. Only then did he catch up with Qin Yen, who was not in a hurry. Due to the weak layer of energy, everyone could feel an invisible pressure falling on the thin, invisible layer of energy outside their bodies. They immediately understood why Yun Nuoshing did this, but they did not know where the pressure came from. Probably an elder of the Qin clan? Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at Qin Yen. The elder of your clan has some subtle prejudices against me, right? Qin Yan's expression changed. Her red lips opened slightly. She wanted to say something, but Yun Nuoshing waved his hand. This is your home. I won't do anything rash. Well, in fact, I have thought of many situations along the way. This is considered light. Speaking of which, the Qin clan should know my identity, right? Aren't the 9 Gods Temple and the Qin clan good friends? The Qin clan knows that the 9 Gods Temple has a new young hall master. They also know that it is you, but they don't recognize you. Qin Yen blinked and looked at Mei Mao. Her words made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. To put it bluntly, the Qin clan did not recognize Yun Nuoshing. This was not surprising. He had never revealed his identity to the public. Therefore, the Qin clan was still in the dark about the new young hall master. So it's my fault? Yun Nuoshing spread his hands helplessly. What could he do if things turned out this way? He was also in despair. However, he suddenly thought of a good idea. With a thought, the 6 colorful wings stretched out from his back. He flapped them lightly and then retracted them, as if he had unintentionally stretched. The effect was immediate. Suddenly, the pressure on his body disappeared and turned into curious gazes. It seemed that they had recognized him, but were still sizing him up. So wings are the real body these days. Chu Yingzhan was instantly stunned. They could not recognize him, but they had to see his wings to recognize him? Or was it that this fool's wings were the most memorable part? Qin Yen laughed dryly. Chapter 1075. The floating continent above the Qin residence was floating everywhere. It looked like a huge floating continent that had exploded. It was not fixed in the air but was slowly rotating around the center. The scenery in the Qin residence was different from what Yun Nuoshing and the others had imagined. Of course, they had already expected the scenery to be magnificent. Everything in their eyes was constantly changing. There was also a sun in the sky, so the time in the Qin residence was about the same as the time in the outside world. By the way, aren't the two of you engaged? Why is it so cold? There's no sense of celebration at all. Chu Yingzhan went up to Qin Yen, put her hand on her shoulder, and asked curiously. The latter had returned to the Qin residence half a day earlier than them, so she should have learned something. Qin Yen turned her head to look at Yun Nuoshing and said softly, "The first reason is that this is a special period. The celestial realm is about to enter a period of turmoil. Although the elimination of the remnants of the demon world went smoothly, we don't know if there are more of them. If the defense forces of other cities are transferred away at this critical moment, it is inevitable that there will be accidents. With the Qin family's influence, there will be a lot of people coming. The second reason is that Little Star's identity has not been announced to the outside world. Even many people in the Qin family don't know about it. According to the 9 Gods Shrine and my father, They don't want little star to stand in front of the stage so soon. So, they didn't announce it. Ah, it suits my taste. Yun Nuoxing immediately laughed happily. His original intention was to just stand behind the scenes. If the Qin clan announced the engagement of their goddess, people from all over the world would definitely come. In the end, his identity would be exposed. Then, it would be like that. It would go against his wishes. However, if that was really the case, it wouldn't be a big deal. If he couldn't make a new plan, it would be fine. As they got closer to the center, the number of floating islands in the vicinity increased. The mountain range was ring-shaped, and there were peaks and palaces everywhere. Fog lingered around, and it was like a fairyland. There were powerful auras hidden everywhere, and there were also many people watching them. Yesterday, the news of Qin Yan's return had already spread in the Qin family. It was likely that the news of the engagement had also spread. Then today, Yun Nuoxing and the others came. Moreover, they were brought back by Qin Yan, which attracted a lot of attention. At least, he could feel the gazes of dozens of high-level gods sweeping over them. At first, Yun Nuoxing thought that after arriving at the Qin family, he would have to stay at Qin Yan's place for 1 or 2 days before he could see Qin Hai, the head of the Qin family. After all, managing such a big family would definitely have many things to do. Even if he did not have to deal with a myriad of affairs every day, it was more or less the same. Moreover, the realm of the gods was currently in a tense situation. This kind of matter concerned the survival of the gods, and things like the engagement could be postponed indefinitely. Therefore, he followed them with the mentality of sightseeing. Who knew? Rest? Oh, I was planning to directly ask you to come with me to see Father. After hearing Qin Yan's words, Yun Nuoxing could not help but laugh awkwardly. He tilted his head and looked at Xian, Ming, and Feng and was instantly speechless. If he brought these beautiful girls to talk about the engagement to someone else, wouldn't he be misunderstood as coming to cause trouble? As if she knew what he was thinking, Qin Yan laughed softly and shook her head. Father likes to be lively. When there's nothing going on, there's no one else in the palace. Only father and mother are inside. Qin Yan, how many mothers do you have? Chu Yingzhan suddenly poked Qin Yan. As soon as this question was asked, the flight path of the group was all messed up. Yun Nuoxing almost crashed into the floating island that passed by them. Chu Xianling and Chu Chen directly fell to the ground. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and rolled their eyes at their sister. Qin Yan was also stunned. For a moment, she did not realize the profound meaning of this question. She honestly replied, "Two, but I'm the only daughter in the family." Hearing this, Chu Yingzhan responded with a meaningful, "Oh." Her eyes kept glancing at Yun Nuoxing. When she saw him looking at her with a dark expression, she could not help but roll her eyes at him. "I'm worried that you'll be beaten to death by others. How can you go to another girl's house for an engagement and bring a group of ridiculously beautiful girls with you?" Before Yun Nuoxing could answer, Xian looked at them thoughtfully. Then, she pulled Yun Nuoxing's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "Little star, should we leave for a while?" Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. He only felt pain in his stomach and liver. There was no way to answer this question. No matter how he answered, it would be wrong. He simply remained silent and pretended to be thinking about something else. The palace where the patriarch of the Qin family resided was at the center of this huge ring-shaped mountain. It was located on a faintly discernible celestial mountain. The mist was ethereal, and the sunlight passed through the mist to form layers of light screens. When it landed on the magnificent and holy palace, it was like an inextinguishable sacred light. The palace was not very gorgeous or majestic, but it contained a sense of mystery. A kind of ancient and distant aura seeped out from it. It even formed a thin layer of solid golden light that flowed slowly on the palace's main body. The light that revealed the aura of time also exuded the smell of divinity. "I smell the smell of an era." There's time that surpasses an era flowing here. It's eternal and endless. Generations of divinity have gathered here. It's ancient and sacred. Yun Nuoxing's gaze became slightly deep as he said softly. This palace is the residence of the patriarchs of the Qin family. It's also the place where the spirits of all the members of the Qin family gather, Qin Yen said softly. Standing at the entrance of this palace, Yun Nuoxing tidied his clothes and took a deep breath. He was actually a little nervous. Of course, he was not nervous because he was about to meet an Emperor God expert. It was purely because the person he was about to meet was the father of the girl beside him. In addition to what had happened between the two of them, he felt like he was meeting the parents. Even Xian and the others took half a step back slightly, as if they were deliberately distancing themselves. They even threw him an encouraging look, which made him even more dumbfounded. After pushing open the palace door, Qin Yen led Yun Nuoxing and the others in quickly. First, she helped Xian and the others to settle down. Then, she pulled Yun Nuoxing to the entrance of the main palace. Ahem, is it okay to go in like this? Yun Nuoxing coughed softly and looked around. This palace was ordinary in size and looked more like a slightly larger mansion. However, there was some kind of spiritual power attached to this place which made people feel very close and warm. There was a very gentle atmosphere. How should he put it? It made him feel like he was at home. The other palaces he had seen did not have this kind of aura. It was more like a big, cold house. Qin Yen did not reply. He turned his head and saw that the girl was also very nervous. Her lily-white hands were trembling slightly, and she was constantly taking deep breaths and exhaling. It was only when he could not help but pat her shoulder that she came back to her senses. She nodded, walked forward, and slowly pushed open the door. Yun Nuoxing swallowed his saliva. A series of scenes were playing out in his mind. When he was ready, his eyes revealed some deep and faint vicissitudes of life, and he prepared to walk in with Qin Yen. However, there was no one in the palace. Father is not here. Qin Yen laughed dryly. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. He had already mentally prepared himself, but in the end there was no one here. Let him be speechless. There was no rule that said one had to sit in their own hall all the time and wait for others to come and visit. If it was him, living in such a big palace, he would definitely not sit in the hall all the time. He would definitely stay wherever he was comfortable. Therefore, it was normal that he did not see Qin Hai when he pushed open the door to the hall. After entering the palace, he did not try to sense for any signs of life. Who knew if there was anyone behind the door? Probably there. Qin Yen tilted her head and closed the door. Then, she turned around and led Yun Nuoxing to the side of the long corridor. They actually left the palace and walked towards the back of the palace. It was originally built for a mountain, and the palace was halfway up the mountain. After walking for a while, they arrived at the back of the mountain. After making a turn, they saw two figures at the end of the mountain path in front of them. Yun Nuoxing had already seen one of them. Although it had been a period of time, about 10,000 years, to him, that middle-aged man in a black-edged golden robe had short black hair. He was not very tall, and his appearance was delicate and pretty. He was about 30 years old and looked like an ordinary person. The middle-aged man in front of him was Qin Yan's father, Qin Hai, the current patriarch of the Qin clan. He was a person who held great authority and was also a peak emperor god expert. He did not have any impact at all. At first glance, no one would associate him with the patriarch of the Qin clan. He looked more like an uncle next door. Beside him was a woman in a gorgeous black dress. Her black hair reached her waist, and she did not wear any makeup. She had an extremely beautiful face and a faint smile hung at the corner of her mouth. She was somewhat similar to Qin Yen. However, when she smiled, there was also a sense of tranquility. Yun Nuoxing subconsciously guessed that this might be Qin Yan's mother. She was gentle, elegant, and quiet. Although they were not mother and daughter, they looked more like sisters. Furthermore, they exuded a sense of tranquility from their bones. They did not have a strong sense of presence. Although they were so beautiful, if they did not speak, it was really easy for people to forget them. Ah, Yen'er, you're here. When Yun Nuoshing and Qin Yen saw the two people opposite them also saw them. They slowly stood up and looked at the two beautiful figures walking towards them. They smiled faintly. After that, their gazes turned from Qin Yen to the person beside her. They were slightly stunned. "This is your friend?" Pfft. Qin Yen could not hold back her laughter. She covered her mouth with her jade hand. Her body trembled slightly. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks trembled. It seemed that many years had passed. His appearance had changed again and again. After he had changed into the appearance of a 14 or 15-year-old, and after he had completely changed into the appearance of a girl, Qin Hai could not recognize him at all. Cough. Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly. He took a deep breath and clasped his hand. "Uncle Qin, it's me." In his impression, Qin Hai was not like this. It seemed that he would only show his original appearance when he was out of the sight of the other people of the Qin clan. "Ah, it's little Yun." After being reminded by Yun Nuoshing, Qin Hai suddenly realized. "You've changed a lot over the years. I can't even recognize you." "Yes, there have been some changes." Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. On the other side, Qin Yen was laughing so hard that she almost fainted. She quickly hugged her mother to stifle her laughter. "Haha, I've been hearing your name in the realm of the gods recently." Qin Hai smiled and shook Yun Nuoshing's hand. The storm that Yun Nuoshing had caused in the Kuan Yuan region had not dissipated since her birth. Her glorious achievements were enough to overshadow all the self-proclaimed geniuses and heaven's prides. "Thank you for taking care of me in all aspects." Yun Nuoshing stuck out her tongue. Qin Hai was probably referring to cultivation, and cultivation-related matters. She dared to conclude that even the Qin clan wouldn't be able to preserve the divine tier 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 divine tier. Actually, they didn't have much to talk about when they met. It was as if they were chatting about their daily lives, talking about some topics related to cultivation. "I really can't see through you now, mysterious little fellow." Qin Hai gazed at Yun Nuoshing with admiration in his eyes. Qin Yen stuck out her tongue in her heart and stood aside with her mother. They were talking about their trivial matters, while Yun Nuoshing and Qin Hai were talking about their matters. However, when she heard this, she couldn't help but look at Yun Nuoshing with a strange expression. This divine lord was called a little fellow by others. He didn't seem to have any reaction. Anyway, he alone took on a lot of roles. At this time, he was probably playing the role of a junior. "Well, I called Yen'er back this time to talk about you too." Qin Hai coughed softly and said bluntly, "I see a great possibility in you. I had this feeling back then, and I guess Yen'er is the same. This girl has a lot of ideas, but she doesn't like to show them. However, I can still understand her thoughts." Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and glanced at Qin Yen. The latter simply hid in her mother's arms and pretended not to see anything. This made Qin Hai speechless. He really hadn't thought about this problem. At this moment, a great era is coming, or should I say, a chaotic era is coming. A powerful storm has gathered in the divine realm, and it will drag the entire divine realm into it. No one will be lucky enough to escape. There are too many descendants of great clans, descendants of gods and descendants of God. There are too many people. Although the Qin clan has been passed down since the ancient era, too many things have disappeared with the passage of time. We can't take care of everything. Right now we are only an extremely strong force on the surface, but there are definitely more powerful existences in the dark. Qin Hai sighed softly. Actually, I don't care about status. If Yenna likes it, she can pursue it herself. But, as parents we will always blindly worry about our children, even if they are already past the age where we should worry about them. Yun Nuoxing nodded to show that he could understand. Although he didn't have any memories, he could still understand. Moreover, Qin Hai and the others had wanted to rope him in before they knew that he was the young master. This was also the truth. I can see that what you have is not as simple as potential. More importantly, you seem to be a reliable guy. Qin Hai closed one of his eyes and coughed softly. It's just that there are a little too many girls around you. Yun Nuoxing staggered and fell to the ground. Qin Yen hurried forward and helped him up in a flurry. This, he really didn't have the ability to refute at all. In the past, when I saw how intimate the two of you were, I thought that the two of you were in a relationship. Therefore, I wanted to entrust Yen to you and let her follow you. Who knows, she might be happier. At the same time, I wanted you to take good care of this girl. At this point, Qin Hai looked at him meaningfully and then looked at Qin Yen, who was supporting him. His expression was strange. So, what is the relationship between the two of you? Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and glanced at Qin Yen. His expression was a little strange. It seemed that she had already explained everything last night. She only looked at him deeply and didn't say anything. Her jade-like hand gently patted the dust off his body. All right. He was a little stupid when it came to matters of the heart. After all, there was still a chain around his soul. The chain of the heart that he put on in exchange for the speed of his cultivation. Although there were some flaws now and the effect was a lot weaker, it still existed. Moreover, this was not the only reason. His soul had a lifespan of dozens of eras. The passage of time was engraved in his soul, making him feel faint. However, this didn't mean that he couldn't sense any feelings. When did Qin Yen fall in love with him? He didn't know that this question might have to be pushed back for a long time. It might have to be pushed back to the time when they first met in the everlasting night forest. After that, it would be a long period of time together. As the saying went, love grows with time. After all, they met every day and went to the same place to do more or less the same thing. As they spent time together, it was just. This was only one of the possibilities. However, he probably had nothing better to do than to think about this matter so seriously. Feelings came and went in a flash. He probably sealed his feelings back then because it was troublesome. He never thought that it would break out. Companionship was the most long-lasting confession of love. The two girls told him this. He also admitted that if a person was willing to spend the rest of her life with him, and for a long period of time, this was the most precious gift. This was a one-sided companionship. She didn't need to accompany him. He knew this. It was because he knew that he felt lost and at a loss. This was the first time he faced this kind of problem. What should he do? He didn't know. He couldn't figure it out. He was so anxious that his whole body was covered in sweat. If these girls would leave after persuading him, he wouldn't be so distressed. Didn't they say that although some things were sad, at least they wouldn't cause harm to others? It wasn't like he hadn't said that before. But look at this, what's the use of this? What did he think of Qin Yen? He liked her, but logically speaking, it shouldn't be the kind of feelings between a man and a woman. If they had some feelings for each other, it would probably stop here. It would be a lie to say that he didn't care. After all, she was the only person around him that he cared about. He could only care about the group of people around him, as well as some people in the past. Most people would probably feel that this was very normal. People only cared about that small group of people in their lifetime. However, He had already lived for hundreds of millions of lifetimes. He couldn't even count them. In the end, the dust had settled and everything turned to ashes. In Quarter Moon's lifetime, there weren't many people left. In the Shadow Emperor's lifetime, although his memories weren't complete, according to Zai, everyone he knew had passed away in front of him. In the end, what was left? What could he care about? What was left for him to care about? His mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. His expression changed drastically. Conflict, distress, confusion, headache, pain in the balls, and all sorts of other expressions flashed across his face. The three of them were stunned. This was the first time they saw someone who could show such rich expressions on his face at the same time. Let nature take its course. All the complicated emotions eventually turned into these 5 words. Yun Nuoxing released all the energy in his body. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was really a debt that he owed in countless lifetimes. He had to pay it all in one go in this lifetime. Qin Yan's lily-white hands trembled slightly. This answer was a little out of her expectations. She didn't expect it to be such an answer at all. She had made a lot of mental preparations, but in the end, she didn't need them. Knowing him, she roughly knew what he meant by this answer. It could be said that he had compromised. In fact, nothing had changed. In other words, he said, let her do what she likes. If she could understand, then Mr. and Mrs. Qin naturally could as well. The two of them looked at each other, then looked deeply at Yun Nuoxing. It was a normal answer. They could see that he was struggling, so they couldn't give him any comments. However, Qin Yan did tell them everything last night, including what Yun Nuoxing had said to her. Therefore, they could probably give him a relatively satisfactory score. Well, let nature take its course then. I'll leave this girl to you. Qin Hai patted him on the shoulder and smiled faintly. At least for now, Yen felt that she would be happy to stay by his side. This was enough. As for the future, they could talk about it in the future. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. So, about that matter, about the engagement? Didn't Yen tell you? Qin Hai chuckled and said, let's keep our attitude for now. That's right, let's keep it in the state of engagement. As for the future, who knows? Yun Nuoxing's body trembled. If Qin Yan hadn't supported him, he would have fallen down. Looking at the smiling Mr. and Mrs. Qin, Yun Nuoxing only felt physically and mentally exhausted. Really, it wasn't as tiring as it was after a big battle. Alright, you two little guys can talk by yourselves. Yen go visit yours mother later. She misses you very much. Qin Hai smiled and left with Mrs. Qin, leaving Yun Nuoxing and Qin Yan looking at each other.